So, I guess this is the part where I ask, am I the bad guy? But honestly, I don't feel bad. Not even a little. Growing up, my parents made it very clear that I was only valuable as long as I was useful to them. I was the responsible one, the kid who always took care of things while my younger brother, Liam, was treated like royalty. If he failed a test, my fault for not tutoring him. If he crashed his car, my fault for not reminding him to check his brakes. If he wasted all his money on gambling, guess who was expected to bail him out? I tried to break free. I really did. But every time I saved up enough to move out, something mysterious happened. Like my dad suddenly needing help paying bills, or my mom guilting me with, "How could you abandon your family?" They always kept me trapped just enough to keep control. Then, last year, I got a job offer out of state. A damn good one. When I told them I was moving, my dad laughed in my face. "You? On your own? Good luck with that. You'll be back in a month." My mom smirked. "You're nothing without us. Don't come crying when you fail." Liam just shrugged. "Guess I get your room then." So, I left. And guess what? I didn't fail. I thrived. I got my own apartment, made friends, and for the first time in my life, I could breathe. No one was draining my bank account. No one was calling me at 2 a.m. for emergencies that were actually just my dad losing a poker bet. No one was making me feel like I owed them my entire existence. For 6 months, I didn't hear a word from them. Then, last week, I got a text from Liam. "Hey, Mom and Dad need you. Call ASAP." I ignored it. Then another message. And another. Until finally, my mom called me herself. "We need to talk." I let her voice go to voicemail. Then my dad tried. And Liam. And suddenly, I had 14 missed calls. Then Liam sent the text that almost made me laugh out loud. "If you don't help, you're literally ruining this family." Ruining the family? Me? Now I was curious. So I finally picked up the phone. "What do you want?" I said, keeping my voice cold. My mother's voice was shaky. Not angry, not demanding, but desperate. "Sweetheart, your father lost his job. We're in trouble. The house, we might lose it. We need you to come back and help us." Oh, oh. The same people who laughed at me, mocked me, and told me I was nothing without them. The same people who did everything to keep me from leaving. Now they needed me, and they had no idea what I was about to do next. I let the silence stretch. My mother was never one to beg, not outright. She liked to manipulate, guilt trip, twist things around so that you felt bad even when she was the one at fault. But this time, her voice was raw. Unsteadied, I could hear my dad in the background, muttering something, probably telling her to fix this, to make me feel like I had no choice but to come back and save them. "We just need a little help," she continued, her voice turning syrupy sweet. "A few months, maybe, just until we get back on our feet." I leaned back in my chair, staring at the ceiling. A few months? Right. And then a few more. And then they'd find a way to keep me trapped all over again. "So let me get this straight," I said slowly, making sure every word hit. "You guys threw me out like garbage, told me I was nothing without you. And now that you're in trouble, I'm suddenly worth something again?" Silence. Then, my father's voice cut through the phone. Sharp. Impatient. "This isn't the time for a pity party," he snapped. "We're family. Families take care of each other." "Oh, that's rich. You mean like how you took care of me?" I shot back. "By making sure I was stuck paying for everything while Liam got to screw around? By treating me like a walking ATM?" Liam scoffed in the background. "Don't be so dramatic. You're making money now, aren't you? What's a few thousand to help out your family?" "A few thousand? A few thousand." I almost laughed. They weren't asking for a loan. They wanted me to move back, pay their bills, save the house, and keep Liam from facing any consequences. They hadn't changed. They weren't sorry. They just needed me to clean up their mess. My mom sighed, like I was the one being difficult. "Look, we don't have time for this back and forth. The bank is threatening foreclosure. We just need you to come home and do the right thing." I sat up straight. My heart pounded, but I kept my voice calm. "And if I say no?" A long pause. Then my dad's voice dropped into that low, dangerous tone I knew too well. The one he used right before things got ugly. Then don't bother calling yourself our son anymore. And there it was. The ultimatum. My fingers clenched around my phone. They were threatening to cut me off. After everything they'd already done, I took a slow breath. And then, finally, I said, "All right," I said, keeping my voice calm. "I guess that's it then." My mother sucked in a sharp breath. "Wait," click. I hung up. Then I turned off my phone. For the first time in my life, I felt completely free. No guilt, no obligation, no more being their backup plan. But deep down, I knew this wasn't over. Not yet. And I was right. The next morning, I woke up to a flood of messages. Not just from my parents and Liam, but from relatives, some I hadn't heard from in years. "Aunt Carla, I don't know what's going on, but your parents are devastated. Just talk to them." "Uncle Mike, family is family. You can't just abandon them like this." "Cousin Jessica, I get that you're upset, but they need you right now. You should at least listen." I groaned, rubbing my temples. They were doing it again, spinning the story, making me look like the villain while they played the victims. Then, I saw Liam's latest text. "Mom's been crying all morning. Hope you're happy, asshole." I rolled my eyes. Right. Like I was supposed to believe that. Still, I was curious. Just how bad was it? So I checked my parents' Facebook pages. And that's when I saw it, a long, dramatic post from my mother, talking about how their ungrateful son had abandoned them in their time of need. How they had sacrificed everything to raise me, only for me to turn my back on them when they needed me most. And of course, there were dozens of comments. How could he do that to his own parents? Kids these days have no respect. So sorry you're dealing with this. Stay strong. I exhaled slowly, gripping my phone tighter. They really thought they could guilt trip me through social media? They really thought I'd come crawling back because of a few pity likes? That's when I made my decision. I wasn't just going to ignore them, I was going to teach them a lesson they'd never forget. I stared at the post, my fingers twitching over my phone. I could ignore it. I could block them all, move on, and let them drown in their own mess. But then I thought about all the years they'd used me. All the times they made me feel like I wasn't enough, like I was only valuable when I was paying for their crap. And now, when I finally broke free, they were trying to ruin my name just to save their own skin. Fine, if they wanted to drag me into this publicly, I'd respond publicly. I took a deep breath, then typed out my reply. "Funny how none of you were there when I was struggling to pay rent because my loving parents drained my bank account, or when they told me I was nothing without them, and kicked me out with nothing. But now that they need money, suddenly family is family, huh?" I hit send, and the effect was instant. Within minutes, my notifications exploded. Some of my relatives went quiet. A few even deleted their comments. But others? Oh, they were mad. Uncle Mike said, "That's not what your parents told us." Aunt Carla said, "This is a private family matter. You shouldn't air dirty laundry online." Oh, but they could. I wasn't done. I went all in. I posted screenshots. Bank transfers where they took money from me. Text where my dad called me a selfish little SHD, asterisk for refusing to pay Liam's debts. Messages where my mom admitted she and my dad lied to the family to make themselves look better. And then, for the final blow, I wrote, "I'm not abandoning my family. I'm just refusing to be their ATM. If anyone thinks I should help them out, feel free to send them your own money. Let me know how that goes." Then, I logged out. I expected more calls, more texts, more rage. What I didn't expect was what happened next. Because a few hours later, I got a message from Liam. Just 2 words, "You win?" I stared at the message. Liam? Admitting defeat? Something wasn't adding up. I debated ignoring him, but curiosity got the best of me. So I typed back, "What are you talking about?" A few minutes passed before the typing bubble appeared. Then, Liam texted, "They're done?" Mom's freaking out. Dad won't stop yelling. "You really did it this time." I leaned back, feeling that first satisfaction settle in. Good. But I still wanted to know why. Explain. Liam hesitated. Then, finally, he spilled everything. Turns out, my post didn't just humiliate them. It exposed them. Hard. See, my parents had spent years lying to the family. They always painted themselves as the generous, selfless couple who had given me everything. They had borrowed money, guilt-tripped relatives, even scammed a few people with sob stories. But now, the truth was out. Relatives were pissed. Some were calling them out directly in the comments. Others demanded their money back, and apparently, one of my dad's old business partners saw the post too. And that's when everything fell apart. Liam, you don't get it. Dad owes money to some people he shouldn't have messed with. They saw your post. They know he's broke now. Oh, now it made sense. This wasn't just family drama anymore. My parents were in real trouble, and now, the same people who always told me I was nothing without them, they were begging for my help. Liam, they need money. Fast. Mom said to ask you. Just something to hold them over. I let out a low laugh. Now they needed me. I took my time before responding. Tell Mom and Dad one thing for me. Liam, what? I smirked as I typed my next message. I guess they'll have to crawl. Liam didn't respond for a while. I figured he was probably trying to figure out if I was joking, or if I had actually lost it. I didn't care. I had finally taken control of the situation, and now it was my turn to play the game. But as the day dragged on, the calls kept coming. They were relentless. Mom was calling. Dad was calling. Even Uncle Mike and Aunt Carla got in on the act. I ignored every single one. I had a feeling if I picked up, they'd pull the same old tricks, the guilt, the manipulation, the fake tears. But this time I was smarter. I wouldn't fall for it. Not anymore. Then, late in the evening, I got a new message. It was from Liam again. They're saying they're about to lose the house? I scoffed. Was that supposed to shock me? And, Liam, I'm not asking for me, but you know what that means, right? They're not gonna back down. They'll do anything to make you help. I closed my eyes for a moment, taking it all in. They were really that far gone. And yet, all I could feel was anger. The fact that they had put me in this position in the first place. They thought they could use me as a safety net, as some kind of ATM that would just keep giving. And now, they wanted me to bail them out after they had been nothing but cruel for so long. After they'd treated me like a doormat. They weren't just asking for help. They were demanding it. I stared at my phone screen for a long time before typing out my response. I don't owe you anything anymore. I paused. Was I being too harsh? Was I letting the revenge cloud my judgment? But then, I thought about all the times I had been there for them. All the times I had sacrificed my own well-being just to keep them happy. No, I wasn't being too harsh, and as I hit send, I could almost feel the weight lift off my shoulders. But the next message from Liam. Mom says she's not going to make it without you. They're on the verge of bankruptcy. Please, just talk to them. I clenched my fist. They were desperate, and now I knew exactly how to make them pay. I wasn't just going to leave them hanging. I was going to make them feel what they put me through. But I needed something bigger, something that would make sure they never pulled this stunt again. I started brainstorming. That's when an idea hit me. I sat there in the dim light of my room, my mind racing. What was the perfect way to make them feel the consequences of their actions? I wasn't just going to toss them a few bucks and let them off the hook. No, this needed to be bigger, more permanent. I thought about it for a while, how I could hit them where it would hurt the most. And then, the idea hit me. The perfect way to make them pay without them even realizing it until it was too late. I took a deep breath and fired off a message to Liam. I'm going to take a break. Don't contact me for a while. You'll understand later. I knew that would buy me some time. Time to get everything in motion. Then, I called in a favor from someone I'd been quietly keeping in touch with. My old lawyer. I explained everything. The manipulation, the emotional abuse, and how they'd been trying to drag me back into their mess. He knew exactly how to handle it. I could already imagine their faces when they found out I wasn't just some helpless cash cow anymore. It was time to get them tangled in their own lies. I wasn't going to just walk away. I was going to leave a mark. I spent the next couple of days gathering everything I could. Texts, bank records, old emails from when they'd asked for help and promised they'd pay me back. They never did. I was ready to take legal action if it came to that, but for now, I wanted them to know that everything they'd done was about to be exposed. The first piece of the puzzle was in motion, but there was still one thing left to do. I needed to go back to the family chat. It was time to show them who was really in control. I opened the group chat, where they had all been arguing about how I was ruining the family. It was mostly messages from my mom. guilt tripping me for abandoning them. I scrolled through the endless messages and finally, I told them, I'm not going to help you. I'm going to make sure the whole family knows the truth about everything you've done. I have the proof. You're going to be the ones begging for forgiveness after this. I felt a rush of power as I sent the message. It was cold, calculated, but it felt right. The responses came flooding and almost immediately Mom said, "You can't do this. You're going to ruin us." Dad added, "You think anyone will believe you over us?" Uncle Mike said, "Stop this nonsense. You're just causing chaos." But this time, I wasn't backing down. They had crossed the line. They thought they could control me forever, that I would always be the one to clean up their messes. Now it was my turn to turn the tables. I watched as the messages grew more frantic. But I was done being the scapegoat, the pawn in their game. I didn't need to say another word. I already knew how this was going to play out. They had no idea what was coming. I opened up the folder on my computer, full of everything I'd gathered over the last few days. Emails from them begging for money over the years, each one more dramatic than the last. Bank records showing how they had squandered the money I'd given them, and how they'd always promised to pay it back but never did. Texts where they'd manipulated me, gaslighting me into thinking I was the problem for wanting to live my own life. I carefully crafted a message, attaching the evidence like I was handing them their fate on a silver platter. I didn't hesitate. I sent it. Here's the truth, for everyone to see. I've kept quiet all these years while you used me, lied to me, and used everyone in the family for your benefit. Here's the evidence. Everyone deserves to know who you really are. I attached the files and hit send. The family chat exploded. Uncle Mike said, "This is a joke, right? Are you really going to do this? Do you have any idea what you're doing to this family?" Aunt Carla said, "You're a disgrace. This isn't how a family should act. You've gone too far." But the real kicker? It wasn't just my immediate family who saw it. I'd also sent it to some of the relatives they'd borrowed money from over the years, the ones they'd manipulated with their sad stories. One by one, the messages from them started pouring in. Cousin Sarah texted, "I had no idea they were doing this. I trusted them. I thought they were struggling, but this is outrageous." Uncle John texted, "I should have known. They always promised to pay me back, and they never did. Thanks for the heads up. This is unbelievable." And then came the phone calls. Mom told me, "You've ruined everything. They'll all turn against us because of what you've done. You're destroying the family." I wasn't listening anymore. Every call, every message, every desperate plea only made me stronger. Dad's voice came through the phone, shaking with anger and fear. "You're never going to get away with this. You think you're in control, but you're just making a fool of yourself." I didn't even respond. I just hung up. I could feel the power shift. The same parents who had once looked down on me, who had told me I was nothing without them, were now begging me to take it all back, to undo everything I had exposed. But I wasn't going to do that. This was just the beginning. I started to draft a post on social media, explaining how I was cutting ties for good, making sure to include all the evidence I had so everyone could see for themselves what kind of people they truly were. I was going to make sure they could never manipulate anyone again. IT wasn't just about getting revenge anymore. It was about breaking free. I was done being the victim. I was done being the one they used. The storm had passed, and the aftermath was something I'd never forget. After I exposed everything, the family was left in shambles. My parents' carefully constructed image of being the hardworking couple who just needed a little help was gone. Everyone who had ever been manipulated by them finally saw the truth. The first few days after I sent the messages were the hardest. The phone calls didn't stop. My mom called me crying, begging for forgiveness. She kept repeating, "We're family. We've always been there for you." But I could hear the desperation in her voice. I stayed silent, letting her words hang in the air. Realizing how hollow they were now, I ignored it all. Every message, every call, every tearful plea. Then, the most shocking thing happened. Why Dad reached out, but this time, it wasn't to berate me. He sent a text that read, "I'm sorry. I see it now. Everything you said was right. I was wrong. You don't owe us anything." At that moment, it hit me. They were broken. Their power over me had completely crumbled. They realized, maybe for the first time, that I didn't need them. and that I wasn't just a tool to be used. I didn't respond to him immediately. I wasn't ready to offer forgiveness. Instead, I focused on the people who actually mattered. I reconnected with the relatives who had reached out, who had stood by me, who had finally opened their eyes. I rebuilt relationships with the people who genuinely cared. It was clear that this was the turning point. I had let go of the toxic weight they had forced me to carry. I was free, and I wasn't going back. Eventually, I did send a final message to my parents. I'm done. I'm not coming back. I won't fix what was broken, because it's too late for that. But I hope you both get the help you need. I blocked their numbers. I cut ties completely. Weeks went by, and the peace I had felt slowly turned into something even better. A sense of empowerment. No longer bound by guilt or their manipulation, I could finally focus on my own life. I even began to thrive in ways I'd never imagined. Then, out of the blue, I received a letter in the mail. It was from iReddit. It was brief, but to the point. I don't expect you to forgive me, but I want you to know I'm sorry. I've started to see things more clearly. If you ever want to talk, I'll be here. I'm working on myself. I read the letter a few times, feeling a mix of emotions. But I knew one thing for sure. This was the end of it. I wasn't going to waste my time on apologies. They had made their choices, and now they were going to live with the consequences. I put the letter away and moved on, because, at the end of the day, I didn't need them to define me anymore. The power was mine now, and it felt damn good. What do you think? Was it the right call to cut ties completely, or should I have tried to work things out? Drop your thoughts below. My family invited me to dinner to catch up. Once the check arrived, they all pretended to forget their wallets. I just smiled, left a single dollar on the table, and walked out without saying a word. iReddit. I'm Alina, 39F, and this story has been simmering in the back of my mind for a while now. I wasn't sure if I'd ever post it, but honestly, writing it out might help me process the sheer audacity of what went down. A bit of background to set the scene. I grew up in what you might call a dysfunctional but presentable family. The kind where you smile for the Christmas card, but get emotionally sucker-punched the moment the camera is off. My parents, Jules and Marianne, were always more invested in appearances than in actual relationships. And my older brother, Remy, 41M, followed right in their footsteps, charming, successful on paper, but a master manipulator behind closed doors. I was the one who veered off script. I didn't marry the guy they liked. I didn't go into finance or medicine or law. I pursued graphic design, freelanced for years, built a solid client base, and eventually started my own business. It wasn't flashy, but it paid well, better than they assumed, which I kept that way on purpose. For years, we had this weird push-pull relationship. They'd ignore me until they wanted something, a website for one of Dad's business buddies, help designing a flyer for Remy's wife's yoga studio, that kind of thing. I'd say no sometimes, but guilt trips were my mother's native language. We hadn't spoken much since the Christmas incident 2 years ago. Long story short, I called out my dad for making a passive-aggressive toast about selfish daughters who think independence means abandoning their family. Remy laughed. My mom looked like I'd slapped her. I left before dessert. That was the last family event I attended. So when I got a text out of the blue from my mom last month saying, "Dinner this Saturday? Just the family. We miss you," I was suspicious. But curiosity got the better of me. Also, I won't lie, I kind of wanted to see what this was really about. We met at this Italian place downtown, La Casina. Not cheap, but not over the top either. My parents were already seated when I got there, all dressed up like they were going to the opera. Remy showed up 10 minutes late with his wife, Liana, who air-kissed me like I was a distant acquaintance she just remembered existed. I kept things polite but distant. Conversation was stilted at first. Mom asked about my business like she didn't already stalk my LinkedIn, and Dad pretended to be interested in my recent trip to Lisbon. Remy dominated most of the dinner, bragging about some new consulting deal he was working on. Liana kept asking me weirdly invasive questions like, "So you're still living in that tiny place near the park? And do you ever think about getting a real office?" I just smiled and nodded, sipping my wine and letting them talk. It wasn't until halfway through dessert that things got odd. My dad leaned back in his chair and said, "You know, It's really nice that we can all come together like this. Just enjoy each other's company. No drama. No tension. Just family. Now, maybe I'm paranoid. Maybe years of walking on eggshells made me overly suspicious. But something about his tone felt rehearsed. Like he was building to something. And sure enough, right after the tiramisu landed, Remy let out this dramatic sigh and said, "Well, actually, there is something we wanted to talk to you about, Lena." The table went quiet. Liana put her fork down, like this was all perfectly choreographed. "It's not a big deal," she said quickly, "but we figured dinner would be a nice neutral space to bring it up." I put my fork down too. "All right, let's hear it." Remy folded his hands. "We're thinking about expanding the studio. A second location. Maybe even franchising. But to do that, we need to tighten up our branding. Website, socials, signage, all of it. And, well, you're the best designer we know." I blinked. "You want me to rebrand your business?" "Exactly," Liana said, nodding eagerly. "Obviously, we'd pay you. Just, family rates." I bit back a laugh. "What exactly is the family rate?" There was an awkward silence. "Free," my dad said eventually, not even bothering to sound sheepish. I looked around the table. All of them were smiling, waiting for me to say yes. Like it was a foregone conclusion. Like I owed it to them. I leaned back. "You invited me to dinner just to ask for free labor?" Remy bristled. "Come on, it's not just that. We wanted to catch up. This just came up naturally." "Right," I said, glancing at my mother, who was already pulling the guilt card. Her lips were pressed into that tight line that meant she was deciding whether to fake cry or scold me. "Maybe both. We thought it would be nice to support each other," she said. "Like a real family. Don't you think that's important, Alina?" I didn't answer. Not right away. Because in that moment, I was busy realizing something. They didn't care about me being there. They didn't miss me. They just thought I might be useful. And that realization was starting to settle in like lead in my stomach. I didn't say anything for a long moment. I just sat there, swirling the last sip of my drink around in the glass, watching the light catch the rim. I was buying myself time, sure, but I also wanted to see if they'd realize how strange the silence was, if any of them would shift uncomfortably or try to walk it back. But no one did. If anything, they seemed confident, settled, like they thought they had me right where they wanted me. Eventually, I put the glass down and folded my hands in my lap. I said slowly, "I've done a lot of thinking over the past couple years. About boundaries. About patterns. About the difference between family and familiarity." Remy raised an eyebrow. "What are you talking about?" "I'm talking about this," I said, motioning to the table. "All of this. You invite me out for dinner for the first time in 2 years, pretend like you want to catch up, and then spring a business favor on me like it's dessert." My mom gave a little theatrical sigh. "Alina, don't make this into something it's not. We just thought it would be nice to reconnect and maybe support each other's goals. You run a design business. They need design help. It's not that complicated." "That's not support," I said quietly. "Support would be hiring me like a professional, not cornering me at a dinner you pretended was about reconnecting." Remy rolled his eyes and leaned back in his chair like I was being dramatic. "You always overthink everything. It's not that deep. We just figured, hey, you're family. And you're good at what you do. Win-win." Liana jumped in, smiling that tight, polished smile of hers. "I mean, we're trying to grow the studio, and we really thought this could be a family project. We want to keep things in the family, you know." I gave a short laugh. "That's rich, considering how often you all treated me like I was barely part of it." My dad gave me that look he always did when I started to push back, a careful blend of disappointment and condescension. "Alina, we're trying here. It would be nice if, just once, you didn't assume the worst of us." "I don't assume the worst," I said, keeping my voice even. I remember it. That made him sit back. No one said anything after that for a beat too long. Then, as if on cue, the server returned. She placed the folded check neatly in the center of the table and gave us all a warm smile. "Whenever you're ready," she said. And suddenly, things shifted. There was this subtle but unmistakable shuffle around the table, hands patting jackets, purses being opened, that awkward rummaging sound of people pretending to look for something. First it was Remy, who patted his chest pockets and frowned. Then Liana, who murmured something about switching bags and how she must have left her wallet in the other one. My mother looked confused for a second, then said, "Oh dear, I must have left mine in the car." My dad just looked at me and cleared his throat. I sat completely still, like a statue. My heart wasn't racing, and I wasn't angry, not anymore. If anything, I felt strangely calm, because it was all so predictable. So textbook. The same patterns, different wrapping paper. Finally, my dad chuckled, as if the whole thing was mildly amusing. "Looks like it's your lucky night, Alina." I turned my eyes toward him. "How so?" "Well," he said with that familiar grin, "seems like you'll have to pick up the tab." No apology. No awkwardness. Just entitlement, pure and simple, like it was his due. I looked down at the check. It was not small. Appetizers, entrees, drinks, dessert, all of it. They hadn't held back. Liana had ordered the ravioli special and an antipasto platter she barely touched. Remy got the steak. My dad had a second glass of his usual. Even my mom, who used to pinch pennies like they were fragile, had indulged. It was like they'd planned it, like they knew exactly what they were doing. And maybe they did. I reached into my purse, not hurried, not flustered. I pulled out my wallet and flipped it open, all while keeping my eyes on the check in front of me. Then I carefully, very deliberately, took out a single crisp dollar bill and laid it on the table. Silence. Remy frowned. "What are you doing?" I stood up, smoothed out my jacket, picked up my purse. My mother blinked. "Alina, what is this?" I didn't answer them. Not yet. Because something had shifted inside me. Something I hadn't fully acknowledged until that moment. It wasn't anger. It wasn't sadness. It was clarity. I walked around the table slowly, savoring their confusion. Then, just as I reached the edge of the table closest to the door, I paused, turned, and smiled. A real smile. Not forced. Not polite. Then, without a single word, I walked out of the restaurant. I could hear my mother calling my name behind me. I could hear chairs scraping, confused murmurs. My father's voice, low and sharp. But I didn't stop. I walked straight to my car, unlocked it with a satisfying click, and got in. I sat there for a moment, hands on the steering wheel, staring at the glow of the restaurant through the windshield. And I knew this was the turning point. This wasn't over. I sat in my car for what felt like forever, just staring at the flickering lights of the restaurant through the windshield. There was a strange calmness in me now, like I was watching some slow-motion drama unfold from the sidelines. A part of me had expected to feel more emotional, to feel guilty, maybe, or anxious about what they'd think of me. But all I felt was empty. But in the best possible way. There was no guilt, no second-guessing. I'd been played. Again. And I was tired of it. I let the engine run for a few minutes, letting the soft hum of the car drown out the chaos I had just left behind. Eventually, I took a deep breath and put the car in reverse. I didn't turn around. I didn't look back. I had no plans to go home immediately. No, I was going to let them stew for a while. It would be a while before they realized that I wasn't coming back. Not tonight, not ever, not in the way they wanted me to. I drove for a bit, aimlessly at first, but eventually I ended up by the park, a quiet place where I could think without distractions. I parked near the edge, just out of view of the main entrance, and sat there for another half hour, letting everything sink in. I knew what I had to do. But first, I needed to let them feel the sting. The next day, my phone buzzed constantly with messages from my family. At first, it was just a few, like normal, Mom asking me if I was okay, Remy making light of the situation, and Liana sending a passive-aggressive text about family sticking together. But after a few hours, the messages grew desperate, each one escalating. Remy was the first to call, but I let it ring. I wasn't in the mood for his smooth, manipulative tone. By the time my dad left a voicemail, I was already starting to think of my next move. He didn't even leave a greeting. Just jumped straight into the, "I don't understand what your problem is, Alina. We're just family. Why are you making this so difficult?" Routine. I let the voicemail sit. It wasn't worth answering. But the real turning point came when my mom finally texted me late in the evening. Alina, please talk to us. We just wanted to be together again. This is ridiculous. We are family. I stared at the message for a long time, weighing my options. I could have ignored them, kept playing it cold, keep my distance. But that wouldn't be enough. I didn't just want them to feel bad. I wanted them to learn something, to understand how it felt to be constantly overlooked, used, and manipulated for their own convenience. I smiled to myself. A slow, satisfied grin. It was time to turn the tables. I waited until the next morning, early, around 8 a.m., when I knew everyone would be awake and checking their phones. I started crafting my response. It wasn't going to be short or snappy. It was going to be calculated. To the point. I opened the text app and started typing. I don't think you all understand how damaging it's been for me, being part of this family. You're right that we don't talk much, but that's because every time we do, it's about what I can do for you. You don't reach out because you care. You reach out because you want something. Remy, you don't get to call me Lena and pretend we're close when the only time you want to hear from me is when it involves your business. Mom, your manipulation has always been subtle, but it's there. I see it. I'm not a fool. And Dad, you can't keep pretending you care about me when you never showed up when it mattered. I paused after typing that. I could already feel the weight of it, the way the words would land. But I wasn't done. You all act like family is some sort of favor you've done for me, but it's never been about love. It's always been about what I can provide for you. I'm done being your personal design service. I'm done with the guilt trips. I'm done with all of it. If you need me, you know where I am. But don't expect anything for free anymore. I'm done being family when it only matters when it's convenient for you. I reread it once more, then twice. And with a deep breath, I hit send. The phone buzzed almost immediately. At first, I thought it would be something reasonable, a request to talk things out, maybe. But the first response was from Remy, full of righteous indignation. This is ridiculous. You're being completely unreasonable. I never asked you for anything. I sighed. Of course, that was the first thing he'd say. I wasn't surprised. I let it sit unread. My mom's message came next. I don't know what you're talking about. All we've ever done is try to support you, and this is how you repay us? Your family loves you. I almost wanted to laugh at how predictable they all were. How none of them saw what they had done wrong. It was like a broken record, and it was clear that they hadn't learned a thing. But the real shock came when my dad replied, "You don't get to speak to us like that. I'm not sure what kind of game you're playing, but you won't be welcome at family events anymore if this is how you're going to act." That was the line I'd been waiting for. Because now, they were playing right into my hands. They had just confirmed everything. They had just admitted they didn't care about me, only about control. I sat back and stared at the message for a moment, then put my phone down. A strange sense of peace settled over me. I left the phone on the table and leaned back in my chair, letting the silence settle around me. The messages from my family kept coming in, but I ignored them for a while. I needed to let the weight of their words sink in. Their words, not mine. They couldn't see it yet, but they were unraveling, each response proving how little they understood or cared about what I had just said. Every text, every call, every desperate attempt to shift blame was more proof of exactly why I had to make this move. I took a deep breath and opened my phone again. I had a decision to make. Remy was the first to call me. He didn't leave a voicemail. I knew his tactics too well. He'd probably gotten a few people together to strategize, maybe even his wife, and now he was planning on smoothing things over. I didn't answer. I let it ring out. Next came my mom. This time, she left a voicemail. It was short, but I could hear the tension in her voice. "Alina, please. This isn't like you. We just want things to be right between us. I don't understand why you're pushing us away. We're your family. Just give us a chance to make it better." Her words were familiar, but they didn't have the same impact they once did. For years, those words would have crushed me. I would have called back immediately, tried to fix it, and played the role of the obedient daughter. But now, I knew exactly what I was dealing with. They weren't trying to fix anything. They were trying to manipulate me again. I sat there for a few more minutes, weighing it all. And then, I made up my mind. I decided to give them exactly what they wanted, but on my terms. I didn't respond right away. I gave it a few more hours. There was no rush. They had their turn to show their true colors, and now it was my turn. The key to all of this was patience. Let them stew a little. Let them think they could wear me down, that eventually, I'd cave. Let them stew on the idea that I wasn't coming back. That nothing was going to be normal again unless I decided it would be. In the meantime, I started working on something. A plan. A move that would make it clear I wasn't messing around anymore. A couple of days passed before I heard from them again. This time, it was my dad. I actually had to give him some credit for this one. He knew how to speak directly to me when it was important, even though I hated the method he usually used. He called me in the late afternoon, and I answered. "Alina," he said, his voice low and measured, "I don't understand what you're doing. This isn't you. You've always been so level-headed. I need you to come to your senses here." "Dad, I am level-headed," I replied calmly. For the first time in a long time, I'm thinking clearly. There was a pause on the other end, a moment of silence where I could almost feel him trying to process my words. "What does that mean?" he asked carefully. "It means I've spent years tolerating behavior that isn't okay. It means I've given, and you all just take. And I'm done with that. I'm not going to pretend that everything is fine when it isn't. I'm trying to understand," he said, but I could hear the impatience in his voice now. The familiar tone I knew all too well. The one where he thought he could talk circles around me. "But you're making it hard. You're making a mountain out of a molehill." "I'm not," I said, my voice firm but not harsh. "I'm finally standing up for myself." He was quiet for a long moment. "What do you want from us, Alina?" he asked, almost as if he had already given up trying to fix things. I could hear it in his voice. The realization that I wasn't going to be the same person anymore. That I wasn't going to fall back into line. I could feel him on the other end, trying to negotiate with me, trying to make me the same daughter he could control again. But I wasn't interested in that anymore. Not for a second. "I want respect," I said, slowly, clearly. "I want the same kind of respect that you give yourselves. I want boundaries. And I want you to understand that I'm not going to do anything for any of you unless I choose to. No more being the backup plan. No more being the afterthought. And no more guilt trips." There was a long, drawn-out silence on the other end, and for a moment, I thought he might actually respond with something that acknowledged what I just said. But instead, he sighed. "You're making a mistake, Alina." "No," I said. "The mistake was mine, all these years. But I'm not making it anymore." I hung up before he could say anything else. For the next week, things grew tense. The phone calls stopped, but the messages kept coming. They were now more frantic, trying different approaches. My mom sent me a long text saying that family doesn't just walk away from each other. Remy tried to guilt-trip me by mentioning how hard this was for Dad. It wasn't hard for Dad. Not really. He just didn't want to lose his control over me. But then came the moment I'd been waiting for. My dad called me again, this time with a slightly different tone. "Alina," he said, his voice much softer than before, "I've been thinking. Maybe we didn't handle things the right way. Maybe we took you for granted." I could hear the hesitation in his voice. He was testing the waters, unsure of how far I'd really go. "You're finally starting to understand," I said, letting the words hang in the air. There was a pause, and then my dad spoke again. "I can't fix everything right now, but I think we need to talk. In person. Just the two of us." I thought about it. There was still a part of me that wanted to fix things, but it wasn't the same part that had rushed to their side every time they pulled me back in with a promise of change. "No," I said, my voice steady. "You don't get to do that anymore." I could almost hear his frustration on the other end, but this time, I wasn't moved. I wasn't about to let them turn the tables on me again. "Not until you understand what I need from you," I added. A few more days passed in what felt like an unspoken stalemate. The messages trickled in, but they were all variations of the same. Remy was trying to get me to talk. My mom kept saying how much she missed me, and Dad was still tiptoeing around the truth, as always, trying to get me to soften. But I'd already made up my mind. I wasn't backing down this time. There was no way they were going to get to me again. No way they were going to make me feel guilty for finally standing up for myself. I'd been letting them pull me around for too long. I had made a promise to myself, and this time, I was going to follow through. And then came the moment I'd been waiting for. My dad finally called with a more sincere tone. "Alina," he started, his voice tired, almost defeated. "I've been thinking a lot about what you said. You're right. We haven't treated you the way you deserve. I get that now." I waited for him to continue. "We made you feel like you were just there to serve us. And I want to fix that. Not just for you, but for us. I don't want to lose you, Alina. But I also know I need to show you that I respect your boundaries." It was the first time in ages that he hadn't tried to guilt me into coming back. The first time he'd spoken to me like an equal instead of someone he could manipulate. And it took me by surprise. But I didn't let it soften me. This wasn't some magical resolution. This wasn't going to be fixed with a few nice words. Action spoke louder than words, and I needed to see something more. "Okay," I said, my voice even. "I hear you. But let's be clear here. This isn't about a few apologies or grand gestures. This is about respect. Real respect. And I'm not going to come back just because you want me to." "I know," he replied quietly. "I understand. I'm not asking you to fix everything all at once." I let the silence linger, letting him sit with his words. I needed him to understand this wasn't just a one-time thing, that there would be consequences to how they'd treated me for so long. "I'm done with the guilt," I said finally. "I'm done playing by your rules. If you want me back in your life, you're going to have to show me you're serious." There was a long pause. "We will. I promise." But I wasn't sure if I believed him. Not yet. The thing is, I wasn't going to go back to my family and pretend everything was fine. No, I had learned something from this. I had learned to put myself first, to stop letting them walk all over me for the sake of keeping the peace. It wasn't just about standing up for myself in that moment. It was about knowing my worth and making sure they knew it too. A couple of days later, my mom called, sounding slightly defeated. "Alina," she said, "I've thought about everything you've said. And I'm sorry. I should have been a better mother to you. I don't know what else to say except that I want to fix this. But I understand now that it's not about what I want. It's about what you need." I took a deep breath. This was the moment. This was the real test. Would they follow through? Or would they just fade back into the same old patterns of control? "We'll see," I said quietly. Actions speak louder than words. And that was it. That was the end of it for now. I didn't need to make any more promises. I didn't need to say anything else. They could either prove me wrong, or they could prove me right. I spent the next few weeks doing what I should have done years ago, living for myself. I started doing things that made me happy. I stopped checking my phone obsessively for messages from my family. I wasn't going to beg for their approval anymore. I heard from them here in their short texts or calls, always asking if I'd changed my mind, if I was ready to come back into the fold. But I didn't respond the way they wanted. I responded when I was ready, on my own terms. It wasn't easy, but I felt stronger, more in control. And the more I stuck to my boundaries, the more I realized something. The power had shifted. I wasn't just waiting for them to change. I had already changed. Months passed. Things didn't suddenly become perfect, but they didn't need to be. What mattered was that I wasn't tolerating their mistreatment anymore. What mattered was that for once, I was living life on my own terms. My dad, after months of consistent effort, showed up one afternoon with coffee in hand. He didn't make excuses, didn't beg for forgiveness. He just said, "I want to make things right, Alina. I know it'll take time, but I'm willing to prove it." And for the first time in a long time, I felt like he might actually mean it. I wasn't ready to fully embrace them back into my life just yet, but I could see a glimmer of change, and that was enough. I used to think the hardest part of growing up was figuring out what you wanted to do with your life. Turns out, the hardest part is what happens when you actually do it, and the people closest to you decide that your success somehow belongs to them. I'm Zachary. I'm 27 now, and before most of my friends had even finished paying off their student loans, I was debt-free, own a modest home, and ran a small business my parents had openly laughed at when I first started it. I didn't inherit anything. I didn't get help. And according to my family, that was somehow my biggest crime. To understand why this all blew up the way it did, you have to understand my family dynamic. I'm the older sibling. My brother, Evan, is 2 years younger than me. Growing up, the roles were always clear, even if nobody ever said them out loud. Evan was the potential. I was the reliable one. Evan was encouraged to explore, to take risks, to find himself. I was encouraged to be practical, to help out, to not rock the boat. If Evan failed a class, it was because the teacher didn't see his talent. If I got a B instead of an A, it was because I wasn't trying hard enough. That pattern followed us into adulthood like a shadow nobody wanted to acknowledge. After high school, Evan went straight to a private college my parents could barely afford. They co-signed his loans without hesitation. When he switched majors 3 times, they said it was all part of the journey. When I told them I wasn't going to college right away and instead wanted to start a small online logistics business I'd been planning for over a year, they looked at me like I'd just announced I was joining a traveling circus. My dad laughed and asked when I planned on getting a real job. My mom told me it was fine to dream, but eventually I'd need to be realistic like Evan was being. I remember sitting at the kitchen table, explaining my spreadsheets, my projections, the contracts I was already negotiating. My dad waved it off and said, "We'll see how long that lasts." It lasted, quietly at first, then steadily, then faster than I ever expected. I worked constantly. Early mornings, late nights, weekends. I lived cheaply. I drove an old car. I didn't take vacations. Every dollar went back into the business or into savings. When I bought my first small house at 25, I didn't even tell my parents right away because I knew exactly how the conversation would go. When they eventually found out, my mom said, "That's nice," in the same tone she used when someone mentioned a neighbor's new lawn furniture. My dad asked if I was sure I hadn't overextended myself. Neither of them asked how I'd done it. Evan, on the other hand, graduated with a degree he didn't really use and a pile of debt he barely understood. He bounced between jobs. Some were his fault, some genuinely weren't. Every time something went wrong, my parents stepped in. Rent paid here. Loan deferred there. When he moved back home at 24, they told everyone it was temporary. When he moved out again 6 months later and then back again, they stopped calling it anything at all. The first real crack appeared at a family dinner about a year ago. It was one of those forced gatherings where everyone pretends things are normal because the food is hot and nobody wants to start anything. My mom casually mentioned that Evan was going through a rough patch. Then she looked directly at me and said, "You've always landed on your feet. You were born like that." I laughed it off, but something about the way she said it stuck with me. Like my work, my sacrifices, my choices were just a personality trait. Luck, genetics, anything except effort. After dinner, my dad pulled me aside and asked how the business was doing. I told him it was stable, growing, nothing flashy. He nodded, then said, "You know, your brother could really use a break. Life hasn't been fair to him." I remember thinking, unfair compared to what? Compared to me? But I didn't say it. I just said I hope things improved for Evan. My dad sighed like I'd missed the point. Over the next few months, the comments became less subtle. My mom would mention Evan's stress whenever I talked about a new contract. My dad would joke that I should teach Evan your tricks. Evan himself started making comments that sounded half joking, half bitter. He'd say things like, "Must be nice to have everything figured out," or "Some of us didn't get lucky." I tried to help in small ways, resume advice, introductions, even offering short-term work. He declined most of it, said he didn't want handouts. At the time, I respected that. I didn't realize it was just laying the groundwork for something else. The situation escalated fast when Evan finally lost what my parents called everything. His car was repossessed. He defaulted on several loans. A landlord filed for eviction. Suddenly, the tone shifted from disappointment to urgency. My parents stopped hinting and started calling. Long calls, emotional calls, calls where my mom cried and my dad spoke in that tight, controlled voice he used when he was trying not to sound angry. They talked about family responsibility, about how we don't leave our own behind, about how Evan had potential and just needed support to get back on his feet. Then came the word that changed everything: compensation. My dad said it like it was the most reasonable thing in the world, that since I was so far ahead, it made sense for me to help balance things out. that my success created an obligation. I asked him what exactly he meant. He said Evan had fallen behind, and fairness meant I should help correct that. Not a loan, not advice, compensation. As if I'd taken something that belonged to Evan by succeeding faster. I didn't respond right away. I needed time to process the sheer audacity of it. I replayed every late night, every skipped event, every risk I'd taken alone while they funded my brother's experiments. I thought about how small I'd made myself around them just to keep the peace. And I realized something uncomfortable. This wasn't new. They'd always seen me as a resource, not a person. Reliable, useful, there when needed. I told them no. Calmly, clearly. No explanation beyond the fact that I didn't owe anyone compensation for my own life choices. That was when the real tension started. My mom said I was being cold. My dad said I was abandoning my brother. Evan stopped talking to me altogether. And then, one afternoon, I got a message from my father that made my stomach drop. He said they'd spoken to someone about making things fair officially, and that I should be prepared to explain myself if this went further. I stared at my phone, realizing for the first time that my family wasn't just disappointed in me anymore. They were preparing to force me to justify my success to people who didn't care about our history at all. That was the moment it stopped being a family argument and started becoming something else entirely. And I still hadn't heard the full logic they planned to use. After that message from my dad, the tone of everything shifted. Before, there had at least been the illusion that this was a misunderstanding, a few emotionally charged conversations that would cool off if I just stayed calm long enough. Now there was an edge to every interaction, like something sharp had been slipped under the surface. Phone calls stopped being about how Evan was doing and started being about what I was doing. My mom would ask questions that sounded casual but weren't. How much the business was making this quarter. Whether I still had a mortgage. If I'd set anything aside for family. Every question felt like it was being written down somewhere. I started dreading my phone lighting up with their names. When I didn't answer right away, my mom would send follow-up texts about how worried she was. Worried about Evan. Worried about the family falling apart. Worried that I was changing. That one hurt more than I expected, because from her perspective, changing meant I was no longer willing to be quietly useful. I was still me. I was just finally saying no. Evan eventually reached out directly. It was a long message, more polished than I expected, which should have been my first clue. He talked about how humbling the past year had been, how he'd made mistakes, how he knew I'd worked hard, but that sometimes hard work still came with responsibility. He said he wasn't asking for charity. He said he just wanted fairness. That word again. Fairness. As if life had handed us the same deck, and I'd secretly stacked mine. He ended it by saying he hoped I'd do the right thing, not just for him, but for our parents' peace of mind. I didn't respond. I needed distance. I focused on work. I took on more projects than usual just to keep my brain occupied. But even there, the stress followed me. I'd catch myself rereading emails, distracted, wondering what my parents were planning next. Because by then, it was clear they were planning something. They weren't just venting anymore. They were organizing. The next family dinner was the breaking point. My mom insisted it was important, said we needed to sit down like adults and talk everything through. Against my better judgment, I agreed. Part of me still wanted to believe that if I showed up calmly, if I explained myself clearly one more time, they'd finally hear me. I arrived early. Evan was already there, sitting at the table with a folder in front of him. A literal folder. My stomach dropped. Dinner itself felt surreal. Everyone was overly polite, like we were attending a meeting instead of eating a meal. Halfway through, my dad cleared his throat and said he wanted to talk about the situation. He used that phrase like we were discussing a leaky roof, not my life. He said they'd been doing a lot of thinking and had realized that the imbalance between me and Evan wasn't healthy for the family, that it bred resentment, that it created instability. He said families worked best when everyone was supported proportionally. I asked him what that meant. He gestured to the folder. Evan slid it across the table toward me. Inside were printed bank estimates, screenshots of property listings in my area, and a rough breakdown of what they believed my net worth was. Not accurate, but close enough to be terrifying. My mom washed my face carefully as I flipped through the pages, like she was gauging whether I looked guilty yet. Evan finally spoke and said they consulted someone about it. Not a lawyer, he clarified quickly. A financial advisor friend. Someone neutral. According to this person, my parents said, It was reasonable for me to provide financial compensation to Evan to equalize outcomes. I remember laughing, a short, sharp sound that surprised even me. I asked them if they were serious. My dad frowned and said this wasn't funny. He said I'd benefited from circumstances Evan hadn't. I asked him to name one. He said I'd always been more disciplined. I pointed out that discipline wasn't an inheritance. My mom jumped in and said Evan had struggled emotionally. I asked when that became my responsibility. The room went quiet. Evan looked down at the table. My dad's jaw tightened. Then my mom said something that rewired the entire way I saw her. She said that when parents invest unevenly in their children, it's only fair that the child who overperforms helps correct that later. She said they'd spent more money on Evan because he needed it more, and that my success proved I didn't. Therefore, she said, it made sense for me to give back now. Not to them. To Evan. Directly. She said it like she was explaining gravity. I asked her if she heard herself. If she realized she was admitting they'd treated us differently and now expected me to pay for it. She told me not to twist her words. She said I was being defensive because deep down I knew they were right. Evan finally looked up and said he didn't want this to turn ugly. He said he just wanted what he was owed as my brother. That word again. Owed. I stood up. My hands were shaking, but my voice didn't. I told them I wouldn't pay a cent. That their logic was flawed, cruel, and frankly insulting. I said my success didn't create a debt, and their choices weren't mine to fix. My dad said if I walked away now, I shouldn't expect things to stay the same. I said they already weren't. I left before dessert. After that night, the pressure ramped up fast. My parents stopped pretending this was a discussion. It became a campaign. Extended family started reaching out, asking if everything was okay, dropping hints about how stressed my parents were. One aunt told me family meant sacrifice. An uncle said money changed people. I realized my parents had started telling their version of the story, and in it, I was selfish, arrogant, unwilling to help my struggling brother. Evan, apparently, was heartbroken. The real betrayal came a week later. I got an email from a mediation service I'd never heard of. The subject line included my name and the words, family financial dispute. My heart started pounding as I read it. My parents had formally initiated a mediation process, claiming that I had benefited from shared family resources and was refusing to equitably redistribute gains. They weren't suing me yet, but they were laying the groundwork. Documenting. Creating a paper trail. Without telling me. Without asking. I called my dad immediately. He didn't deny it. He said they had to protect Evan. That I'd forced their hand. That this was just a step to encourage me to be reasonable. I asked him how he could do this behind my back. He said I'd left them no choice. My mom took the phone and told me not to panic, that this could all be resolved easily if I just cooperated. She said I was making it bigger than it needed to be. I hung up and sat there in silence for a long time. I felt something crack inside me, something I hadn't realized I was still holding on to. The belief that, no matter how unfair they'd been, my parents ultimately cared about me as their son, not just as a solution. That belief died right there. They weren't trying to help Evan anymore. They were trying to force me into a role I'd never agreed to play. That night, I barely slept. I kept replaying every moment, every conversation, wondering how it had escalated so far without me noticing. By morning, the shock had turned into something colder, clearer. I realized that if they were willing to drag this into official channels, then I needed to stop treating it like a family disagreement. I needed to protect myself. I opened my laptop, started organizing my records, my timelines, my finances. And as I did, I noticed something in the mediation documents that made my chest tighten. They hadn't just listed my business and my house. They'd referenced an old savings account my grandparents had helped me open years ago, implying it was family money, not mine. That was when it hit me. They weren't just asking for compensation anymore. They were preparing to claim entitlement. And if they were willing to do that, I had a feeling this was only the beginning. The next few weeks were the lowest point of my adult life, and what made it worse was that, from the outside, nothing looked wrong. The business was still running. The house was still mine. My bank account wasn't empty. But inside, everything felt unstable, like the floor could give way at any moment. I'd wake up every morning with that familiar drop in my stomach, the one you get right before bad news. Except now it never went away. I was constantly bracing for the next email, the next call, the next escalation. I tried to keep working like nothing had changed. I told myself that if I stayed productive, if I focused hard enough, this would all fade into the background. That lasted about a week. I started missing details. I reread contracts 3 times and still felt unsure. I snapped at a long-term client over something minor and immediately regretted it. At night, I'd sit on the edge of my bed scrolling through old messages from my parents, trying to pinpoint the exact moment when concern turned into entitlement. I couldn't find it. It was like they'd always been walking in that direction, and I'd just finally noticed. The mediation service followed up with another email, politely worded, reminding me that participation was encouraged and that non-cooperation could be noted. The language was neutral, but the implication wasn't. I felt cornered. I talked to no one about it at first. Not friends, not coworkers. I was embarrassed. How do you explain that your own parents think your success belongs to your brother? That they're willing to put it in writing? Every time I tried to say it out loud in my head, it sounded unreal, like I was exaggerating. Eventually, the stress caught up with me physically. I stopped sleeping more than a few hours a night. I lost weight without trying. I'd forget to eat until my hands started shaking. One afternoon, I caught my reflection in a darkened computer screen and barely recognized myself. I looked tired in a way that wasn't just lack of sleep. It was deeper, like something had been draining me for a long time, and I'd only just run out of reserves. The breaking moment came quietly. I was sitting at my desk, staring at a spreadsheet I'd built years ago, one that tracked every expense, every reinvestment, every decision that had led me here. I realized I'd built this entire life around proving something. That I wasn't irresponsible, that I wasn't lazy, that I was worth believing in, and the people I'd been trying to prove it to still didn't see me as enough. Worse, they saw me as a resource to be redistributed. That realization hurt more than any threat of legal action. It felt like grief, not just for the relationship I thought I had with my parents, but for the version of myself that had kept hoping things would eventually balance out, that if I just succeeded quietly enough, they'd come around. I closed the spreadsheet, leaned back in my chair, and let myself feel it fully for the first time. The anger, the sadness, the exhaustion. I didn't push it away. I didn't try to rationalize it. I just sat there and acknowledged that this was real, and it was happening, and it wasn't my fault. That was the fall, not the mediation emails, not the threats. The moment I accepted that my family dynamic wasn't going to magically fix itself if I kept sacrificing. Once that sank in, something shifted. It wasn't dramatic. There was no sudden burst of confidence or clarity, but there was a quiet resolve that hadn't been there before. If this was going to be a fight, I wasn't going to fight it from a place of guilt anymore. The rebuilding started with boundaries. Small ones at first. I stopped answering calls immediately. I replied to messages when I was calm, not when I was pressured. When my mom sent a long text about how stressed Evan was and how this was tearing the family apart, I didn't rush to reassure her. I replied with a short message saying I was taking time to consider my options and would communicate through appropriate channels going forward. Hitting send on that message felt terrifying and freeing at the same time. I also finally told someone, a friend I trusted, someone who knew me before the business, before the house. Saying it out loud to another human being made it real in a different way. He didn't interrupt. He didn't minimize it. When I finished, he just shook his head and said, "That's not normal, Zach." Hearing that mattered more than I expected. I hadn't realized how much I needed external confirmation that I wasn't being unreasonable. With his encouragement, I scheduled a consultation with a lawyer. I went in expecting to feel defensive, like I'd have to justify myself. Instead, the lawyer listened carefully, asked pointed questions, and then calmly explained what my parents were attempting to do. He said words like entitlement claims, lack of legal basis, emotional leverage. He didn't sound alarmed. He sounded methodical. He told me that mediation didn't obligate me to anything, but documentation mattered. He advised me to stop informal communication and start treating this like a formal dispute, because that's what it had become. Walking out of that office, I felt lighter than I had in months. Not because the problem was solved, but because I finally understood the playing field. Knowledge replaced panic. Strategy replaced fear. For the first time since this started, I wasn't reacting. I was planning. I threw myself back into my work, but differently this time. Not as an escape, but as an anchor. I tightened processes, delegated tasks I'd been hoarding out of habit, cleaned up systems that had grown messy during the chaos. The business responded well. Revenue stabilized. A long-term client expanded their contract. These weren't miracles. They were reminders. Proof that I was competent, capable, and still in control of my own life. At home, I made changes too. I started exercising again, even when I didn't feel like it. I cooked real meals. I stopped scrolling through old family photos late at night, looking for signs that things had always been this way. I accepted that I didn't need to rewrite the past to justify the present. The present spoke for itself. My parents noticed the shift. My mom sent a message saying I seemed distant and asking if we could go back to talking like family. I didn't respond right away. When I did, I said I was open to respectful communication, but not pressure or assumptions. She replied with a sad face and said she hoped I remembered who had always been there for me. That line used to work. This time, it didn't. I recognized it for what it was, another attempt to pull me back into a role I'd outgrown. Evan broke his silence around then too. He sent a short message saying he never wanted things to go this far and that he felt caught in the middle. I read it several times. Part of me wanted to believe him. Another part noticed that he still hadn't said the compensation idea was wrong. He still hadn't said he didn't want my money. He just didn't want the process to be uncomfortable. That told me everything I needed to know. As the weeks passed, my fear faded into something steadier. Confidence, maybe. Or acceptance. I started seeing myself not as the problem they were trying to fix, but as the person who had finally stopped absorbing everyone else's dysfunction. I wasn't heartless. I wasn't selfish. I was just done paying for choices that weren't mine. Then, one evening, I received an official notice that changed the tone of everything again. The mediation service informed me that my parents had submitted additional documentation and were requesting to escalate the matter, citing refusal to cooperate. Attached was a summary of their claims, more detailed than before. They weren't just framing this as a family dispute anymore. They were positioning it as a moral obligation with financial implications, leaning heavily on shared history and implied promises I'd never made. I sat there, reading through it, feeling strangely calm. Because this time, instead of panic, my mind went straight to structure. Evidence. Timelines. I thought about everything I'd documented, every choice I'd made independently, every time I'd been dismissed when I asked for support. I realized that if this did go further, if they really wanted to stand in front of someone neutral and explain their logic, they were going to have to say it out loud. All of it. The favoritism. The assumptions. The belief that my success was communal property. And for the first time, the idea didn't scare me. It sharpened me. I closed the document, picked up my phone, and sent a single message to my lawyer asking what the next steps would be if mediation failed. As I waited for the reply, I couldn't shake the feeling that the real confrontation hadn't even started yet. Not the emotional one. The kind where people are forced to hear themselves speak and realize how unreasonable they sound. Whatever came next, I knew one thing for sure. I wasn't falling anymore. And I wasn't going to be quiet when they finally had to explain themselves. Once my lawyer confirmed that mediation was likely to escalate whether I participated emotionally or not, we shifted gears. He told me something that stuck with me. People who rely on guilt and pressure tend to fall apart when they're forced to be precise. Vague accusations work in family conversations. They collapse under scrutiny, especially under oath. So we prepared. The first thing I did was stop thinking of my parents as parents in this situation. That sounds cold, but it was necessary. I had to see them as claimants, as people making assertions they would eventually need to support. Once I made that mental shift, the fog lifted. Their arguments stopped sounding overwhelming and started sounding thin. I began compiling everything. Not emotionally, methodically. Bank statements going back years. Business formation documents. Tax filings. Proof of mortgage payments. Emails and messages where I'd explained my plans and been dismissed. Texts from my mom congratulating Evan on milestones while ignoring mine. Messages where my dad referred to my work as a phase. I didn't cherry pick. I built a timeline. A clean one. If anyone looked at it objectively, they'd see exactly who funded whom, who supported whom, and who built what on their own. What surprised me most was how grounding the process felt. Every document was a reminder that my life hadn't happened by accident, that I hadn't taken anything from anyone, that the narrative they were trying to construct required ignoring an enormous amount of reality. The more evidence I gathered, the calmer I became. My lawyer suggested something else too. He said that if this went beyond mediation, my parents would likely lean heavily on character arguments rather than financial ones. That I was successful, therefore capable of helping. That Evan was struggling, therefore deserving. That family implied obligation beyond contracts. He said we needed to be ready to dismantle that framing without sounding defensive. That meant witnesses, not people who would insult my parents or dramatize things. Just people who could calmly describe what they'd seen. Former co-workers who knew how much I worked. Clients who could speak to my professionalism. Even a distant relative who'd once quietly told me she admired how independent I'd become. We weren't building a spectacle. We were building contrast. I didn't tell my parents any of this. I stopped engaging entirely outside of formal channels. When my mom sent a long message about how mediation was meant to heal, not punish, I forwarded it to my lawyer and didn't reply. When my dad left a voicemail saying he didn't recognize me anymore, I saved it. Every attempt to pull me back into an emotional conversation became another data point. Another example of pressure replacing reason. Evan tried a different tactic. He showed up at my house one afternoon unannounced. I saw his car through the window and felt my chest tighten, but I didn't panic. I stepped outside, closed the door behind me, and kept the conversation on the porch. He looked worse than the last time I'd seen him. Tired. Defensive. Like someone who'd been rehearsing what to say and still wasn't sure it would work. He told me he didn't want this to turn into something ugly. He said our parents were stressed and scared. He said lawyers made everything worse. I asked him a simple question. Did he believe I owed him compensation for my success? He hesitated, long enough to answer without speaking. Then he said he believed families should help each other when there was an imbalance. I asked him if he'd ever planned to help me when I was building the business and struggling quietly. He didn't answer that either. I told him I loved him, but this wasn't a conversation we could have anymore. Not like this. Not on my porch. He looked frustrated, said I was hiding behind legalities. I told him boundaries weren't hiding. They were clarity. When he left, I felt something I hadn't expected, relief. Not because he was gone, but because I hadn't folded. Behind the scenes, things moved faster. The mediation service officially noted the breakdown and informal resolution. My parents submitted a request to escalate. This time, it came with more confidence, more moral language, less math. Reading their statements felt like reading a script written for sympathy. They talked about sacrifice, about raising 2 sons and only seeing one succeed, about fairness and outcomes rather than opportunities. They framed my refusal as abandonment. My lawyer smiled grimly when he read it. He said this was exactly what we needed, because now their logic wasn't just implied. It was documented. We began preparing for the possibility of a formal hearing, not because I wanted to punish them, but because I wanted them to hear themselves, to stand somewhere neutral and explain, clearly and slowly, why my discipline obligated me to pay for Evan's decisions, why their uneven support became my debt, why my independence somehow disqualified me from boundaries. I started rehearsing too, not speeches, but mindset. I practiced answering questions calmly. I worked on stripping emotion out of my explanations without losing honesty. I wasn't there to prove I was hurt. I was there to prove I was autonomous. At the same time, I quietly strengthened my position elsewhere. I refinanced part of the business structure to further separate personal and operational assets. I updated beneficiaries. I made sure everything that was mine was clearly, indisputably mine. Not because I expected them to win, but because I refused to leave room for interpretation. Friends noticed the change in me. I wasn't venting anymore. I wasn't spiraling. I was focused, grounded. One of them joked that I seemed scarier now than when I was angry. He wasn't wrong. Anger wants resolution. Clarity wants truth. My parents tried one last emotional push before things became fully official. My mom sent a message saying she didn't understand how things had gone so wrong and that she missed me. I stared at it for a long time. Part of me wanted to reply, to explain again, to soften the edges. Then I realized something important. Missing me wasn't the same as respecting me. And until those two aligned, nothing I said would matter. So I didn't reply. The final piece of the setup came quietly, almost anticlimactically. My lawyer informed me that if this proceeded, my parents would be required to formally articulate their claim in front of a judge. Not just that they felt wronged, but how. Not just that they wanted compensation, but why they believed they were entitled to it. He said judges didn't respond well to arguments based on resentment disguised as fairness. When I heard that, I felt a slow, steady sense of inevitability settle in. I wasn't orchestrating a trap. I was stepping aside and letting them walk forward with their own words. The day of the hearing didn't feel dramatic. There was no storm outside, no racing heartbeat, no cinematic sense that everything was about to change. It was quiet, ordinary. That alone told me how far I'd come. Months earlier, just seeing my parents' names in my inbox had made my chest tighten. Now, as I sat beside my lawyer in a plain courtroom, I felt steady, not numb. Steady. My parents arrived together. My mom looked smaller than I remembered, clutching her purse with both hands like it was an anchor. My dad wore the same expression he always did when he thought authority alone would carry him through. Rigid posture, tight jaw, eyes that didn't quite meet mine. Evan came too. He sat behind them, not close enough to look united, not far enough to look neutral. That felt fitting. When the judge entered, everything snapped into focus. This wasn't a family dinner anymore. This wasn't mediation language about healing and fairness. This was a place where words mattered because they had consequences. My parents' attorney began by outlining their position. He spoke carefully, using phrases like moral obligation and equitable consideration. He talked about shared upbringing, unequal outcomes, parental investment. He painted a picture where I had surged ahead while Evan fell behind, and where my refusal to assist had caused emotional and financial harm to the family unit. It sounded polished, convincing, if you didn't look too closely. Then the judge started asking questions. Simple ones at first. Did my parents provide funds to my business at any point? No. Did they co-sign loans for me? No. Did they contribute to my down payment? No. Did they provide ongoing financial support after I turned 18? No. Each answer landed quietly, but I could feel the air shifting. The judge then asked what specific agreement or promise existed that entitled Evan to compensation from me. My parents' attorney paused. He said there was no written agreement, but there was an implicit understanding rooted in family values. The judge nodded and asked what legal precedent supported enforcing implicit family expectations as financial obligations between adult siblings. There was no good answer to that. Then it was my parents' turn to speak directly. The judge asked them to explain, in their own words, why they believed my success created a debt. My dad stood. His voice was confident at first. He talked about sacrifice, about how they'd poured resources into both of us, about how Evan had struggled and I hadn't, about how families help each other. The judge interrupted gently and asked him to clarify something. Had they, as parents, chosen to invest more money in Evan than in me? My dad hesitated, then said yes, because Evan needed it more. The judge asked whether that decision had been made by me or by them. My dad said by them. The judge asked why that choice now obligated me to reimburse the outcome of it. My dad opened his mouth, then closed it. My mom spoke next. Her voice shook. She said she felt like she was losing her family, that she didn't understand why I'd become so distant, that it hurt to see one son thriving and the other drowning. The judge listened, then asked a question that changed everything. She asked my mom whether she believed that my independence and success were the result of luck or effort. My mom said both. The judge asked whether she believed Evan's struggles were entirely the result of unfair circumstances. My mom hesitated. She said no, not entirely. The judge asked whether I had caused those struggles. My mom said no. The judge leaned back and said something I'll never forget. She said empathy does not create entitlement, and love does not justify coercion. She said parents are allowed to feel pain over unequal outcomes, but they are not allowed to assign financial blame where no obligation exists. She said that what my parents were asking for was not fairness, but retroactive redistribution based on regret. Then she dismissed their claim completely. She ruled that there was no legal basis for compensation, no shared asset, no implied contract, no moral obligation enforceable by the court. She noted, explicitly, that attempting to pressure an adult child into financial transfers under threat of legal action was inappropriate and damaging. She advised my parents, in measured but unmistakable terms, to seek counseling rather than compensation. The room was silent. My mom started crying quietly. My dad looked stunned, like someone who'd walked into a wall he'd convinced himself wasn't there. Evan stared at the floor. No one looked at me. The judge turned to me and asked if I wished to say anything. I stood. My legs didn't shake. I didn't raise my voice. I didn't need to. I said I loved my family, but I would not accept responsibility for decisions I didn't make. That my success was not stolen from anyone. That I had tried to help without being controlled, and that when that wasn't enough, I had chosen self-respect. I sat back down. That was the revenge. Not humiliation. Not shouting. Not walking away with a dramatic speech. It was letting their logic stand in the open long enough for it to collapse under its own weight. The fallout came slower. My parents didn't apologize. Not really. My mom sent a message a few days later saying she hoped we could put this behind us someday. My dad didn't contact me at all. Evan sent a short text saying he never wanted it to go that far and that he felt embarrassed. I replied politely and wished him well. I didn't offer money. I didn't offer solutions. I offered distance. Extended family went quiet. The ones who'd pressured me before stopped calling. A few reached out privately to say they hadn't known the full story. I accepted that without bitterness. People see what they're shown. Life didn't magically improve overnight, but it stabilized. The background tension I'd been living with for years faded. I slept better. I worked better. I felt lighter in a way that had nothing to do with money. The strangest part was realizing that I didn't feel victorious. I felt finished. Like I'd closed a door I'd been holding open out of habit, not hope. A few months later, I ran into my parents at a family event. We were polite, distant. Something fundamental had shifted, and we all knew it. They no longer spoke to me like a resource. They spoke to me like someone they couldn't control. And that was enough. I didn't leave my brother behind. I stopped carrying him. And when a judge asked my parents to explain the difference, they finally heard how unreasonable it sounded. Some people think revenge has to be loud to be satisfying. I learned that the quiet kind lasts longer. At my sister's engagement party, I gave her a thoughtful gift and helped with setup. When I asked about joining the toast, she said, "You're not close enough to be included." The room went silent. I kept my cool. What happened next made her regret her words. I'm Liz, 32F, and I have a younger sister named Sarah, 27. To put it simply, things between us have always been complicated. When we were younger, we were inseparable, best friends, partners in crime. I was the older sibling who would look out for her, protect her, and try to teach her lessons as we navigated the ups and downs of growing up. But as we got older, those roles began to shift. It wasn't immediate, but over time, Sarah became someone who seemed to expect the world to revolve around her. I'm not sure when it happened, but I could tell that the connection we once had was slipping through my fingers. Looking back, I realized that I've always been the responsible one, the one who takes care of things and looks out for everyone else. I put everyone's needs before mine, which, admittedly, has sometimes left me feeling underappreciated. But Sarah, on the other hand, has always been the center of attention, whether she was the life of the party or demanding special treatment. And while I'm proud of her accomplishments, the entitled attitude has only gotten worse with time. She's become this version of herself that I hardly recognize, someone who believes she's deserving of everything just because she exists. When Sarah got engaged to Daniel, a guy who seemed genuinely nice and grounded, I hoped this might be the turning point. I hoped that maybe Sarah would start maturing, that she'd take the time to appreciate the people around her, especially the family that had always supported her. I wasn't expecting a complete transformation, but I thought that at the very least, we'd see some growth. But, of course, I was wrong. The engagement party was the first big family event we'd had since the announcement. It was supposed to be a joyous occasion, a celebration of love and family. I had spent the weeks leading up to the party in a haze of mixed emotions. On one hand, I was happy for Sarah. On the other, I was feeling the familiar sense of distance between us, and I had a nagging feeling that this event might not go as smoothly as I'd hoped. I spent days helping Sarah with the party prep. She had picked a venue, a lovely hall with rustic decor that I thought was really fitting for an engagement. I helped with the decorations, offered suggestions for the guest list, and even found a local bakery to make these beautiful cupcakes with custom designs on them. Nothing major, but I wanted to do my part. I figured if I kept doing things for her, maybe she'd remember what family was all about. I thought maybe, just maybe, this was a chance to reconnect. But as soon as I stepped into the party, it was clear that things weren't going to be as simple as I had imagined. I walked in, greeted a few cousins, and immediately noticed that Sarah was surrounded by a group of her friends. She was talking to them like they were her world, laughing loudly, making grand gestures with her hands. She looked radiant. Of course, she had that glow that comes with being newly engaged. But there was something about the way she carried herself that bothered me. It was the way she seemed to float above everything, like she was the queen of the event, and everyone else was just an accessory. It was subtle, but I could tell. There was no warmth in her smile when she greeted me, no real acknowledgement. I wasn't expecting a hug or anything. She's never been one for physical affection, but a little recognition would have been nice. I tried not to let it get to me. After all, this was her day. I went about the party, chatting with relatives and making sure everything was running smoothly. At some point, I found myself standing near the stage where the toasts were going to be made, and I noticed Sarah's fiancé, Daniel, getting ready to give his speech. I smiled at him and waved. He waved back, looking a little nervous but excited. The toasts began soon after. Daniel's brother, Matt, gave a heartfelt speech about how happy he was for his brother, how they'd grown up together, and how he was so glad to see Daniel find someone as wonderful as Sarah. It was touching, genuine, and I couldn't help but feel a little emotional myself. Then, Sarah stepped up, looking like the star of the show. She thanked everyone for coming, thanked her friends and family for supporting her, and talked about how lucky she felt to have found Daniel. I watched, and as she spoke, I felt that familiar pang of discomfort. She was so confident, so sure of herself, but there was something off about the way she carried herself. She wasn't humble at all. I couldn't put my finger on it, but it was starting to bother me more than I cared to admit. When Sarah finished her speech, there was a brief moment of applause, and then the room went quiet. I looked around and saw that a few other people were getting ready to give toasts, and I hesitated. I didn't want to make a big deal of it, but something told me I needed to say something, too. After all, I'd known Sarah my whole life. I had memories with her that no one else had. So, I decided to ask. I walked up to Sarah, who was standing with a couple of her friends, looking absolutely radiant. "Hey, Sarah," I said, trying to sound casual but feeling the nerves creeping up. "Do you mind if I give a quick toast too? I'd love to say a few words about you and Daniel. I think everyone would enjoy hearing a little bit about our childhood together." She turned to me, her smile faltering just slightly. There was a pause, a moment where she seemed to process what I just said. Then, without missing a beat, she said, "You're not close enough to be included in the toast." It was like a slap in the face. The room went completely silent, and I could feel every single pair of eyes on me. My heart raced, and for a moment, I couldn't even breathe. I know it sounds dramatic, but in that split second, it felt like the world had stopped. I'm sure everyone in the room was waiting for me to react. I could see my cousins exchanging glances, and I could feel a shift in the air, like everyone knew something was off. But I didn't let it show. I kept my face neutral, gave her a small smile, and simply said, "Okay, no problem, Sarah." The room still felt tense, but Sarah was already turning her attention back to her friends, as if the moment hadn't just happened. But I couldn't shake the feeling of being completely dismissed. I was no longer just the older sister who had always been there for her. In that moment, I was an outsider at my own sister's celebration. I went back to my seat, trying to regain my composure, but inside, I was furious. Not because I wanted to make a scene, but because I realized something. My sister didn't care about me the way I had cared about her. She didn't see me as family. She saw me as someone beneath her, and that hurt more than I can explain. But I wasn't going to make a scene. Not yet. I wasn't going to let her off the hook so easily. I'd bide my time, and when the moment was right, I'd remind her just how wrong she was. As I sat back down, the weight of what had just happened lingered in the air like an unspoken tension. The moment Sarah dismissed me so coldly was like a slap across the face, but I wasn't about to give her the satisfaction of seeing me lose control. I just sat there, taking in everything, the whispers, the glances exchanged between family members, the way the entire energy of the room shifted. It was as if Sarah's words had put an invisible wall between me and everyone else, making me feel like a stranger at my own sister's celebration. I could see Sarah laughing with her friends again, her fiancé Daniel by her side, completely unaware, or maybe just choosing to ignore, the way her comment had made everyone feel uncomfortable. It felt like she was so far removed from any sense of empathy or understanding that I wondered whether she had any real idea of how hurtful she could be. Maybe she didn't care. Maybe she thought I would just roll over and accept whatever she threw my way because I'd always been the good sister, the one who did the right thing, the one who stayed out of trouble. But that was where she was wrong. I've always been the one to keep things together, to hold my tongue, to take the higher road. But that doesn't mean I can't fight back when I need to. I wasn't going to let her have her way this time, not without making her regret it. For the next hour or so, I kept my distance. I avoided engaging too much with Sarah, letting her enjoy her moment with her friends, who were, naturally, fawning over her. But I could tell that her energy wasn't what it had been when I first arrived. She was a little more frantic, a little more on, trying so hard to impress everyone in the room. The way she flitted from group to group, always with that need to be the center of attention, it was exhausting to watch. At one point, she came up to me, a bright smile plastered on her face as though nothing had happened. "Liz, how are you enjoying the party? Isn't it just perfect?" she asked, her tone almost forced. I smiled politely, not giving away how much her previous words had stung. "It's great, Sarah. Everything looks beautiful. You've really put a lot of work into this." She beamed at the compliment, but there was something hollow in the way she took it. She nodded, then quickly moved on to the next group, as if I was a side note to her busy schedule. The whole night passed in this strange, awkward dance. Every time I tried to engage with her, she'd brush me off. Every time I made an effort to be part of the conversation, she'd redirect it to someone else. It was as if I no longer existed in her world, except, of course, when she needed something. As the night wore on, I couldn't help but watch her with a growing sense of disbelief. She was so desperate to project this image of perfection, to make everyone think she had it all together. But there was no real substance beneath it all. I could see through her facade, and I wondered how many of the other people in the room noticed it too. Did anyone else see how fake it was? Or were they all so caught up in her performance that they couldn't see the truth? At some point, Sarah came over to me again, this time with an odd look on her face. It was as though she was expecting something, maybe an apology from me for daring to even think I could be included in her special moment. Maybe she expected me to fawn over her, to beg for her approval. "Liz," she said, her voice a little quieter now. "I've been thinking about what happened earlier. I hope you didn't take it the wrong way. I wasn't sure if I should be insulted that she thought I would let it slide that easily, or if I should just keep playing the game. But I was done being passive." "You're right, Sarah," I said, my voice calm but firm. "I didn't take it the wrong way. I took it for exactly what it was. You made it clear where I stand with you." Her expression faltered for a split second. She opened her mouth, probably to defend herself, but I didn't give her the chance. "It's okay," I added, my voice still steady. "I've been the one doing everything for you, helping with your wedding, trying to be there for you, and I don't mind doing it because I care. But you don't get to treat me like I'm invisible just because you've got a shiny new fiancé." I didn't wait for her to respond. I turned on my heel and walked away, leaving her speechless. I could feel the eyes of others on me, but I didn't care. I was finally standing up for myself, and I wasn't going to let Sarah dictate how I felt anymore. But this was just the beginning. As the night went on, I could feel my resolve growing stronger. I wasn't just angry anymore. I was determined to make her realize what she'd done, to make her see that she couldn't walk all over me and expect no consequences. Later, when the party was winding down and people were beginning to leave, Sarah approached me again, but this time she wasn't the confident, bubbly person she had been earlier. She seemed more subdued, her posture slightly hunched. Maybe she was starting to feel the weight of what she'd said, or maybe it was just that the night had taken a toll on her. "Liz," she started, her voice quieter than before. "I didn't mean to hurt you earlier. I was just overwhelmed, I guess. I didn't realize how it would come across." I raised an eyebrow. "Oh, so you were overwhelmed when you told me I wasn't close enough to give a toast? Funny, I didn't see you as someone who would forget where they came from." She winced, as if my words had physically hurt her. "That's not fair." "Fair," I repeated, taking a step closer. "You think what you did to me was fair?" She faltered, clearly struggling to come up with a response. And in that moment, I knew she was starting to feel the weight of her actions. But I wasn't about to let her off the hook that easily. "You don't get to treat people like they're disposable, Sarah. Not anymore. You've been playing this game for too long, and I'm not going to stand by and let you walk all over me just because you think you can." I could see her face redden slightly, and for the first time that night, she didn't have an immediate comeback. Instead, she looked away, her gaze darting around the room like she was searching for someone to rescue her from this uncomfortable moment. But this wasn't about me making her feel better. This was about making her realize the damage she had done, and that there were consequences to treating people like they were nothing more than a convenience. And when I left that night, I felt a strange sense of calm. It wasn't over yet, not by a long shot. There were still things that needed to be said, and Sarah still had a lot to learn about respect, about family, and about how to treat the people who've always had her back. The next few days after the engagement party were like a slow burn. Sarah didn't reach out to apologize, and honestly, I wasn't expecting her to. It was becoming clearer to me that she was perfectly fine with acting like the world revolved around her, and if I didn't fit into her carefully constructed image, then I was just an afterthought. I'd accepted that, but the more I thought about it, the more I realized I wasn't going to just accept being treated like this anymore. I wasn't about to let it slide. I knew I had to do something that would make Sarah feel the weight of her actions. But I also knew that whatever I did, it needed to be something that would hit her where it would hurt the most: her sense of control, her image of perfection, and her carefully curated idea of the world. I wasn't going to make a scene, but I was going to make her understand that her words and her actions had consequences. So, I decided to play a game of patience. I was going to let Sarah continue down her path, completely unaware that I was quietly observing every little thing she was doing. It didn't take long for me to gather the information I needed. Sarah, as usual, posted constantly on social media. Her Instagram was full of picture-perfect moments, showing off the engagement ring, the party, the smiling faces of her and Daniel. She loved to highlight how much everyone adored her and how wonderful everything in her life was. To the outside world, it looked like everything was flawless. But if you looked closely enough, you could see little cracks in her story. Sarah's posts often mentioned how lucky she was to have found Daniel. But there were these subtle hints of arrogance in her captions. The kind of captions that made it clear she was positioning herself as the prize, the one everyone should aspire to be like. There were also comments here and there where she made little digs at people, usually under the guise of jokes. One post, in particular, stood out to me. It was a photo of her and Daniel, arms around each other, with a caption about how she was finally settling down with the only person who truly understands her. But there was a comment below from one of her childhood friends, Allison, who had said something along the lines of, "You've always been picky, but it's great to see you happy." It was a subtle comment, but it struck a chord with me. Because Allison was a girl from our childhood who had always been a bit of an outsider in Sarah's circle. I knew that Allison and Sarah's friendship had soured over the years. Sarah had distanced herself from Allison after she had started dating someone Sarah didn't approve of. It had been messy, and I knew from conversations with Allison that Sarah had been less than kind to her over the years. But now here she was, publicly flaunting this perfect life, pretending that everything was fine and that everyone around her was just as lucky as she was. I couldn't stand the hypocrisy. I started reaching out to a few people who Sarah had pushed aside or treated poorly. I reached out to Allison first. We hadn't talked much in recent years, but I knew she'd been hurt by Sarah's behavior. She was more than willing to share what had really happened between them over the years. The more I spoke to her, the more I realized that Sarah hadn't just distanced herself from people. She'd actively manipulated situations, pitting people against each other, all while maintaining this facade of being the sweet, innocent one. One of the most interesting things Allison told me was how Sarah had subtly trashed me behind my back. According to Allison, Sarah had made several comments about me over the years, how I was too uptight or too responsible to ever have any fun. She'd laughed about how I was the boring sister who would never take any risks, which, as you can imagine, didn't sit well with me. But it wasn't just that. There was always this undertone with Sarah's comments, a sense that she felt superior to me, that she was always in control, and that I was just someone to be tolerated. It was like a light bulb went off in my head. I had the perfect plan, and it wasn't about getting revenge in the way you might expect. I didn't want to do something petty or vindictive. I wanted to make Sarah understand what it felt like to be on the receiving end of her cruelty. I wanted to show her that her behavior had consequences, and that the people she'd taken for granted weren't going to stand by and let her walk all over them anymore. So, I began to quietly gather my allies. I talked to a few other people in our extended family, people who had also been hurt by Sarah's actions. Some of them had been manipulated into believing things about me that weren't true, and I could see that they were starting to see through Sarah's carefully constructed persona. We all agreed that it was time to let the truth come out, but it had to be done in a way that would expose Sarah for who she really was without anyone realizing we were working together. It needed to look like a series of unfortunate events, one after the other, until Sarah's perfect world started to unravel. The first step in the plan was to expose Sarah's treatment of Allison. I had a long talk with Allison and convinced her to attend one of Sarah's upcoming girls' nights, which Sarah was hosting at her house. I knew Sarah would be on her best behavior in front of her friends, so it was the perfect opportunity for Allison to show up, not just as a guest, but as someone who had been wronged by Sarah in the past. It wasn't going to be a confrontation. It was going to be subtle. Allison wasn't going to say anything outright. Instead, she would just make sure to show up, act like nothing had happened, and quietly remind everyone of their history. I knew it would make Sarah uncomfortable. It would be a constant reminder of the things she had tried to bury. The next part of the plan was to make sure Sarah's fiancé Daniel saw her true colors. Daniel was a good guy, but I knew that he didn't fully understand how manipulative Sarah could be. So, I began to casually bring up small details in conversation, things that Sarah had said behind his back or the way she'd taken credit for things that weren't hers to claim. I wasn't outright slandering her, but I was planting enough seeds of doubt that, if Daniel paid attention, he'd start noticing the things I had noticed. But the final piece of the puzzle was the big reveal, something that would shake Sarah to her core. I began to gather stories from different people, documenting how Sarah had treated them over the years. Things like how she had taken advantage of people's generosity, manipulated situations to make herself look better, and even lied to our family about things to maintain her image. I had enough to fill an entire document with examples of her behavior. I wasn't going to just send it to her. I was going to send it to everyone, all the people she had wronged, all the people who still thought she was the perfect, flawless person. It was time for Sarah to learn that being at the top of the social ladder didn't make her untouchable. It was time for her to see how quickly things could slip through her fingers when people finally realized they didn't need to worship her anymore. The moment Sarah's carefully crafted world started to crumble was, in a strange way, anticlimactic. I had spent weeks meticulously setting everything up, conversations, subtle actions, planting the seeds, and when it all finally unfolded, there was no dramatic confrontation, no grand explosion. Just a slow, steady realization on Sarah's part that things weren't going her way anymore. It began with the night of the girls' night at her house, which was supposed to be a fun, relaxed evening for Sarah and her friends to bond. But when Allison walked through the door, Sarah's bright, forced smile wavered. It didn't take long for the tension to build. Allison, who had been nothing but gracious, politely greeted everyone, making small talk like the adult she had grown into after years of being sidelined by Sarah. But Sarah couldn't help herself. Every time Allison spoke, Sarah's gaze would flicker over, her posture straightening, clearly uncomfortable with the fact that Allison was there, uninvited in more ways than one. The conversation turned awkward when Sarah's friends began reminiscing about old times, and Allison casually brought up a few memories from their childhood. "Remember when we used to hang out every weekend, Sarah? We were inseparable for years," she said, her tone light but with an undercurrent of meaning. Sarah stiffened, and everyone in the room could sense it. Allison's words hung in the air, a quiet reminder of what Sarah had done to her and to others over the years. She had pushed so many people aside to keep herself in the spotlight, and now, in front of her friends, the cracks were becoming visible. Sarah's friends noticed. The whispers started, not loud enough for Sarah to hear, but enough for everyone in the room to sense the shift. Sarah began to deflect, making excuses, laughing off the tension, but the damage was done. She had never been good at dealing with discomfort, and now, her own home was filled with the weight of things unsaid. That night, Allison left without incident, but Sarah's facade had already started to crack. A week later, Daniel approached me. I hadn't expected him to come to me directly, but he had been feeling the strain. We met at a cafe, where he admitted he had started noticing some inconsistencies in Sarah's behavior. He'd always seen her as someone who was confident and in control, but recently, he'd begun questioning her motivations. He told me how Sarah had lied about certain things, made unfair comparisons between us, and had been more critical of her family than he had ever known. He mentioned how, after hearing a few of these stories from people I had talked to, he felt he had been living in a bubble of her idealized version of herself. He was torn. He loved Sarah, but he was starting to wonder if he really knew who she was underneath it all. I didn't say much to him at first. I let him talk, letting him piece things together on his own. But by the time we finished that conversation, I could tell he had started to see Sarah with a new set of eyes. Daniel was not the kind of person to be manipulated easily, and though he had initially chosen to side with her, he now understood that things weren't as clear-cut as she had led him to believe. The next big move was the document. I had compiled everything's stories, receipts, screenshots, testimonies from people who had been hurt by Sarah's actions. It was all laid out in a way that made it impossible to deny. I didn't send it to her first. I didn't even send it to me or anyone directly close to her. Instead, I sent it to our extended family, the aunts, uncles, cousins, people who had been blindsided by Sarah's version of events over the years. I wanted them to see how she had manipulated so many situations, how she had always positioned herself as the victim while pushing others down to climb higher. I knew it would be a bombshell. And it was. Within 24 hours, the phone calls started coming in, calls from family members who had never spoken up before, but now had something to say. The way Sarah had lied about me and others. The time she'd exaggerated stories or straight up fabricated things to make herself look good. The way she had treated our parents, pretending to be the dutiful daughter while belittling them behind their backs. The sudden outpouring of support I received was unexpected, but it made me realize something. I wasn't alone in this. I wasn't the only one Sarah had hurt. The real turning point came when Sarah's father, my stepfather Richard, called me. He had never been involved much in our sibling dynamics, usually staying on the sidelines, but after reading everything, he was furious. Richard was a man of few words, but when he spoke, you listened. He told me that he had seen the signs for years, but like most people, he had ignored them, thinking it was just a phase. He had always been proud of Sarah, but now, seeing everything laid out so plainly, he was ashamed. He said he would be confronting Sarah. He had no idea what would happen after that, but he promised me one thing. He was going to make sure she understood that no one was going to let her treat people this way anymore. The family confrontation came a few days later, and it was everything I had hoped for. Sarah was blindsided. She was expecting a congratulatory round of applause for her engagement, maybe some more social media praise, but instead, the room was filled with silence. Richard started the conversation, bringing up everything: the manipulations, the lies, the way she had mistreated people, and the toll it had taken on our family. He didn't hold back, and it was clear Sarah was taken aback. Her usual charm was gone. There was no deflecting, no pretending. She tried to make excuses, but no one was buying it. She even turned to Daniel, trying to make him feel sorry for her, but the look in his eyes told her everything. He was done. He wasn't going to side with her just because she was his fiancée. I stood back, watching as Sarah's carefully constructed world started to collapse. She tried to salvage the situation, but it was too late. The damage had already been done. Richard, with the support of other family members, made it clear that we would no longer tolerate her behavior. We weren't going to be her pawns in her game anymore. In the end, Sarah and I didn't have some grand reconciliation. She tried to apologize to me, but it felt hollow, insincere. I didn't need her apology anymore. What mattered to me was that I had stood up for myself, that I had refused to let her continue to treat me like I was invisible. Sarah learned, too late, that there are consequences to treating people as if they exist only to serve your image. I cut ties with her after that day. I wasn't interested in being part of her life anymore, not after seeing who she really was. Daniel, too, eventually saw the light. He and Sarah broke up a few months later, and though I felt a little vindicated, I knew the end of their relationship wasn't about me. It was about Sarah's inability to be honest with herself and others. Sarah had always thought she was untouchable, that she could control how others saw her. But in the end, it wasn't her perfect image that mattered, it was the truth. And the truth always comes out. At my sister's graduation party, my name tag read, "The Problem Child." My mom smirked, always straight to the point. I leaned in, toasted the room, and said, "This is the last time I'll be around to hear this." They thought it was a joke, until I turned and left with one shocking goodbye. Hi Reddit. I'm Eva 40F, and I guess you could say this story has been a long time coming. I've told pieces of it to close friends over the years, usually when someone shares a rough holiday story or vents about their in-laws. But I've never told the full version, not like this. It's about family, labels, and what happens when someone decides not to keep playing their assigned role anymore. I'll start by painting a bit of a picture. I grew up in a town so small you couldn't sneeze in public without 3 people calling your mother to check on you. You know the kind: one stoplight, a family diner with a handwritten pie menu, and the same kids in your class from kindergarten through high school. My parents, Tom and Leanne, were what you'd call known. Dad ran a general contracting business that had his name on every truck in town, and Mom was a presence. She was on the PDA before any of us were old enough for school. Organized charity galas, hosted book clubs, made gift baskets for every new family on our street. She was good at being seen, and she wanted her family to be just as good at it. There were 3 of us. I'm the oldest, then my brother Nolan, now 37M, and my little sister Bryn, 22F. Yep, that's an 18-year age gap between me and Bryn. She was the unexpected baby, the miracle child. My mother used to say Bryn gave her motherhood a second chance. I used to think that was just a sweet sentiment. Over time, I realized it was code for something else entirely. From the outside, we looked like a picture-perfect family. Our holiday cards had matching sweaters and golden retrievers. We had the framed portraits in the hallway, the yearly beach trip photos, the formal dining room no one used except when guests came over. But inside those walls, it felt different. Growing up, I never really knew what version of my mother I was going to get. Some days, she was warm and generous, making pancakes shaped like animals and tucking notes into her lunchboxes. Other days, she'd scold me for the tone in my voice, or the way I walked into her room, or for asking too many questions. She had a way of making me feel like I was always one misstep away from being too much. Too opinionated, too sarcastic, too sensitive, too loud. Even when I tried to shrink myself, I was somehow still too much. My brother Nolan, on the other hand, was laid back and charming. He coasted through most of his teenage years on a wave of smiles and boys will be boys. He got caught sneaking out once and ended up with extra dessert. I once stayed up too late reading under the covers and got grounded for deceitfulness. But even Nolan, for all his charm, wasn't the favorite. That title belonged to Bryn from the moment she was born. Don't get me wrong, I love my sister. I really do. I held her as a baby, helped her with school projects when I visited home from college, even sent her care packages when she started university. She's smart and funny, and when it's just the two of us, she's capable of real warmth. But the version of Bryn that exists in our parents' eyes? That version was spotless. Untouchable. Everything she did was extraordinary. When she took her first steps, there were balloons. When she got her learner's permit, Mom threw a small luncheon. I wish I were joking. There were printed invitations and a sheet cake that said, "The road is yours." As we all got older, the distance between me and the rest of the family widened. I moved out early, took a scholarship in another state, and built a quiet little life that, while fulfilling, never quite fit into the family scrapbook. My mom always seemed to find ways to point that out. "Oh, Eva lives in Michigan now. Just her and that scruffy dog of hers," she'd say at reunions, as though it was a tragic story she was trying to soften for the audience. One time, she even told a neighbor I was still finding myself, which is code for doesn't have a husband or children and refuses to come home for Easter. Still, I made an effort. I called on birthdays. I sent Christmas cards. I showed up when it mattered, or at least, when I thought it mattered. That brings us to last spring Bryn's graduation from university. She finished with honors and had a whole line of cords around her neck at the ceremony. I was proud of her. Genuinely. I hadn't seen her in almost a year, and when she reached out and personally asked me to come to her graduation party, I paused. Part of me wanted to decline. Things had been strained with my parents for a long time, and the idea of going back into that world, even for a weekend, made something tighten in my chest. But Bryn had called me, not texted. She said she wanted the whole family there. Just once. So I booked the flight. When I arrived at the venue that day, I wasn't surprised to see how extravagant it all was. My mom had rented out the old town bank, which had been turned into an event space. Vaulted ceilings, polished stone floors, strings of fairy lights across the mezzanine. It looked like something out of a magazine. There were printed menus on every table. A live cellist. A photo booth. A slideshow of Bryn's life playing on loop across two mounted screens. First steps, prom, graduation cap toss. I knew I wouldn't be in many of the photos. I had expected that. What I hadn't expected was the name tag. There was a table by the entrance with a white linen cloth and a woman standing behind it with a clipboard. Guests were checking in, taking their place cards, and grabbing their tags. Each one had the person's name in bold and a little title underneath. Aunt Clara, family chef. Nolan, big brother. Sam, Bryn's favorite teacher. Mine? It read, Eva, the problem child. I stared at it, thinking surely it was a mistake. A typo. A prank? I looked at the woman handing them out. She smiled and said, "Your mother said you'd get the joke." Behind me, I heard a familiar voice. Cool, crisp, just loud enough to cut through the buzz of conversation. "Oh good, you found yours." Always straight to the point, right? It was my mother, Leanne, dressed in soft blue with a necklace I hadn't seen before and the same poised expression she wore in every Christmas card photo. Her tone was light, amused, like we were sharing an inside joke. I didn't laugh. She took a sip from her glass and added, "Well, it's not inaccurate." I picked up the name tag. It felt heavier than it should have. For a moment, I thought about turning around and walking out. just setting it down and slipping out before anyone noticed. But I didn't. I peeled the backing off and stuck it to my chest. And then I walked inside. The conversation swirled around me, light and familiar, like nothing unusual had happened. A few people glanced at my tag and gave that awkward half-laugh people do when they're not sure if they should laugh harder or pretend they didn't see it. My cousin Bree raised her eyebrows but said nothing. Nolan clapped me on the back and said, "Hey, at least they didn't put rebellious face." I smiled. Small. Tight. I didn't respond. Bryn came over and hugged me. She looked genuinely happy to see me, which only made everything harder to process. She leaned in and whispered, "Mom thought it would be funny. Please don't be mad. Just be here, okay?" I nodded, but in the back of my mind, something had started to shift. A quiet, steady thing. Not rage. Not sadness. Just clarity. And it was that feeling, that quiet shift, that led me to stand up later in the evening, to tap my glass, to raise it to the room. I didn't plan to make a toast. Not really. I hadn't written anything down. I hadn't practiced a speech in my hotel mirror or imagined how I'd stand with my glass raised like I belonged up there. I'd just come to be present for my sister, maybe smile politely through a few awkward conversations, then leave early and decompress on the flight home. But something shifted after I walked in wearing that name tag. After the greetings and the obligatory family photos. After I saw how casually everyone accepted what I was labeled, like it was a long-running gag instead of the latest in a long line of subtle humiliations. By the time dinner rolled around, I wasn't angry. That would have been easier. I just felt hollow. Like I wasn't really in my own body, just watching from a few feet above. The food was being served in courses, because of course it was. Bryn had changed into a second outfit. My mother flitted from table to table, placing her hands on shoulders, leaning down to whisper warm nothings into ears, smiling like a hostess from a lifestyle magazine. Dad followed behind her, nodding, occasionally chuckling at things no one else seemed to find funny. Nolan had a crowd around him, telling stories I'd heard a dozen times but somehow got more polished every year. And me? I sat near the end of one of the longer tables, between an uncle I barely knew and a woman who kept referring to me as the author, like I was an exotic animal. Across from me was a centerpiece so large I couldn't see the people on the other side of it. I picked up my salad and watched the slideshow loop around again. It lingered on a photo of Bryn at the beach, around age 10. I was in the background of that one, slightly out of frame, holding a towel and looking straight at the camera. That photo stayed up longer than most. I watched people notice it, watched them not comment, and I thought, this is it. This is the version of me they've settled on. The story they've decided to tell. The problem child. The background figure. The older sister who had the decency to fade out of focus. I looked around the room and realized something quietly devastating. They were comfortable with that version of me. They liked her. She was easy to understand. Predictable. A convenient footnote to Bryn's perfect story. So when the music lowered and the room began to quiet, when the dessert plates were being cleared and someone near the head of the room clinked their fork against a glass, I felt my heart start to drum. Bryn stood and gave her thank you speech. She did well, funny, sweet, gracious. She gave credit to her mentors, her professors, even her older siblings. She thanked Mom and Dad, of course, with the kind of careful phrasing that sounded warm but measured. And when she finished, when the applause started and people settled back into their chairs, I stood. I hadn't expected to. I don't even remember fully deciding to do it. But I stood, picked up my glass of sparkling cider, and tapped the edge with a spoon. The sound rang out more sharply than I expected. The room quieted slowly, like it wasn't sure whether it was supposed to. And then my mother saw me. She turned from the small circle of town council friends she'd been chatting with and tilted her head just slightly. I recognized that look. It was the look she gave when something unexpected was happening and she hadn't yet decided whether it was a threat or an opportunity. "May I said, gesturing lightly to Bryn. "Just a minute." Bryn smiled, genuine, unsure. "Of course." I cleared my throat. Took a breath. My heart was fluttering like bird wings under my ribs, but I kept my face steady. Neutral. "I wasn't planning to speak tonight," I began. "I thought I'd let others do the toasts, take the photos, tell the stories. That's what I've usually done at these things." A few people chuckled, though they weren't sure if they were supposed to. But when I saw my name tag at the front, what was it again? I looked down and tapped it lightly with my fingertip. Right. The problem child. I figured maybe I'd lean into the role. Just this once. The room had gone still. A few people laughed again, nervously, this time. I didn't smile. I think most of you know me. Or at least, you know about me. I'm Eva. I'm Bryn's older sister. Nolan's too. I grew up in this town, went to this high school, sat at some of your kitchen tables for sleepovers and study groups. But it's been a long time since I've been in a room like this. A room where so many of you are in the same place. I paused, and I think I've finally figured out why. My father had stopped chewing. My mother hadn't moved. Not even a sip from her glass. Her face was perfectly composed, but her shoulders were a fraction stiffer than they had been a moment earlier. I continued. You see, when I left home at 18, it wasn't in some dramatic blaze. There were no slam doors, no shouting matches. I just left. And over the years, I stayed away. But I called. I sent gifts. I reached out. I showed up when it mattered, though maybe not always in the ways you all expected. I looked around the room. Several eyes darted away. And slowly, the version of me that stuck was the one you see right here. I tapped the tag again. The difficult one. The sensitive one. The one who didn't settle down nearby or come home for every birthday. The one who became easy to sum up with a label. I heard someone shift in their seat. A spoon clinked against a dish. Otherwise, silence. And that's fine. You're allowed to see me however you choose. But what I want you to know, what I want to be clear about, is that the person you labeled as the problem was the one who spent years learning how to unlearn what this family taught her about love. Now the quiet had weight to it, like a storm gathering behind the windows. I wasn't raising my voice. I wasn't making a scene. I was simply stating facts. And I'm not saying this to ruin a party, I said softly. Bryn, you've done something worth celebrating. I'm proud of you. I turned to look at her then. Her eyes were wide. She looked more like the kid who used to crawl into my bed when thunderstorms scared her than the polished graduate in her second gown. But I need to say something for myself before I leave. I turned back to the room. This is the last time I'll be around to hear this version of the story. The one where I'm the punchline. The cautionary tale. The problem? Because it's not my story anymore. And I won't sit in a room where everyone's laughing at a joke I've already outgrown. There was a long pause after I finished. Not the kind of pause people give before a polite applause. Not the pause of surprise or even discomfort. It was something else, thick, unsettled, like the whole room had shifted its weight at once but hadn't quite figured out where to land. I let the silence hang there for a moment. Then, slowly, I set my glass down, adjusted the name tag on my chest, the problem child, and stepped away from the center of the room. My mother's face hadn't changed. Still poised. Still blank. But her hands were clenched in her lap, just tightly enough for me to notice. I caught my father's eye. He looked almost confused, like he wasn't sure if what I'd said was rude or just unfamiliar. Nolan, across the room, opened his mouth as if to speak, then closed it. That was fine. I wasn't waiting for a response. I walked back to my seat, not because I intended to stay, but because I had one more thing to do. Something I'd planned weeks ago, though I didn't realize it at the time. You see, I hadn't come empty-handed. Inside my tote bag under the table, tucked beside my wallet and phone, was a simple white envelope. Nothing fancy. Just my name written in my own handwriting. I'd brought it for Bryn, originally as a quiet, personal gift. A letter I'd written a week before the party. At the time, it had been meant as a kind of olive branch. Something kind. Thoughtful. A private message of love and reflection from the sister who hadn't always been easy to understand. But after what I'd walked into, after that name tag, and the way Mom smirked when she said it, and how no one batted an eye, the meaning of the envelope had changed. I took it from my bag, stood again, and walked it over to Bryn. She looked up at me, stunned into silence. Her eyes had gone a bit glassy, but her expression held something else too, uncertainty, maybe even fear. Not fear of me, but fear of what might come next. I handed her the envelope. This is for you, I said quietly. She looked at it, then at me. What is it? It's not what you think. I didn't wait for her to open it. I turned to the room, to all the people who had known me once and decided they were done trying. And I said, calmly, clearly, this was never going to be just a party. It's a performance. And I won't be part of it anymore. I started toward the door. That's when my mother stood. Eva, she said, just loud enough to cut through the noise of the room. If this is your way of making a scene, I stopped. Slowly, I turned. I didn't make a scene, I replied. You did. The moment you decided to reduce me to a joke on a sticker. Her eyes narrowed. Oh, don't be dramatic. You've always been sensitive. You could have laughed like everyone else. I tilted my head. That's exactly the problem. Everyone else laughed. There were murmurs now, people shifting in their chairs, watching like they weren't sure whether to intervene or let the show play out. I recognized that energy, the kind people have when they're watching a slow collision and are just grateful it isn't happening to them. I continued walking toward the exit, and as I reached the doors, I turned back one last time. I won't be coming back, I said. Not for holidays. Not for birthdays. Not for special occasions. And before anyone thinks I'll change my mind after a few months, check your inboxes tomorrow. I've made sure there's no confusion. I left. What they still didn't know, was that I hadn't come for revenge in the traditional sense. I didn't want shouting matches or tears. I didn't want to storm out with a dramatic slam of the door. I wanted them to feel what I'd felt for years, the quiet disorientation of being excluded in plain sight. The realization that someone they thought would always be there was done waiting for them to treat her like she mattered. And I had planned ahead. That letter I gave Bryn? It wasn't just a letter. It was the opening move in something bigger, something measured, surgical. I had spent the last 6 months quietly preparing the rest. I walked to my car, slipped behind the wheel, took a deep breath, and as I turned the ignition, I allowed myself a small smile. Because by the time they opened their email the next morning, they'd all realized something they never saw coming. The morning after the party, I woke earlier than usual, the house still quiet as the sun barely touched the horizon. I lay in bed for a long moment, my mind running through everything I'd said and done the night before, the weight of what was coming next settling over me like a slow tide. Because I knew my family wouldn't just ignore what I'd said. And I had made sure of that. The letter I'd handed Bryn was just a quiet gesture, a way to reach out, to plant a seed of honesty with my sister before everything else unfolded. But the real message, the one I'd spent months preparing, was already out there, in the email waiting for them all, patiently sitting in inboxes across the town. I didn't rush to check my phone. Instead, I spent that morning walking through my small apartment, sipping tea and watching the sunlight brighten the walls. When I finally did look, the responses were already starting to come in. My mother's reply was the first. It was carefully worded, polite but guarded. She spoke of disappointment and family privacy, clearly upset that I'd chosen to air grievances so publicly. But nowhere did she deny the facts, the emails, the messages, the pictures I'd included, and that silence felt like an admission all on its own. Dad's email was brief, almost dismissive, apologizing for any misunderstandings, but quickly shifting blame onto my supposed sensitivity. I could practically hear the same tone he'd used my whole life: minimize, redirect, avoid. Nolan's message was different. It was long and full of regret. He admitted to being too caught up in his own life to see what was happening to me. He said he wished he'd done more to support me and wanted to rebuild what we'd lost. For the first time in years, I felt like maybe I had a brother again, not just someone who shared my last name. Bryn didn't reply at all. That silence was a wound I hadn't anticipated. The sister I'd once protected, the one I'd hoped might understand, was nowhere to be found in that moment. Over the next few days, the story began to ripple through the town like a quiet storm. People I hadn't spoken to in years reached out, not with judgment or gossip, but with concern and curiosity. A few family friends admitted they'd long suspected there was more beneath the surface than the picture-perfect family I'd left behind. Others apologized for never speaking up. At first, my parents tried to maintain control, holding private meetings, sending messages to close relatives to downplay the situation. But the carefully built facade was cracking, and there was no putting the pieces back exactly the way they were. As the weeks passed, things slowly started to change. My mother began seeing a therapist. It was hard for her at first, more pride than pain, but she showed up, and that was something. I could see her wrestling with the walls she'd built around herself, and even if she didn't say it aloud, I could tell she was beginning to understand the cost of silence. My father kept his distance, but there were moments when his guard slipped. A phone call here, a quiet apology there. I'm not sure if he ever fully grasped how much had been lost, but he was trying in his own way. Nolan and I talked more than we had in years. We shared stories, frustrations, and, finally, hopes. We acknowledged the years we'd wasted holding grudges and the distance that wasn't really about geography but about unspoken pain. Bryn and I took longer to rebuild trust. She was still wrapped up in the life they'd all crafted together, and I was the outsider who had dared to pull the curtain back. Our conversations were cautious, sometimes awkward, but we met halfway. Slowly, she started to see me not as a problem, but as a person. Meanwhile, the family gatherings changed too. They weren't perfect, far from it. There were still moments of tension and old patterns trying to reassert themselves. But the silence that had once defined us was gone. We were forced to talk, to listen, to confront. And me? I finally felt like I had a voice. The problem child label never fit, and I no longer let it define me. I had stepped away from a story that was never mine to tell and started writing my own, on my own terms. Looking back now, I realized that the real problem was never me. It was a family afraid to admit its flaws, unwilling to see the cracks beneath the polished surface. Breaking that silence was hard, painful, and messy, but it was the only way we could ever begin to heal. So yes, I walked away from that party. I walked away from the expectations, the labels, and the roles they'd written for me. But I didn't walk away from my family completely. I just made sure they saw me clearly, not as the problem child, but as Eva, someone who deserved to be heard, someone who deserved to be loved. And that made all the difference.
Have you ever been caught in a family drama where standing up for yourself felt like the ultimate betrayal? Well, that's exactly what this story is about. A girl who's had enough of being the family's doormat, and now she's ready to make some tough decisions. But was she right? Stick around to find out.
Here's how it all started. My sister, Emily, is 6 years older than me. She's always been the golden child, perfect grades, perfect job, and now, the perfect wedding. Meanwhile, I was just her kid sister, the one expected to go along with whatever she wanted. When she got engaged, I was genuinely happy for her. I imagined being a bridesmaid, standing by her side, helping her pick out dresses, and sharing in the excitement. But when she finally sat me down to talk about the wedding, what she said completely blindsided me. "So, I was thinking," she started, "you could help out by watching the kids during the wedding?" I blinked. The kids? Yeah, keeping them entertained, making sure they don't cause chaos, that sort of thing. I waited for her to say just kidding, to laugh and tell me she of course wanted me as a bridesmaid. But she just kept talking, completely oblivious to the way my stomach was sinking. I forced a smile. I thought, I might be in the bridal party? Emily gave a little laugh. "Oh, come on. You're so great with kids. This is way more important." I couldn't believe it. My own sister was treating me like a free babysitter instead of family. I should have spoken up right then, but I didn't. Instead, I sat there, nodding numbly, while she gushed about how amazing it would be for me to take care of everyone's kids. Later that night, I told my parents about it, expecting them to be just as shocked. But instead, my mom smiled. "Well, you were great with kids." That was when I realized no one was on my side. But I wasn't about to let them walk all over me, so I made a decision that would leave my entire family furious. And once I followed through, there was no going back. In the days after that conversation, I kept hoping Emily would realize how unfair she was being. Maybe she'd send a text saying, "Hey, I thought about it, and of course, I want you as my bridesmaid." But that text never came. Instead, she sent a long message in the family group chat, talking about how amazing it was that I had volunteered to be in charge of all the kids during the wedding. She even called me a lifesaver. I just stared at my phone, my fingers twitching over the keyboard. Volunteer? She made it sound like I had offered to do this, like it was some honor instead of a giant slap in the face. Even worse, everyone started chiming in. "That's so sweet of you. Aunt Lisa, we were worried about what to do with our little ones. You're an angel. My cousin Sarah, can't wait to see you at the wedding." My grandma, I felt sick. The entire family had just accepted that this was my role. No one even asked me if I was okay with it. That's when it hit me. If I just went along with this, if I swallowed my feelings like I always did, then I'd be setting a precedent. I'd be the default babysitter for every future family event at SO. I did something I'd never done before. I decided to say no. At first, I didn't even know how to say it. I wanted to be firm, but I also didn't want to start unnecessary drama. So, I drafted and deleted a dozen different texts before finally settling on, "Hey Emily, I appreciate you thinking of me, but I won't be able to babysit at the wedding. Hope you understand." Short, simple, respectful. I hit send and immediately felt my heart pounding. Minutes passed. Then an hour. No response. Then, my phone rang. "Emily," I hesitated before answering, bracing myself. "Hello? What do you mean you won't be able to?" she snapped. "You're literally coming to the wedding anyway. What else would you be doing?" I clenched my jaw. I was planning on, I don't know, actually attending my sister's wedding as a guest? She scoffed. Come on, it's not like babysitting is a big deal. You just have to keep an eye on them. It's one day. Can't you just do this for me? You mean like how I could have been your bridesmaid instead? There was silence on the other end. Then she let out an exasperated laugh. Wow. So, this is about that? You're actually mad? Yeah, Emily. I am. My voice was shaking, but I didn't back down. I'm your sister. And instead of treating me like family, you stuck me with a job no one else wanted. It's not a job. Yes, it is. You assigned me a role without asking. And now you're mad because I said no? She made a frustrated noise. I don't have time for this. Are you babysitting or not? I took a deep breath and said, no, I'm not. There was a long, tense pause, then she muttered, fine, do whatever you want. She hung up, and that's when the real drama began. Because the moment my parents found out, all hell broke loose. The next morning, I woke up to a flood of messages from my mom. What is this I'm hearing about you refusing to help your sister? You're being selfish. It's just one day. Call me. Now that I sighed, already feeling the headache coming on. But before I could even think about responding, my dad called that I hesitated but picked up. Hello? What's going on with you and Emily? He asked. His voice tight, I let out a slow breath. She asked me to babysit instead of being a bridesmaid, and I said no. Silence. Then a sigh. Look, kiddo, I get that you're upset, but weddings are stressful. Maybe this was just the easiest way for her to handle things. Easiest for her. Not for me. She's your sister. Exactly. Which is why she should have treated me like family, not free labor. He didn't respond right away, and for a moment, I thought maybe, just maybe, he understood. But then he said, this isn't worth tearing the family apart over. I gritted my teeth. I'm not the one tearing the family apart. I just said no to something I never agreed to in the first place. Then why is your mother so upset? Because she always takes Emily's side. That didn't sit well with him. He sighed again, deeper this time. Just think about it, okay? I already have. After I hung up, I felt a strange mix of emotions, anger, frustration, and a tiny sliver of guilt. Even though I knew I hadn't done anything wrong then, another message came through. Emily, since you're so offended by helping your own family, maybe you shouldn't come at all, and my heart pounded as I read the words over and over. Was she uninviting me? I should have been devastated. But honestly, I felt relief. If she didn't want me there just because I refused to be her babysitter, then maybe she didn't value me as a sister in the first place. I didn't respond. Instead, I did something that shocked everyone. I booked a trip for the same weekend as her wedding. Not just any trip, a solo vacation, somewhere I'd actually enjoy myself, somewhere far away from the drama. And when my family found out, that's when things really exploded. The moment my family found out about my trip, all hell broke loose. My phone blew up with calls and texts from my mom, my dad, and even a few relatives I barely spoke to. But the most unhinged reaction? That came from Emily. She sent a message so long I had to scroll 3 times to read the whole thing. Emily texted, wow. So you're really choosing to go on vacation instead of coming to my wedding? Do you even care about me at all? Emily texted again. You're selfish. You always have been. I asked you for one thing, and you couldn't do it. But you have no problem spending money on yourself and running away like a spoiled brat. And then she texted one more time. Mom and Dad are right. You're tearing this family apart. Don't expect me to ever forgive you for this. I stared at my screen, my emotions shifting between anger and disbelief. How was I the bad guy here? I wasn't skipping her wedding out of pettiness. She had uninvited me. All I did was refuse to be treated like a free babysitter. And now she was making me out to be the villain. That's when I realized something. This wasn't just about the wedding. This was how my family had always treated me. I was the convenient one, the reliable one, the one who was expected to drop everything for everyone else. No questions asked. But the moment I stood up for myself, I was selfish. I let out a deep breath and did something that shocked even me. I blocked Emily's number. Then, I went to my parents' group chat and sent one last message. Me, I love you both, but I will not be guilt-tripped for setting boundaries. Emily made it clear I wasn't welcome at the wedding. That was her choice, not mine. I refused to keep arguing about it. Then, I muted the chat. For the first time in a long time, I felt free. But I knew this wasn't over. Because when the wedding day finally arrived, something happened that I never saw coming. The morning of Emily's wedding, I woke up to a flood of notifications. At first, I ignored them. I was on vacation, sipping coffee on a hotel balcony, feeling more relaxed than I had in years. But then my curiosity got the better of me, and I opened my messages. The first thing I saw was a picture. Emily, in her wedding dress, standing at the altar, and behind her, an absolute disaster. The kids, the same nieces and nephews she had planned to dump on me. They were running wild. One was crying at the front of the aisle, another was trying to grab the wedding cake, and a third had somehow smeared frosting on Emily's dress. The caption? Aunt Linda. This could have been avoided. I scrolled down, finding more messages from relatives. Cousin Rachel. OMG. The kids are out of control. I feel so bad for Emily. Uncle Jeff. No one's watching them. Total disaster. The ceremony had to pause twice. Mom, I hope you're happy. This was supposed to be your job. I blinked at the screen. My job? No. This was never my responsibility. And the fact that my family thought I should feel bad instead of vindicated, that just proved I'd made the right choice. I put my phone down, took a deep breath, and smiled that I wasn't at that chaotic wedding. I wasn't covered in cake. I wasn't dealing with screaming kids. I was exactly where I needed to be. And for the first time in my life, I didn't regret it one bit. The wedding disaster should have been the end of it. But, of course, my family wasn't going to let me off that easily. The day after the wedding, my mom called me. I let it go to voicemail. Then she called again. And again. By the fifth call, I finally picked up, already bracing myself. So, Mom said, her voice tight with anger. Are you happy now? I sighed. Mom, no, don't mom me. Do you have any idea how embarrassed we were yesterday? The wedding was ruined. All because you were too selfish to be there for your own sister. I clenched my jaw. I wasn't invited, remember? I reminded her. Emily uninvited me when I said I wouldn't babysit. And you should have just done it anyway, she snapped. Family helps family. I nearly laughed. You mean like how Emily helped me by making me a babysitter instead of a bridesmaid? I shot back. There was silence on the line. Finally, my mom sighed, her voice dropping from angry to exasperated. Look, she said. Emily's devastated. She really thought you'd come around. You're her sister, and you weren't there on the biggest day of her life. I leaned back, gripping the phone tightly. And I thought I was her sister too, I said. But she treated me like the hired help. She didn't want me there, Mom. She wanted a free babysitter. That's all I've ever been to you guys. That's not fair, isn't it? I cut her off. You're not mad that I missed the wedding. You're mad that no one was there to pick up the slack. And that's not my fault. My mom huffed. So what? You're just going to cut us off? Never speak to your family again? I hesitated. I didn't want to cut them off. But I also wasn't going to keep being their doormat. No, I finally said. But things are going to be different from now on. I'm done being treated like a second-class family member. If you guys actually want a relationship with me, you need to respect my boundaries. Otherwise, I'm out. Silence. Then, finally, my mom let out a long sigh. I don't agree with how you handled this, she muttered. But I'll think about what you said. It wasn't an apology, but it was the closest thing I was going to get. When I hung up, I felt lighter. That phone call with my mom was the beginning of a shift, one I never expected. At first, I thought my family would cut me off completely, that they'd write me off as the selfish, rebellious daughter who abandoned them. But something strange happened. A week after the wedding, I got a text from my aunt. Aunt Linda. Hey kiddo, just wanted to say I heard what happened, and honestly, you did the right thing. Emily's always been spoiled, and it's about time someone told her no. I stared at my phone, shocked. Aunt Linda had always been the quiet observer at family gatherings. She never got involved in drama, and yet, here she was, backing me up. Then, another message came in. Cousin Rachel, you're a legend. Everyone at the wedding was miserable. Even some of the other bridesmaids were whispering about how Emily treated you. Honestly, you dodged a bullet. And it didn't stop there. One by one, different relatives started reaching out. Some were subtle, just checking in, asking how I was doing. Others were very direct, telling me they were proud of me for finally standing up for myself. It was the first time I realized. Maybe I wasn't the bad guy in my family's story. But, of course, Emily wasn't about to let that slide. One night, about 2 weeks after the wedding, I got a long, angry text from her. Emily, wow. So this is what you wanted? To turn everyone against me? To ruin my wedding and make it all about you? I sighed, already exhausted on me. I didn't turn anyone against you, Emily. They saw how you treated me and made their own decisions. Emily, you're just mad that I had the perfect day without you. I laughed out loud. Me? Rachel told me what happened. It sounds like your perfect day was a disaster. She left me on read. I expected her to cut me off after that. But instead, something even weirder happened. My dad called me. Now, my dad is the opposite of my mom. He's the quiet, avoid conflict at all costs type. So for him to call, that was huge. When I answered, his voice was hesitant. Hey kid, just checking in. Dad, I said, skeptical. You never just check in. He sighed. Yeah, well, I've been thinking about what you said, about how we treat you. I stayed silent, letting him continue. I won't lie, I was upset when you skipped the wedding, but I can't really blame you. You've always been the responsible one, the one who just handled everything without complaining. And I think we took advantage of that. I swallowed, feeling an unexpected lump in my throat. I'm not saying we can change overnight, he added, but I want to try. I don't want to lose my daughter over this. For the first time in years, I felt like someone in my family finally saw me. I wasn't just the babysitter. I was me. And that was worth more than any wedding invitation. The next few weeks after that phone call were a whirlwind. It was as if the floodgates had opened, and suddenly, I was getting more attention from my family than I had in years. I'll admit, I wasn't sure what to do with it all. My dad tried harder to engage with me. We started having more casual conversations, even talking about things I liked doing, like painting and photography, things I'd never shared with him before. It felt nice, but also a little strange, like I was getting to know him all over again. And then, my mom, well, she tried to at first. She didn't know how to approach me. I could tell she was walking on eggshells, unsure of what to say after everything that happened. But one evening, she invited me out for coffee. We sat at a small cafe near my apartment. She stirred her drink nervously before finally speaking. I want to apologize, she said, her eyes not quite meeting mine. For everything. For expecting you to just give in. For not respecting your boundaries. I could feel the sincerity in her words. But, to be honest, it still didn't erase the years of frustration I had built up. I appreciate that, Mom, I said, taking a deep breath. But I think there's a lot more we need to talk about. You can't just apologize and expect everything to be fixed. She nodded, clearly understanding. We spent the next hour talking about how things had been for me growing up. How I'd always felt overlooked. How it seemed like my needs came last in the family. It was a long conversation, and by the end of it, we both felt a little more heard, but I knew it wasn't over. This was going to be a process. But the more we talked, the more I realized that I wasn't just standing up for myself anymore. I was starting to rebuild my relationship with my family on my own terms, not just for them, but for me. And yet, the storm wasn't over. A couple of weeks later, Emily texted me again, this time with an even longer message. Emily, I can't believe you're still playing the victim. It's been weeks. I'm not going to keep apologizing for what I did. You've ruined everything, and you've alienated the whole family. If you ever want to make things right, you know where to find me. I stared at my phone, reading the message over and over. Something about it stung. Was she really going to blame me for everything that happened? Was she going to make it all about her, as usual? I was done letting people manipulate me into feeling guilty to me. I'm not playing the victim. I'm just choosing not to be your doormat anymore. If you want to continue playing the blame game, that's your choice. But I'm not interested. I hit send, and immediately, Emily had crossed a line, and I wasn't going to let her pull me back into the toxic dynamic that had controlled me for years. After all of this, I started to focus on things that actually brought me joy. I booked a trip with my friends to a small beach town, something I'd been wanting to do for ages, but never had the chance because I was always stuck watching my siblings or helping my parents. I didn't have to answer to anyone, and for the first time in a long while, I felt like I was living my own life. But the calm didn't last for long. One day, a few weeks later, I got a surprise message from my mom. Mom texted, "Can we talk? I've been thinking more about our conversation, and I think we need to have a real heart-to-heart." I felt a little uneasy. It wasn't that I didn't want to talk to her. I did. It was just that, after everything that had happened, I wasn't sure what this would mean. Would it be another apology? Another round of guilt tripping? But I agreed to meet her at a park near my apartment, just to see where it would go. When I got there, she was already sitting on a bench, looking more relaxed than I'd seen her in a while. We greeted each other, and for the first time in a long time, it felt like we were just two people, rather than mother and daughter tangled in years of unspoken resentment. She looked at me, her face softer than usual. "I've been reflecting on everything," she began. "I know I haven't been the best mom, and I don't expect you to forgive me overnight, but I need you to understand that I'm trying. I want to be better for you, for all of us." Her words were more than just an apology. It was like she was showing me a side of herself that I'd never really seen before. "I get it, Mom," I said, my voice calmer than I thought it would be. "I'm not asking for everything to be perfect, but I need you to understand that I can't keep being the backup plan." She nodded. "I know. I'll do better. I promise." We sat there for a while, talking about our relationship, really talking, something we hadn't done in years. It was hard, but it felt right. But of course, nothing is ever simple with my family. The following week, Emily texted again. "Emily, I know I've been harsh, but we need to talk. You're my sister, and I want to fix things." I stared at the message for a moment. Had she actually changed? Or was this just another round of her playing the martyr to make herself look good? I decided to respond. I'm open to talking, but I need you to understand that I'm not going to let you walk all over me anymore. If you want to fix things, we need to have a real conversation. I hit send, feeling a mixture of hope and doubt. Would this be another attempt at manipulation? Or was Emily finally ready to take accountability for her actions? It wasn't the resolution I expected, but maybe that's how life goes. Not everything can be fixed with a simple apology or a quick fix. Sometimes, you have to let things evolve over time, and sometimes, you have to let go of the idea of perfection. But at least now, I had control. I was no longer the one scrambling to please everyone else. I had found my voice, and I wasn't about to lose it again.
What do you think? Did she do the right thing by standing up for herself, or should she have just let it slide for the sake of family peace? Drop your thoughts in the comments below. I want to hear your take on this. And if you enjoyed this story, don't forget to like, subscribe, and hit the bell so you never miss out on more stories like this.
I'm 32F, the youngest in my family by 3 years. My older brother, Adrian, 35M, has always been the family's shining star, at least according to my parents. He could fail an exam and still be brilliant, quit 3 jobs in a row and still be finding himself. Meanwhile, I could graduate with honors, land a good job, and apparently still lack ambition because my life didn't revolve around them. It's been this way since childhood. My parents, Mark and Helena, have a gift for turning small achievements of mine into footnotes while blowing Adrian's out of proportion. Family dinners were often just long speeches about Adrian's potential, while I got told to help clear the table. If I dared to speak up about the double standard, the whole room would shift into damage control, not for me, but for Adrian's feelings. Then there's Aunt Lydia, my mother's older sister, who has never hidden her distaste for me. She's the kind of person who could offer you cake with one hand while using the other to push you out the door. In her eyes, I'm the family's difficult one. She once told me at a Christmas party that I had a knack for turning special moments into debates. This after I'd simply disagreed with her about a movie. The tension between me and my family has been building for years, but the latest blow came in the form of a carefully orchestrated exclusion. It started when my cousin Rebecca, 28F, called me on a Tuesday evening. Rebecca and I used to be close as kids, but over time she's become more like Lydia's apprentice, learning all the subtle ways to dig at someone while pretending it's kindness. Her voice was chipper, overly sweet. "Hey, just wanted to give you a heads up before you see it online. We're throwing this big thing for your parents' 40th anniversary. It's going to be amazing. Dinner, speeches, dancing, the works. I leaned back in my chair. Okay, and I'm hearing about this why? There was a pause, and then the shift. Well, I guess you're not exactly invited. I let the words hang for a moment. Not invited to my own parents' anniversary. Don't make it sound so bad, she rushed. It's just, Aunt Lydia thought it might be better to keep things peaceful. You know how you and your mom can get. Translation, we don't want you there because you won't sit quietly while we make little digs at you in front of everyone. I asked, so everyone else is going? She hesitated, but not for long. Yeah, everyone. When I hung up, I didn't feel hurt so much as unsurprised. This is exactly the sort of thing they'd do, and the fact they didn't even bother to come up with a convincing excuse told me they assumed I'd just accept it. A few days later, I ran into Aunt Lydia at the grocery store. She was in the produce aisle, examining a stack of apples like she was judging a beauty pageant. Oh, there you are, she said, as if we'd scheduled the meeting. I'm sure you've heard by now. It's for the best, really. You always stir up trouble at these things. She smiled like she'd just handed me a compliment. I smiled right back. Suit yourself. Her face lit up, clearly thinking I'd conceded. She pushed her cart away with that little air of satisfaction she always carries, never realizing that in that moment, I'd already decided exactly how I was going to respond. In the family group chat, which I was still part of, though I suspected my presence there was just so they could perform their togetherness in front of me, the planning took over. Messages every day. What color should the napkins be? Adrian's speech is going to be the highlight. We should hire a photographer so we can post the pictures. I didn't contribute. I didn't even react to the messages. I just watched. While they were busy with centerpiece arrangements and dessert tastings, I was making my own quiet plans. Plans that had nothing to do with centerpieces and everything to do with making sure they understood what it felt like to be blindsided. But the first real sign that they were still keeping tabs on me came 1 week before the anniversary. Adrian called out of nowhere. No hello, no catching up. Just, you should probably apologize to Mom. I think she'd let you come if you did. I asked, apologize for what? He sighed, like I was being intentionally dense. You know how she feels when you push back on things. It's not worth the drama. Just say you're sorry and come. That was the moment I realized they actually thought I was sitting here, miserable, just waiting for an invite. They had no idea I was already booked for something else. I kept my voice light. Can't. I'm busy that weekend. He sounded suspicious. Doing what? I let the silence stretch just long enough to make him wonder. You'll see. Adrian didn't press me after that, but I knew he'd be carrying my vague answer back to the family like a dog proudly delivering a bone. That's how it always worked. One of them would fish for information, then report to the others so they could pick it apart and decide how to frame it against me. The week leading up to my parents' anniversary was strangely quiet. The group chat still buzzed with updates, but my phone calls stopped. No one accidentally ran into me at the store. It was as if they had all silently agreed to shut me out entirely until after their big event. I didn't mind. In fact, the silence made my own planning easier. I'd been working on it for months in small, careful steps. No grand announcements, no social media hints, just quiet, deliberate arrangements. I wanted this to be something they couldn't see coming. 2 days before the anniversary, I got another call, this time from Rebecca. She didn't waste time with pleasantries. I just wanted to make sure there aren't going to be any surprises from you, she said. The way she said surprises made it sound like she was talking about sabotage. Why would there be? I asked. She let out a light laugh that wasn't light at all. Because you have a history of making things about you. Aunt Lydia still talks about the time you stole attention at Grandma's birthday by bringing your own cake. That cake was for Grandma, I reminded her, because no one else had ordered one. That's not how Lydia tells it, she replied, her voice tightening. I didn't take the bait. Well, don't worry, Rebecca. I won't be anywhere near your party. I could almost hear her smirk. Good. Everyone's going to have such a good time without the tension. That word, tension, had become their code for me, simply existing without nodding along to everything they said. The next day, I stopped by a small boutique downtown to pick up the last item I needed for my own plans. The shop owner, a warm woman named Clara, handed me the carefully wrapped package and whispered, "You're going to stun them." I smiled. That's the idea. I spent the evening packing, my apartment quiet except for the occasional hum of my kettle. I thought about the families sitting in their respective houses, laying out their outfits for the big celebration, rehearsing their speeches. I pictured Adrian practicing his emotional tribute to our parents, the one I knew would be less about them and more about painting himself as the devoted son. By the morning of the anniversary, I was already at the airport. I didn't post anything online, didn't text anyone, didn't leave a trace. If anyone from the family tried to check on me, they'd get nothing but silence. Around midday, while I was waiting for my connecting flight, my phone buzzed with a message from Aunt Lydia. Still time to change your mind. Your mother would love to see you if you came with the right attitude. I didn't respond. Instead, I looked out the window at the runway, my mind already miles ahead of where I was sitting. Meanwhile, in the group chat, photos started trickling in. The venue was decorated in soft gold and cream, tables set with towering floral arrangements. Someone posted a video of my parents arriving, beaming, while Adrian held the door open like he was personally responsible for the event existing. Then came the speeches. Rebecca posted a clip of herself holding a microphone, talking about the legacy of love my parents had built. Lydia uploaded a picture of the dessert table, captioned, "Perfect in every way." And still, not one person noticed my absence enough to question it publicly. Not one, "Wish you were here," or "We miss you." It was almost impressive, the way they could erase me so completely. By the time their dinner was in full swing, I was halfway across the ocean. The flight was long, but I barely noticed. I kept thinking about how this moment, this entire weekend, was going to shift once my own plans came to light. Not out of spite alone, but because I wanted them to feel, for once, the shock of being left out of something monumental. The morning after the anniversary, while they were likely still nursing the glow of their perfect night, I was in a small, sunlit square thousands of miles away. My best friend Emily was there too, grinning as she adjusted her camera. "You're really going to keep this quiet until the pictures are posted?" she asked. "Absolutely," I said. "I want them to find out the way I've had to find out about half the major events in this family, from someone else's post." She laughed. Petty, but powerful. As we walked toward the small chapel, I could almost hear the echo of Aunt Lydia's voice from that day in the grocery store. "It's better this way. You always stir up trouble." If only she knew how much trouble was about to land in her lap. The ceremony was everything I wanted: intimate, beautiful, free of any forced smiles or veiled insults. When Emily started taking photos, she didn't just snap a few, she captured every detail. That was the point. I knew once those pictures went out, they'd travel fast. My family loves to monitor each other's lives online, especially mine. Every haircut, every new outfit, every change in my job, it all gets filtered through their private commentary channels. This time, though, there wouldn't be any subtle changes for them to dissect. It would be something they couldn't possibly downplay or spin into a criticism without exposing just how out of the loop they'd been. As Emily showed me the first set of photos on her camera screen, I felt a flicker of anticipation. Not guilt, not hesitation, anticipation. The morning after the ceremony, I woke to the sound of church bells somewhere in the distance. The air drifting in through the open balcony doors was warm, carrying the scent of fresh bread from a bakery below. For the first time in years, I felt completely at peace. Emily was already awake, sitting at the small desk in the corner of our hotel room with her laptop open. She looked up at me with a mischievous smile. "Ready?" she asked. I didn't even need to ask what she meant. "Post them." She tapped a few keys, then turned the screen toward me. The first image she uploaded was simple but striking. Me standing at the chapel doorway, sunlight catching the lace of my dress, smiling at someone just out of frame. The second was of the moment we exchanged vows, framed perfectly by the old stone arch. She didn't just post them to her own account. She tagged me in every single one. My profile was private, but I knew the tags would still light up the feeds of anyone who followed her. And Emily had a habit of accepting almost every friend request that came her way, including ones from my extended family. The captions were minimal. Just, "A perfect day for my perfect friend." It didn't take long. An hour later, Emily's phone started buzzing. Then mine. At first, it was just notifications from strangers liking the pictures, locals she'd met on her travels, acquaintances from her photography circles. But then the names started appearing. Rebecca viewed the post. Then Adrian. Then Aunt Lydia. I knew the exact moment Lydia saw the one where my husband was slipping the ring onto my finger because my phone started ringing almost instantly. I let it go to voicemail. 2 minutes later, A text came through from Adrian. "What is this? You got married?" Without telling anyone. I didn't reply. Another call came, this time from my mother. I let that go to voicemail too. When Rebecca called, she didn't even wait for me to say hello. "Are you out of your mind? You get married and don't invite your own family." The irony almost made me laugh. "You mean the way I wasn't invited to my parents' anniversary? That's different," she snapped. That was about keeping the peace. I let a pause hang there, long enough for her to feel it. So was this. And I hung up. That's when the group chat erupted. Messages flew so fast I couldn't read them all in real time. Lydia was furious, typing paragraphs about disrespect and family tradition. Adrian insisted I'd humiliated them all. Rebecca tried to rally everyone into agreeing that I'd done it just to spite them, which, admittedly, wasn't entirely wrong. Then, in the middle of the chaos, someone posted a photo from the anniversary dinner. It was my parents at the head table, smiling, with Adrian on one side and Lydia on the other. The caption read, "The perfect night, so much love in this family." Beneath it, Rebecca had commented, "Nothing could ruin this memory." Emily saw it too and leaned over, smirking. "Do you want me to post the bouquet toss next?" "Not yet," I said. "Let them stew." But the real spectacle happened later that afternoon. Apparently, they were hosting a post-anniversary reception for extended friends and neighbors at my parents' house. I only learned about it because a mutual acquaintance, Mara, sent me a voice note from the event. In it, you can hear the low hum of conversation, then the sharp intake of breath from someone across the room as Emily's photos popped up on someone's phone. There was a sudden hush, followed by Lydia's voice, tight, trembling with outrage. "Is this some kind of joke? She got married? Without us?" More murmurs. Then my mother's voice, shaky and thin. "She wouldn't do that." "Not really." Mara swore she heard someone else mutter, "It's all over social media." And then came the moment I would replay in my head for years. A chair scraped loudly against the floor. Lydia, apparently trying to storm out of the room, tripped over the edge of a rug. The gasp from the crowd was almost comical. Mara said she didn't exactly faint, but she did collapse into an armchair, fanning herself dramatically while Adrian and Rebecca fussed over her like she'd just been delivered catastrophic news. Meanwhile, people started whispering in corners, scrolling through the photos on their phones. The image of me laughing under a string of twinkling lights was apparently making the rounds, and every time someone new saw it, there was another ripple of hushed commentary. By the time Mara left, the mood of the party had shifted completely. What was meant to be another round of celebrating my parents had turned into a gathering where the main topic was my wedding, the one they hadn't even known about until hours ago. When I finally checked my phone again that evening, the group chat had gone strangely quiet. Only one new message stood out, from my mother. "We need to talk." No congratulations. No questions about my husband. Just 4 words, heavy with the same mixture of disappointment and control she'd been using on me since I was a teenager. I put the phone face down on the nightstand. Emily, sitting on the balcony, glanced back at me. "So what's the next move?" she asked. I thought about it. The temptation to fire back with something cutting was strong. But then I remembered the way they had so easily justified excluding me, the way they had decided I wasn't worth a place at their table. I didn't answer my mother's message that night, or the next day, not because I was avoiding her, exactly. More like I was savoring the silence that had been missing from my life for far too long. The constant background noise of their expectations, the ever-present pressure to perform or apologize or explain myself. It all felt like a weight I could finally put down, at least for a little while. Instead, Emily and I spent the entire next morning wandering through the city, soaking up the calm that contrasted so sharply with the chaos I'd left behind. We started with coffee in a quiet little courtyard tucked away from the main streets. The tables were shaded by climbing ivy, and the air smelled faintly of fresh pastries and blooming jasmine. I watched people strolling by, some with dogs, some lost in their own worlds, and I realized how much I'd missed just being able to breathe without wondering how the next family drama might be waiting for me. We moved on to explore narrow cobblestone streets, the kind that wind around like secret paths, lined on either side by flower boxes bursting with geraniums and petunias. The sunlight filtered through in golden slants, dust motes dancing in the warm beams. For the first time in what felt like forever, I wasn't the one trying to keep peace or avoid triggering anyone. I was just a visitor in a beautiful place, free to enjoy it on my own terms. At one point, Emily pulled me into a tiny art shop, the kind with a creaky wooden door and paintings stacked against every wall. The shop smelled like turpentine and old paper, and the soft classical music playing in the background only added to the quiet charm. I found a small canvas, the image of a sunset over rolling hills, and it reminded me of the view from our hotel balcony. I bought it without hesitation. I wanted something to take home, a reminder that there was a world beyond the narrow boundaries my family had tried to trap me in. It was the kind of day that fills you up instead of draining you, the kind of day I needed. One that wasn't colored by backhanded compliments, careful silences, or the constant, exhausting dance of pretending everything was fine when it wasn't. But as much as I tried to lose myself in the moment, the silence from me was clearly doing its job back home. When I finally checked my phone that afternoon, I was met with a flood of notifications, 23 missed calls staring back at me, each one a little heavier than the last. My mother had called 9 times. Each call came closer together than the last, her persistence a sharp contrast to the cool, controlled messages she usually sent. Adrian had left me 5 voicemails, each one more frantic and pleading than the previous. I listened to snippets, a few apologies mixed with anger, pleas to just talk, accusations that I was tearing the family apart. His voice cracked on one of them, the frustration barely masked by his usual arrogance. Rebecca's texts were a curious mix. One moment, she was asking with what sounded like genuine concern, "Are you okay? Please tell me you're safe." Then, in the very next message, she shifted tone entirely. "You've embarrassed the whole family. How could you do this?" It was the kind of passive-aggressive guilt trip she'd perfected over the years. But the last message that caught my eye was from Aunt Lydia. "You've shown your true colors. Actions have consequences." I nearly laughed. Actions do have consequences, of that I was certain. The only difference was that they weren't used to being on the receiving end. The irony was almost delicious. 2 days later, I arrived home, the quiet city behind me replaced by the familiar hum of the neighborhood. I barely unpacked before the doorbell rang, sharp and insistent. Through the peephole, I saw Adrian and my parents standing there. My mother's mouth was pressed into that thin, controlled line she always wore when trying to appear calm and collected, but the tightness in her jaw betrayed the fury simmering just beneath the surface. I opened the door just enough to lean casually against the frame, making it clear I wasn't inviting them inside. "Can we come in?" my mother asked, her voice careful but edged with steel. "No," I said plainly, not bothering to soften the refusal. Adrian took a step forward, trying to sound reasonable. "We need to talk about what you did." "What I did?" I raised an eyebrow. "You mean living my life without asking for permission?" "That's not the point," my father interjected, his voice heavy with disappointment. "Family is supposed to share important milestones." I couldn't help the smile that tugged at the corner of my lips. "Like how you shared your anniversary with me?" "That was different," my mother said sharply. "We didn't want conflict. And I didn't want conflict on my wedding day." I replied evenly, meeting her gaze head on. "So I made the same decision you did. I just didn't expect you to appreciate being on the receiving end." Then, from the sidewalk behind them, came Aunt Lydia's voice, thin and sharp, like a blade slipping between the cracks. She had apparently come along but stayed back, lurking like some resentful chaperone. "You hurt your parents." Publicly. I looked directly at her, feeling a quiet fury rise. "You humiliated me first." Privately. Repeatedly. Don't pretend this was about protecting anyone. It was about control. Adrian's jaw tightened, frustration bubbling to the surface. "You're making this bigger than it is." "No," I said, stepping back inside my apartment. "You made it small when it mattered. Now you get to live with the fact that you weren't part of something important because of choices you made." Before they could respond, I closed the door firmly, the sound echoing like a final punctuation mark. I stood there for a moment, listening to the muffled chorus of Lydia's complaints, my mother's hurried shushing, and Adrian muttering about not getting through to me. Their voices faded as they walked away, leaving behind the silence I hadn't realized I'd been craving. That evening, I blocked them all from my phone. The family group chat? I left it. Social media? Every single one of them was unfollowed and restricted without a second thought. Months passed. The only updates I received about them came through mutual acquaintances, and every time, the story was the same. My wedding had become the hot topic in their social circles. The photos Emily had taken circulating online, shared and reshared in hushed whispers and knowing glances. Meanwhile, the anniversary they had so carefully planned barely got a mention beyond the walls of the family home. Lydia still complained bitterly about the scene at the post-anniversary reception, insisting I had engineered everything to upstage them. She wasn't entirely wrong, though she would never admit the part where they handed me the perfect opportunity on a silver platter. My parents sent a letter once, requesting to start fresh. But it wasn't an apology. It was a carefully crafted list of reasons why I had misunderstood them, why they had only ever wanted the best for me, and why my actions had hurt the family. I tore it in half without replying. The truth was simple. I didn't miss them. I didn't miss the constant judgment, the backhanded compliments, the way they dismissed anything that didn't fit their narrow vision of how I should live. My life felt quieter, lighter, freed from the crushing weight of their disapproval. Now, a year later, the situation remains exactly as I left it. We have no contact. They still gossip about me, according to occasional mutual acquaintances. And I still don't care. Because the reality is this: they wanted me small. They wanted me silent. Instead, they got to watch from the sidelines while I built a life without them. A life they couldn't rewrite, spin, or claim credit for. And that is exactly how it's going to stay. Thanks for watching. Share your thoughts in the comments. If you like this story, don't forget to like and subscribe for more content like this. My fiancée said I should learn to take a joke after she mocked me in front of her friends. I said, sure. Starting with this one, our engagement. She thought I was kidding. I wasn't. I'm Nate, 29 years old. I've been with my fiancée Clara for 3 years now, and we've been engaged for about 6 months. To say we're in love would be an understatement. I thought I knew her better than anyone, and I genuinely believed that we were a team of partners in everything. But over the last few months, I've started to feel like I'm the only one actually showing up in this relationship. And recently, something happened that made me start questioning everything. It all began on a night that should have been nothing more than a simple dinner with Clara and some of her friends. We'd been looking forward to it all week, and honestly, I was excited to finally get out of the house and spend time with people outside of our usual circle. Clara and I had been a bit busy lately, and it felt like we were both running on empty. So when she suggested we meet up with a few of her friends at a local restaurant, I was eager for the distraction. We were seated at a large table in the corner of the restaurant, surrounded by Clara's friends. Now, I know some of them aren't exactly my biggest fans. There's always been a bit of tension between me and a few of Clara's friends, especially Sarah, who can't seem to resist making little jabs at me whenever she gets the chance. But I tried to put that aside for the night. I wanted to have a good time, so I let it go. The conversation started lighthearted. We were talking about travel, work, and the usual stuff people talk about when they haven't seen each other in a while. But then, Clara brought up the wedding plans. This is where things started to take a turn. I've been taking the lead on a lot of the wedding planning. Clara's been swamped with work, and while I know she cares about the details, I didn't want her to feel overwhelmed. I took it upon myself to make sure everything was going smoothly, choosing venues, looking into caterers, organizing timelines. I'd even gone out of my way to make some personal decisions that I thought would be meaningful to both of us, like picking out some vintage-inspired decorations that reflected our relationship. When I mentioned the venue I had in mind and the ideas I'd been working on, I noticed Clara's face tighten for a second. It was subtle, but it was there. Then, she chuckled, and I wasn't sure what to make of it at first. But she continued, and that's when things started to feel off. You know, Nate, she said, leaning back in her chair with a smirk, it's really cute that you think you're handling all of this wedding planning. I mean, bless your heart, but I don't think you have a clue what you're getting yourself into. I tried to laugh it off, assuming she was joking. But the moment she said it, I felt a chill run down my spine. The laughter around the table only made it worse. It wasn't a playful, loving tease, it felt more like she was belittling me. I could see the amused glances exchanged between her friends. I felt my stomach drop as I realized that Clara wasn't just making a joke. She was undermining me. Seriously, she continued, I appreciate that you're trying, but you know I'm the one who's going to be handling the majority of the planning, right? You've probably forgotten half of what we talked about, anyway. Her friends laughed again, and this time, I couldn't just sit there pretending it didn't bother me. Clara's words stung, more than I cared to admit. I tried to remind myself that it was just a joke. Clara has a playful sense of humor, after all. But the more I thought about it, the more I realized this wasn't just about the wedding. It was about the way she had been treating me lately. It was about how, more often than not, I felt like I was being treated like a joke. I decided to take a deep breath and brush it off for the moment, but Clara wasn't done. "And you really think the venue you picked is going to work?" she asked, raising an eyebrow. "Nate, we're talking about a wedding. You can't just throw a random place together and call it good." That was when something inside me snapped. I could feel my face getting hot, my hands clenching at my sides. I wasn't angry, but I was hurt. And I realized I couldn't keep swallowing the insults, pretending everything was fine. I wasn't going to let her keep humiliating me in front of her friends, not anymore. "Actually," I said, my voice steady, "I think I'm doing just fine. But if you don't think I can handle this, maybe I should stop trying." Clara gave me a look that I couldn't quite place. It was a mix of surprise and annoyance, like she didn't expect me to push back. Her smile faltered for a moment, but she quickly recovered. "Oh, come on, Nate," she said, dismissing me with a wave of her hand. "You're taking this way too seriously. It's just a joke. You need to learn how to take one for once." I could feel my chest tighten. I was about to say something, but before I could speak, Sarah, one of Clara's friends, jumped in. "Nate, seriously," she said with a laugh, "you need to relax. Clara's just messing around. Don't take it so personally." That was the moment I realized something I hadn't fully acknowledged before. It wasn't just Clara who was dismissing me. It was her entire group of friends. They all saw me as the guy who could be teased without consequence, the one who wouldn't stand up for himself because I was too nice or sensitive. And that hurt more than anything else. But I didn't want to make a scene, so I stayed quiet for a few seconds, trying to collect my thoughts. I had to calm down. I had to stay in control of myself. But then Clara said something that made my blood boil. "Honestly, Nate," she said, smirking at me with that tone I hated, "I don't know why you're making such a big deal out of this. It's just a joke. If you can't handle it, I don't know what to tell you." That was it. The final straw. I stood up from the table, pushing my chair back with more force than I meant to. The table fell silent, and Clara's smile faltered as she looked up at me, clearly not expecting my reaction. "Maybe you're right," I said, my voice calm but firm. "Maybe I do need to learn to take a joke. So how about this one, our engagement?" Clara blinked, clearly not sure if I was serious. "What are you talking about?" she asked, but I could see the flicker of realization in her eyes. "I'm serious," I said. "If it's all just one big joke to you, then maybe we need to reconsider this whole thing." The room went still. Clara's friends exchanged glances, and I could see her processing my words. Her face went from confusion to something else. Was it guilt? Regret? I couldn't tell. But I wasn't about to back down. Clara opened her mouth to say something, but I didn't give her a chance. I grabbed my coat, turned, and walked out of the restaurant without looking back. Clara's texts and calls kept coming throughout the night, but I couldn't bring myself to answer any of them. I knew if I picked up, I'd just end up caving and brushing everything under the rug, like I always did. The thing is, I wasn't just mad about the way she joked about me in front of her friends. No, this went deeper than that. This was about a pattern. A pattern I had been ignoring for months, and honestly, I wasn't sure how much longer I could keep pretending I didn't see it. I didn't sleep much that night, tossing and turning in bed, replaying the entire dinner over and over in my head. The way she'd laughed, the way she'd brushed off my concerns like they were nothing. I had never thought of Clara as cruel, but something in that moment felt different. It wasn't just that she had humiliated me, it was the way she had acted afterward, like nothing had happened. Like I was the one who was out of line for even getting upset. The next day, I couldn't avoid it any longer. Clara came over, standing in front of my door with a look of concern on her face. I had made up my mind that I was going to talk to her, but I wasn't sure where to start. When I opened the door, she immediately tried to pull me into a hug, but I stepped back, holding my ground. "Look, I'm sorry for how things went last night," she said, her voice soft. "I didn't mean to upset you. I didn't know what I expected, but it wasn't this." Her tone was apologetic, almost too apologetic, like she was trying to smooth things over with a few words. I had seen this side of her before, the side that knew exactly what to say to make me forgive her. But this time, I wasn't sure I was ready to just let it slide. "I don't think you really understand why I'm upset," I said, trying to keep my voice steady. "It's not just about the joke. It's about how you always undermine me in front of people, how you act like I'm some kind of joke." Her face faltered for a moment, but she quickly recovered. "Nate, you're taking this way too seriously. It was just a joke, and I don't know why you're making such a big deal about it." I couldn't believe it. There it was again, the dismissive tone. She was so quick to brush me off, as if my feelings didn't matter. I felt my heart start to race, and I took a deep breath, trying to keep my composure. I wasn't going to let her downplay this anymore. No, I said, shaking my head. It's not just a joke. This isn't the first time you've done something like this. You've been making me feel small for months now, ever since we started talking about the wedding. You always act like I don't know what I'm doing, like I'm incapable of handling things. You make me feel like I'm not enough. Clara's eyes narrowed slightly, and for a second, I saw something else behind her gaze, a flicker of irritation, maybe even annoyance. What are you trying to say, Nate? She asked, her voice cool, as if I was the one making this difficult. I stood firm, not backing down. I'm saying that I can't keep doing this. I can't keep feeling like the punchline of every joke you make about me. And I definitely can't keep pretending that this relationship is okay when you clearly don't respect me. She let out a frustrated sigh, crossing her arms over her chest. So now I'm the villain? Is that it? I felt the anger bubbling up inside me. I'm not saying you're the villain, but you've been treating me like I'm nothing. Like everything I do is a joke. And I'm done with it. She stood there for a moment, her arms crossed tightly, her expression hardening. I don't know what you want from me, Nate, she said, her voice colder now. I thought you were someone who could take a joke. I thought you knew how to handle things without getting all worked up over nothing. The words stung more than I wanted to admit, but I didn't let her see how much it affected me. I couldn't. This wasn't just about a few hurtful comments anymore. It was about how she had systematically made me feel like I was unimportant to her. And now, I was starting to see the truth. You know, Clara, I said slowly, it's not just about the jokes. It's about how you've been treating me for months. How you brush off my concerns, how you act like I'm just some guy who doesn't know what he's doing. It's about the fact that you've made it clear that I don't matter to you unless it's convenient for you. Her expression faltered for just a moment, and I could see the hint of guilt in her eyes. But it quickly disappeared, replaced by something else. Something colder. She took a step back, her shoulders stiffening. I didn't realize it was so serious to you, she said, her voice a bit too sharp. But I guess that's your problem, Nate. You take everything so seriously. It's just a joke. You're the one making this into something bigger than it is. It was like a switch had flipped. The warmth, the concern, the affection, everything I had seen in Clara for the past 3 years was gone in an instant. And in its place was someone I didn't even recognize. Someone who didn't care about how I felt, who saw me as a problem to be fixed rather than a partner to be respected. I felt my stomach drop as I realized the depth of the disconnect between us. This wasn't just a small misunderstanding. This was who Clara had become. And for the first time, I wasn't sure if I could live with it. I can't do this anymore, I said, my voice trembling, but resolute. I can't keep being with someone who doesn't respect me. I'm done. Her eyes flashed with anger. So, that's it. You're just going to walk away over this? Over a stupid joke? I looked at her, my heart heavy, but I knew I had to say it. If you can't see how much this hurts, then maybe we're not meant to be together. For a long moment, Clara didn't say anything. She just stared at me, her chest rising and falling with each breath. I could tell she wasn't used to me standing up for myself like this. It probably scared her. But that was her problem now, not mine. I guess we're done, then, she said coldly, her voice tinged with a bitterness I hadn't heard before. But don't come crying to me when you realize you've made a huge mistake. She turned and walked out of my apartment, leaving me standing there, the weight of the moment pressing down on me. I didn't feel relief, not yet. I felt hollow. I had just ended my engagement, but I knew deep down that I had made the right choice. I wasn't ready to go back to pretending everything was fine. I wasn't going to allow her to keep belittling me, to keep making me feel invisible. The days after Clara left my apartment felt like a blur. I was in shock, but at the same time, there was a sense of clarity I hadn't felt before. Clara's parting words echoed in my mind, the way she'd acted like I was the one being unreasonable. And I knew, deep down, that I was finally seeing her for who she truly was, the person who had slowly worn away at my self-esteem, belittled my efforts, and twisted everything to make it seem like I was the problem. I didn't want to be angry, but I couldn't help it. It was like a switch had flipped in me, and now I was starting to realize just how much she had taken me for granted over the course of our relationship. And that feeling, that sickening realization, stayed with me, festering in the back of my mind as the days went by. I started thinking about the wedding. We'd been planning it for months, and I'd poured so much effort into it. I'd spend hours researching venues, talking to vendors, organizing details, trying to make it everything she wanted. But now, I saw it all through a different lens. It wasn't just a wedding. It was another example of her controlling everything, of her dismissing me at every turn. I could have just walked away, erased myself from her life, and let her figure things out on her own. But the more I thought about it, the more I realized that I wasn't done. No, I had a chance to turn the tables. This wasn't just about me anymore. This was about standing up for myself, and for once, making sure that Clara faced the consequences of her actions. I started small. I didn't want to give her the satisfaction of seeing me unravel, but I didn't want to back down either. The first thing I did was cancel the venue for the wedding. I had booked it months ago, and Clara had been so insistent on the location that I knew she'd be crushed if she found out I had changed it. But I didn't care. The venue wasn't just about the place. It was about her always thinking she could push me around, always assuming I'd just go along with whatever she wanted. When she found out, she wasn't happy. But Clara wasn't just upset. She was furious. And that's when I started to see the cracks in her armor. She sent me a long, angry text. Her words were a mix of frustration and disbelief. "You canceled the venue? You can't just do that without asking me. You don't get to make decisions like that on your own." I didn't respond immediately. I knew it would take her a little while to realize the full extent of what I'd done. It wasn't just the venue, it was a shift in control. But when she called me that night, I picked up, knowing this was the moment she would try to guilt-trip me into fixing it. "Nate, what is wrong with you?" Clara's voice was tight, filled with anger. "You can't just make changes like that. This is our wedding, not just yours. Don't you care about what I want?" I could feel my heart pounding as I tried to keep my cool. This was it, the moment I'd been waiting for. "Clara, I do care about what you want," I said, my voice steady. "But it's clear that you only care about what you want. This whole thing, it's been about you calling the shots like I don't even matter." There was a silence on the other end of the line. For a moment, I thought she might actually hear me. But when she spoke again, her tone was dripping with disdain. "You're being ridiculous," she said, her words sharp. "This isn't about control, it's about planning a wedding. We're supposed to be a team, but you're acting like a child throwing a tantrum. Maybe you're just not ready for this." Her words hit me like a slap in the face, but I refused to let her see that. Maybe I'm not ready for this. Maybe I'm not ready to be in a relationship where I'm constantly made to feel small. She scoffed, clearly trying to maintain control of the situation. "Oh, please, Nate. You're blowing this way out of proportion. Just fix the venue, and let's move on. I'm not going to keep having this conversation." I knew she thought she had the upper hand, but I was done giving her that power. "No, Clara. I'm not going to fix it. If you want this wedding to happen, you're going to have to start taking me seriously. I'm done letting you treat me like I don't matter." Clara didn't respond immediately, and I could tell she was trying to figure out how to regain control. But instead of backing down, she doubled down. "You really think this is going to get you what you want? You think if you cancel the wedding, I'll come crawling back to you? Think again." I almost laughed at how predictable she was. It was always the same with Clara. She thought she could control everything, manipulate every situation to get what she wanted. But I was done being her pawn. I wasn't going to give her the satisfaction of watching me beg for forgiveness. A few days passed, and Clara's attempts to smooth things over became more desperate. She called, texted, even showed up at my apartment unannounced. But I refused to engage. I wasn't going to let her manipulate me into fixing things just because she wanted everything to go her way. And I could tell it was driving her crazy. Then came the next part of my plan. I knew Clara was obsessed with the wedding dress. She'd been talking about it for months, how she had a specific vision for it, how it had to be perfect. So I did something that I knew would get under her skin. I called the boutique she'd been working with and canceled her appointment. The moment she found out, she texted me, her anger palpable. "You can't be serious. You canceled my dress fitting? After everything we've been through, this is how you want to handle things." I almost smiled as I typed my response. "You're right. It's not the dress. It's about me not letting you walk all over me anymore. Maybe it's time for you to start taking responsibility for your actions." I knew that canceling the dress fitting would be a massive blow to her, but it felt good. Finally, I was the one in control. Clara didn't realize it yet, but I had shifted the power dynamic in our relationship. I wasn't just some guy who could be walked all over. I wasn't going to let her think I'd simply fall back into line because she said so. The next time we saw each other in person, it was inevitable that the tension would be unbearable. Clara tried to act like nothing had changed, but I could see it in her eyes. She was unraveling. I was waiting for her to make the first move, to try to guilt-trip me or manipulate me like she had before. But this time, I wasn't going to play along. You know what's funny? I said, looking at her coldly. You've spent our entire relationship making me feel like I'm not enough, like I'm the one who has to prove myself. But look at you now. The wedding's falling apart, and I'm not the one who's going to fix it. Her face twisted with a mixture of anger and disbelief. You're insane, Nate. You're ruining everything. I thought you were better than this. I could hear the panic in her voice, but I didn't care. I'm not ruining anything. I'm just finally standing up for myself. Maybe that's something you should try. Clara glared at me, her eyes narrowed with fury. You really think this is some kind of revenge, don't you? Well, good luck. You're going to regret this. A week passed after that confrontation. Clara's attempts to fix things were growing more desperate, but I stood firm, refusing to back down. The control she once had over me, the power she used to make me feel small and insignificant, was slipping away. It wasn't that I wanted to hurt her, but I needed her to see the damage she'd caused. I needed her to understand how much I had been enduring, how much she had chipped away at me for so long. One evening, she showed up at my apartment, uninvited, as expected. Her face was tired, but the anger still lingered in her eyes. But there was something else there too, a hint of fear. She had started to realize that I wasn't playing around anymore, that I wasn't going to fix things just because she demanded it. Can we talk? She asked, her voice strained. I hesitated before letting her in. I wasn't ready to forgive her, not yet. But I needed closure. I needed to hear her admit that she was wrong. What is there to talk about, Clara? I asked, trying to keep my tone steady. You don't seem to understand that it's not about the wedding anymore. It's about how you've treated me, how you've treated everyone. You've been manipulating me, making me feel like I don't matter. But I'm done with it. She stared at me, searching my face for any hint of the man she once knew. The man who would have fallen back into her arms after everything she had put me through. But I wasn't that man anymore. I had changed, whether she realized it or not. I never meant to make you feel like that, Nate, Clara said quietly, her voice cracking. I thought I was doing what was best for us. But I see now that I've been wrong. I've taken you for granted. I'm sorry. It wasn't an easy apology to accept. She was clearly struggling, but I couldn't ignore the fact that for years, I had let her get away with this. She was sorry now, but how many times had she apologized before, only to repeat the same mistakes? I'm glad you're finally admitting it, I said, crossing my arms. But it doesn't change the fact that this relationship has been toxic for me. I can't just forget what you've done. Clara's eyes filled with tears, but I didn't feel the guilt I thought I would. For the first time in our relationship, I felt a sense of relief. I wasn't crying because I was sad. I was crying because I had finally let go. I never meant for things to get this bad, she said, her voice softer now. I don't know what happened to us. But I cut her off. You just wanted everything to be your way, Clara. You always did. You've been controlling, dismissive, and manipulative. And I've let you. But not anymore. There was silence between us as I let the weight of my words sink in. Clara didn't respond. She just stood there, her shoulders slumped, as if the fight had left her. The woman who had once been so full of confidence, so sure she could have whatever she wanted, now seemed small. It was strange, in a way, seeing her like this. But it also felt like justice. I'm done, Clara, I said, my voice steady but final. I'm calling off the wedding. We're done. She didn't argue this time. There was no more trying to manipulate me or convince me that we could work things out. She nodded, wiping her eyes, and turned to leave. But before she walked out the door, she paused and turned back to look at me. I'll always care about you, Nate, she said, her voice barely a whisper. I didn't say anything. I didn't need to. The weight of it all had lifted, and I finally felt like I could breathe again. The aftermath was strange. At first, it felt like a weight had been lifted from my shoulders. I wasn't dealing with the constant manipulation, the subtle jabs, or the passive-aggressive comments anymore. But I was still left with a lot of confusion. I had loved Clara once. I had cared about her, believed in the future we were building together. But now, looking back, I saw everything through a different lens. The wedding, our life together, had all been based on her terms. And I had let it happen because I was too afraid to speak up. But not anymore. As the weeks passed, the reality of my decision started to sink in. I wasn't the same person I had been when Clara and I first started dating. I had grown stronger, more self-assured. I wasn't looking for validation from someone who only saw me as a tool to manipulate and control. Clara did eventually try to reach out again, Her usual mix of guilt and demands wrapped up in carefully worded texts and calls. But I ignored every one of them. She had made it clear that I was never enough, that I was always secondary to her ambitions. Now, I made it clear that I wasn't going to be dragged back into her world of games. The weeks turned into months, and I moved on with my life. I focused on my career, on rebuilding the confidence I had lost in myself. I took the lessons I had learned from my time with Clara and applied them to every part of my life. No longer would I let someone walk all over me. No longer would I let someone dismiss my feelings because they didn't fit into their world. As for Clara, she eventually found her way into another relationship, someone who would put up with her manipulative behavior. I didn't keep track of her, though. I didn't need to. I had let go of that part of my life, and I was better for it. There was no more drama, no more games. In the end, I was the one who came out on top, not because of some petty revenge, but because I had the strength to walk away. I had learned that self-respect wasn't something I could get from anyone else. It had to come from within, and that's exactly what I had found. They told me I wasn't welcome at my own celebration, so I walked away without a word. Weeks later, when they realized what they'd lost, my dad was the one begging to make things right. But it was too late. I'm Nathan, 42 years old, and this is going to sound like one of those family drama stories you only hear about on TV or Reddit. But unfortunately, it's my life. For as long as I can remember, my family has been a source of stress rather than support. My parents, Robert and Linda, have always played favorites. My younger brother Marcus, who's 34, has been the star of the family since he was a kid. Top grades, star athlete, always the center of attention. Me? I was the quiet one, the responsible one, but never really the one they cheered for. When my 40th birthday was coming up, I honestly wasn't expecting much. My wife Jenna and I are pretty simple people. We don't like big parties or lots of noise. But I thought maybe, just maybe, my family would at least acknowledge it with a dinner or something low-key. I mentioned it casually to my mom about 2 months before the date, suggesting maybe a small family dinner or a lunch, just us. She told me she was busy with work and Marcus's upcoming graduation party preparations, but she'd see what she could do. That vague answer set off a little alarm in me, but I didn't want to overthink it. Over the next few weeks, I tried to bring it up again, hoping for some clarity. Mom would dodge the subject or say, "You know how busy this time of year is." Dad stayed out of it, which was typical. Marcus's graduation was a huge deal in their eyes, and all planning seemed to revolve around that. I got invited to the graduation party, which was fine in theory, but there was no mention of anything about my birthday. Then came the invitation, or what they called an invitation. Elise, my sister who's 36, sent me a group message 2 weeks before my birthday. It was a joint party for Marcus's graduation and my birthday, happening the weekend after my actual birthday. It felt like an afterthought, like they had to include me so it wouldn't seem weird, but no one was really celebrating me. The message even read, "We're doing one big celebration for Marcus and Nathan. Family invited. Dress nicely." I called Jenna right away, frustrated. She said, "That sounds awful. They don't really want to celebrate you. They want to make it about Marcus and squeeze you in." I didn't want to believe it, so I kept quiet and tried to think positively. When the day came, I put on the nicest shirt I had. I even got a haircut. I was determined to at least enjoy the night despite everything. But the moment I arrived at the venue, my heart sank. The room was buzzing with people congratulating Marcus, all smiles for him. There were graduation banners and balloons with Marcus's name everywhere. Not a single happy birthday sign or decoration for me. My mom greeted me with a quick nod and then disappeared into a group of relatives. Dad shook my hand but didn't say much else. Elise, ever the show stealer, took it upon herself to introduce me to family members as Marcus's brother. It was subtle, but the tone made it clear I was just part of Marcus's backdrop. I tried to start a conversation with my parents, but Mom cut me off mid-sentence, whispering to Dad, "Maybe Nathan should just leave. This isn't his night." I stood there frozen. I couldn't believe they actually said that, out loud. I looked around at the crowd, the smiles, the toasts, the laughter, and I realized I wasn't just invisible. I was deliberately sidelined. I didn't say a word after that. I turned and walked out. Jenna was waiting outside. I got into the car and just drove home. No explanation. No tears, just numb. The weeks after were worse. The family pretended nothing had happened. No apologies, no calls to check on me. When I did get texts, they were cold, shallow, and all about Marcus or other trivial family updates. My birthday? It was like it didn't exist. What stunned me was how quickly my parents moved on. They acted like I was being childish for feeling hurt, like I was the problem. My mom even told a few family members I overreacted and needed to learn to keep family matters private. It wasn't until weeks later that things really started to shift. Suddenly, my dad was calling, leaving long voicemail messages, trying to talk about family and making things right. But by then, the damage was done. I wasn't sure I wanted to hear what he had to say. After I walked away from that party, I didn't expect much. I told myself that maybe this was just how my family was, cold, selfish, and stuck in their own little world. But what happened next was a whole new level of hurt, and honestly, it took me a while to piece it all together. The days following my birthday were eerily quiet. My phone rarely rang, and when it did, it was usually a text from Elise or one of my cousins about some family thing. Never a simple, "How are you?" or "Happy belated birthday." Jenna was upset for me, but she tried to be supportive without pushing too hard. We talked about what it meant to be excluded like that, about how it was one thing to feel overlooked, but another to be deliberately erased. 2 weeks after the party, I started getting texts from my dad that seemed out of place, too formal, almost rehearsed. One morning, I woke up to 3 missed calls and a voicemail. I listened carefully. His voice was shaky, unusually soft. "Nathan, I know things haven't been perfect. Maybe they never will be. But I want to fix this. I miss you. Please, let's talk." I stared at my phone, unsure what to feel. Part of me wanted to ignore it. After everything, why should I trust him? But another part of me remembered what I wanted growing up, a family that cared. I texted back, "I'm willing to listen." We arranged to meet for coffee a few days later. When I showed up at the cafe, Robert was already there, nervously stirring his coffee. He looked older, maybe more tired than usual. I sat down, and for a moment, we just looked at each other. "I'm sorry," he started. "I realize I failed you as a father. The way things went at the party, it was wrong." I wanted to believe him. I wanted this to be a turning point. But something about the way he said it didn't sit right. It felt like damage control, like a performance for my benefit. "I don't understand why Mom and Elise treated me like I was a stranger in my own family," I said quietly. Robert sighed. "They didn't mean to hurt you. Elise is under a lot of pressure with the graduation, and Mom, well, she's always been very protective of Marcus." That word, protective, felt like a slap. Protective of Marcus to the point of ignoring me completely. I pressed. But why was I made to feel unwelcome? Why did Mom suggest I leave the party? Robert looked away for a moment. "She doesn't see it the way you do. She thinks you're difficult." I blinked, shocked. Difficult? For wanting to be acknowledged on my birthday? That conversation was the beginning of a slow, painful unraveling. I kept meeting with Dad, trying to bridge the gap, but every attempt felt like walking on thin ice. Behind the scenes, the family dynamics were more toxic than I realized. Through some subtle digging, texts I accidentally saw, overheard phone calls, and talks with distant relatives, I started piecing together what was really going on. Elise wasn't just indifferent to me, she was actively hostile. She had spent years carefully crafting her image as the perfect daughter, the successful one, and anything that threatened that image, like acknowledging my birthday as equally important, was a threat to her. She had convinced Mom that celebrating me would distract from Marcus's big moment, even though Marcus's graduation was weeks away from my birthday. Mom, meanwhile, was the gatekeeper of their version of the family story. She controlled who got invited, what was celebrated, and how the family image was presented. To her, I was the inconvenient sibling, the one who didn't fit their perfect narrative. She preferred to manage me by keeping me at arm's length and letting Marcus shine. Even Dad was more complicit than I wanted to admit. His attempts to make things right felt hollow now that I saw how he quietly sided with Mom and Elise most of the time, prioritizing family reputation over genuine connection. One evening, Jenna and I were at home, and I told her everything I'd discovered. She was furious, but not at me. She was angry at my family, at how they had built walls around me for years, and then acted surprised when I finally turned away. "I hate that they made you doubt yourself," she said. "But you don't have to let them decide your worth." That night, I made a decision. I would stop chasing their approval. I would live my life on my own terms. But I wasn't done with them, not yet. Then came the turning point. 2 weeks after my coffee meeting with Dad, I got a text from Marcus. Just his name, No message. I called back immediately. Hey, he answered, sounding off. Can we talk? Marcus was usually confident, maybe even arrogant. This was different. When we met, he was quieter than usual. He admitted that the party had been a disaster, not just because I walked out, but because other family members had noticed the tension. Even some of the extended family were whispering about how the celebration had been unfair. I don't know how to fix it, Marcus said honestly. But Dad's been really upset about it all. That's when the real drama began. Dad started reaching out to everyone, my aunts, uncles, cousins, trying to smooth things over. But his efforts were more about damage control than reconciliation. He wanted the family image restored, not to rebuild relationships. Elise doubled down. She began sending me passive-aggressive texts about family loyalty and putting the past behind us, but the tone was anything but forgiving. Mom remained distant, acting like nothing had changed. At this point, I realized this wasn't going to be a simple fix. The family wasn't interested in healing. They just wanted the status quo back. And then, just when I thought I had a handle on things, something happened that flipped the whole situation on its head. One evening, I received an anonymous message. It was a photo, clear and sharp, Mom and Elise meeting with a lawyer. The caption read, "Planning their next move." That photo hit me like a punch in the gut. Mom and Elise, sitting in a sleek office with a lawyer, whispering and smiling like they were plotting my downfall. I didn't know what they were planning, but I had a sinking feeling it wasn't good. For a few days, I kept the picture to myself, trying to figure out my next move. Jenna noticed my distracted mood and asked if everything was okay. I told her I suspected they were scheming something behind my back. She looked concerned but urged me to be careful. A week later, my suspicions were confirmed. I got a letter in the mail from a law firm representing my parents. They were demanding I repay a sum of money they claimed I owed them, a loan they alleged I took years ago but never paid back. I never borrowed money from them. I checked my records, bank statements, and asked Jenna to do the same. No such loan existed. But the letter wasn't just about money. They attached a formal notice threatening to take legal action if I didn't comply. They accused me of financial irresponsibility and disrespect to the family, implying that this lawsuit was a last resort to protect the family legacy. I was furious, not just because of the false accusations, but because I realized how far they were willing to go to hurt me, to make me submit. I called my dad first, hoping for some clarity. "Dad, this loan doesn't exist. Why are you doing this?" He sighed, sounding weary. "Nathan, this is about more than money. Your behavior has been damaging the family. Your mother and Elise believe this is the only way to get through to you." Get through to me? By threatening me with a lawsuit. I was shaking. "Look, I'm sorry it's come to this, but you've left us no choice." That was the moment I stopped trying to fix things the way they wanted. I hired a lawyer and started digging deeper. I requested all the documents my parents supposedly had. What came back was a mess of forged signatures, inconsistent dates, and even a note from a financial advisor that no one could verify. Meanwhile, Elise ramped up her attacks. She started sending messages to family members, painting me as the ungrateful sibling who was ruining the family's good name. She posted passive-aggressive comments on social media about family obligations and respect, clearly targeting me without naming me. Mom stayed silent publicly but sent me cold messages through my siblings, accusing me of turning my back on them and breaking family bonds. Dad's calls became fewer and more desperate, each ending with, "Let's just talk this out." Through it all, Jenna was my rock. She helped me keep perspective when the lies and accusations piled up. She encouraged me to document everything and stay calm. More than once, she reminded me that this was about power for them, not about family. The breaking point came 3 months after the initial party. I was invited to a distant cousin's wedding, and I thought maybe some family members would be there who weren't caught up in this madness. But when I arrived, I was met with cold stares and whispered conversations that stopped when I entered the room. Elise was there, of course, and she made a show of ignoring me completely. Mom sat with her back turned, not even acknowledging my presence. Dad came over briefly but looked nervous, avoiding eye contact. Later, I overheard Elise talking to a group of relatives, boasting about how they were handling me and how the family wouldn't tolerate such behavior anymore. She laughed at the idea of me falling in line or disappearing. That night, I realized that the family I thought I could reconnect with no longer existed. They had become a faction determined to control and punish me for standing up. So, I decided to fight back. But not with anger or lawsuits. I would take a different route, one they wouldn't see coming. First, I quietly reached out to some of the extended family members who had been quietly watching the drama unfold but had stayed neutral. I shared my side of the story with them, showed them the fake loan documents and messages from Elise. Slowly, they began to question the narrative Elise and Mom were pushing. Second, I started focusing on my own life, my own achievements, without their validation. I grew my business, strengthened my friendships, and found support outside the toxic family web. And then came the moment I'd been waiting for. It was at a family reunion a few months later, an event I wasn't officially invited to, but showed up at anyway. I knew Mom and Elise would be there, along with most of the family. I came prepared, quietly confident, calm, and with a few allies by my side. When I arrived, the room fell silent. Whispers filled the air. Elise's face went pale. I asked for the floor and began to speak. Calmly, I laid out the timeline, the neglect, the false accusations, the fake loan documents. I presented proof and testimonies from relatives who had witnessed the manipulation. The room shifted. Some people looked shocked. Others tried to dismiss me, but the cracks in their perfect family image were showing. Elise tried to interrupt, but I held up my hand. Let me finish. When I was done, there was a long pause. Mom's expression was unreadable. Dad looked like he wanted to disappear. After I finished laying everything out, every receipt, every timeline, every contradiction, the room fell into a silence that clung to the walls like smoke. It wasn't just quiet. It was loaded, weighted, the kind of silence that makes people look around, uncertain, like they've just realized the floor beneath them might not be as steady as they thought. I stood there, heart pounding but hands steady, letting the silence speak for me. I didn't need to shout. I didn't need to cry. The facts had done the work. All eyes were on me, but none heavier than Elise's. Her expression twisted, not in shame or reflection, but in sheer, livid fury. Her lips parted like she was about to say something scathing, but before she could get a word out, Jonah, my cousin on Mom's side, cleared his throat and stepped forward. I can vouch for what Nathan said, Jonah said quietly. I was there when Elise told Aunt Lorna to stop coddling him, that it was time he learned his place. She said it like this whole family owed her something. Gasps echoed softly around the room. Then Alina, another cousin, Elise's own age, spoke up. She told me Nathan was ungrateful, lazy, that he wanted a free ride. I believed her. I shouldn't have. I'm sorry, Nathan. More voices followed. People who had quietly suspected, who had heard bits and pieces Elise didn't think would ever circle back. One by one, they painted the picture I already knew too well. Elise had been spreading poison for years, always with that smile, always behind the scenes. Mom had shut down anyone who questioned the official narrative. And Dad hadn't spoken up. Not once. He just nodded along. Because keeping the peace mattered more than protecting his son. The room visibly fractured. Some relatives looked stricken, turning toward Elise and Mom with disbelief in their eyes. Others cast nervous glances, suddenly unsure where their loyalties stood. The air was tense, uncertain, confused, almost like the family had been walking in a fog for years, and now it was lifting. Elise's face flushed deep red. This is ridiculous, she spat. You're all letting him manipulate you. He's just bitter because he didn't get what he wanted. But no one laughed this time. No one nodded in agreement. The charm she used to command had cracked. Her control was slipping. She let out a frustrated scoff, turned on her heel, and stormed out of the hall without another word, her heels clicking sharply across the floor. No one followed her. Mom didn't speak. She sat frozen in her chair, lips pressed into a razor-thin line, eyes glassy but cold. Her silence was her answer. There was nothing left to defend, no lie left to spin. Dad looked different, smaller somehow. His usually steady hands fidgeted in his lap, and his shoulders drooped as if he were carrying a weight he could no longer pretend wasn't there. When I met his eyes, he looked away. And in that moment, something shifted in me. I had always hoped, foolishly, maybe, that there would come a day when they'd see me. Really see me. Not as a problem or an obligation or a disappointment, but just as their son, as their brother, as someone worth loving, even if I didn't fit their mold. But standing there, I realized that moment was never going to come. And that was okay, because I didn't need it anymore. In the weeks that followed, I made it official. I cut off contact. I changed my number. Blocked them all. Not out of spite, but out of necessity. I needed peace. I needed room to breathe. To live without always looking over my shoulder for the next guilt trip or backhanded comment. Elise tried to call once. Left a voicemail full of manufactured concern and vague suggestions of moving forward. I deleted it. Mom never called, but she sent a string of texts. Some cold and blaming, some trying to guilt me back into line. I blocked her too. Dad, he was the last to reach out. He sent an email a few weeks later, asking to meet. Said he wanted to talk man to man. But I didn't respond. He had his chance. He made his choices. And I was done cleaning up the mess he helped make. Without them in my life, things got quieter. Simpler. Better. I poured myself into my work. Reconnected with old friends who had faded during the worst years of family drama. Built new routines, started new projects, even began volunteering at a local mentorship program. And slowly, something I hadn't felt in years returned, joy. Not the fleeting kind that came from accomplishments they'd never acknowledge, but a deeper, steadier kind that came from knowing I no longer had to earn their approval to feel like I mattered. The fallout from the reunion spread quietly. I heard from a few relatives that Elise and Mom's relationship with the extended family had fractured. Some cut ties entirely. Others pulled away, uncomfortable with how things had played out. Elise lost her social standing in the family. She stopped getting invited to gatherings. Her reputation, carefully crafted and guarded, wasn't so shiny anymore. Mom retreated, her world smaller and quieter. No more family dinners where she got to hold court. No more gossip sessions where she shaped the truth. Dad kept attending family events alone for a while. He'd show up, sit in the back, make polite conversation. But the weight of what he'd allowed sat on his shoulders. Everyone could see it. As for me, I stopped waiting for an invitation to belong. I built my own family. One made of close friends, of chosen support, of people who knew how to give and receive respect. I created traditions that didn't revolve around walking on eggshells. I celebrated milestones without needing their approval. And whenever I think back to that birthday, the one I wasn't invited to, the one they used as a weapon, I smile. Not because it was fair, not because it didn't hurt, but because that night, they showed me exactly who they were. And I finally had the courage to walk away. They lost a son, a brother, a family member who had only ever wanted connection, not control. They mistook my silence for weakness, my distance for selfishness. But I wasn't running from them. I was walking toward myself. And in the end, that was their greatest loss. If you're in a situation where your family only accepts you on their terms, know this: you are allowed to say no. You are allowed to leave. And sometimes the healthiest thing you can do, the bravest thing, is to stop trying to prove yourself and start building something better on your own. They told me I wasn't welcome, so I left, and I never looked back. Thanks for watching. Share your thoughts in the comments. If you like this story, don't forget to like and subscribe for more content like this. It started with a text from my mom that should have felt warm, inviting, and familiar, but instead, it came with a subtle sting I couldn't quite place at first. Christmas Eve dinner starts at 5 sharp this year, Quinn. Bring the kids. Love, Mom. That was it. No emojis. No excitement. No follow-up message with those winking little notes she used to send. You better be bringing those chocolate truffles I love. Or, don't forget to wear that awful sweater. It's tradition. Just sterile. Like I was getting an appointment reminder, not a family invitation. I should back up a little. I'm Quinn, 36 years old. And if you had told me 5 years ago that I'd be the black sheep of the family, I would have laughed in your face. I used to be the reliable one. The calm older brother. The guy who bailed everyone out when they needed it. Whether it was money, babysitting, car trouble, you name it. But ever since the divorce, it's like the family quietly shifted around me and closed ranks. And suddenly I was on the outside of a circle I didn't even realize I was no longer standing in. My ex-wife, Kayla, left when our youngest, Aria, was barely 2. I won't pretend I was perfect, but I never expected her to ghost the kids too. She moved across the country, got remarried, and all but disappeared. Since then, it's just been me, juggling full-time work and full-time parenting. My son, Caleb, is 9, smart, quiet, the kind of kid who notices things before anyone else does. Ari is now 5, a firecracker in sparkly leggings who thinks glitter is a primary food group. They're my whole world. Every scraped knee, every bedtime story, every parent-teacher conference. I've been there. Alone, but there. And yet, for some reason, my family treats us like we're temporary guests in a house we helped build. My younger brother, Mason, is the golden boy. He's 32, married to a woman named Kelsey who somehow always looks like she just walked off a Pinterest board. They've got twins, Lily and Logan, 4 years old, photogenic, dressed in matching outfits even when they're just going to the grocery store. And my mom, she's obsessed with them. Every group chat, every holiday card, every magnet on her fridge is Lily and Logan smiling at pumpkin patches or holding tiny American flags. You'd think they were royalty. Caleb and Arya? A footnote, if that. Still, I tried. I always try. Every year I go to Christmas Eve dinner with a fake smile and a bottle of wine no one touches. I bring homemade gifts. I offer to help in the kitchen. I make sure my kids say thank you even when they get socks 3 sizes too small. I keep peace, even when I feel like I'm bleeding inside. But this year something was different. When we arrived at my mom's house, the same house I grew up in, though she'd recently redone the kitchen with granite countertops and that open shelving thing she saw on HGTV, I noticed the shift immediately. The driveway was packed. There were lights strung up with more care than I'd ever seen before. Holiday music played from outdoor speakers. The porch had little baskets of hot cocoa packets and candy canes. It looked like a Christmas movie. But when I stepped inside with Caleb holding one hand and Arya the other, the warm glow didn't quite reach us. "Oh, you made it," my mom said, more surprised than pleased. She didn't bend down to hug the kids. No cheerful, "Look how big you're getting." Just a brisk nod and a glance over my shoulder like she was waiting for someone else. I glanced around. The living room was packed. Mason's family, a few cousins, some family friends. Everyone was already in full celebration mode. Kids running, gifts stacked under the tree like a mini shopping mall display. But something was missing. Actually, several things. There were stockings hung on the mantel. Lily, Logan, Mason, Kelsey, even Grandma and Papa Jim, my mom's partner. But no Caleb. No Arya. No Quinn. My chest tightened. I said nothing. "Daddy, where's our stocking?" Arya asked, tugging my sleeve. "I don't know, sweetheart," I said, forcing a smile. "Maybe it's in a different room." Spoiler, it wasn't. We moved through the evening like ghosts. When dinner was served, there weren't enough chairs. We were told to just grab spots wherever. My kids ended up eating on the floor by the coffee table. No one made room. No one offered to swap. I crouched beside them, pretending it was a fun picnic. I kept telling myself I was imagining things. That maybe the stockings had just been forgotten. That maybe the dinner chaos was just poor planning, not personal. That maybe, just maybe, I was being too sensitive. But then came the gift exchange. It's always been a tradition in our family. After dinner, everyone gathers in the living room, and we do a kind of informal unwrapping. Kids go first, then adults. My mom is the ringleader, handing out gifts with exaggerated flair. "This one's for Lily, ooh la la." Or, "Oh, Logan's gonna love this." I watched as the tree was slowly picked clean, gift by gift, my mom's voice ringing out each name like a bell. Mason, Kelsey, Lily, Logan, even Papa Jim got a new fishing vest. But not once did she say Caleb, or Arya, or Quinn. I waited, frozen, as the last gift was handed out. Wrapping paper littered the floor like confetti. Caleb had gone quiet beside me, staring down at his hands. Arya's lip trembled. I swallowed a rock in my throat. Finally, I stood and walked over to my mom, who was sipping her wine and chatting with Kelsey. "Hey," I said softly, not wanting to make a scene. Just wondering, were Caleb and Arya's gifts maybe left somewhere else? Upstairs, maybe? I didn't see anything for them. My mom looked at me like I'd asked for her social security number. "Oh," she said, "we didn't really do gifts for your side this year." My brain stuttered. "What do you mean?" She gave a little smile, the kind that doesn't reach the eyes. "Well, money's tight. And Mason's kids are still so young, you know? We figured they'd appreciate it more." I blinked. "So you got gifts for everyone else, and just skipped my kids?" "They're used to not having as much," she said, like she was explaining the weather. "And we didn't want to waste money on your side this year." I felt heat rising in my face. Mason, sitting nearby, chimed in without looking up from his phone. "Be grateful we even invited you, man." That's when something inside me cracked. Not anger, not even sadness. Just clarity. I scanned the room, my jaw clenched, and noticed something. A shiny red gift box near the back of the tree. Still unopened. The tag had fallen off, but something about it caught my eye. The wrapping paper was familiar. I walked over, picked it up, turned it in my hands, and froze. There, stuck to the bottom with a bit of ripped tape, was a receipt. Folded. Crumpled. I opened it. And there it was. My credit card number. My name. The date. The gift had been bought using my account. My money. I held it up and turned to the room, my voice calm but loud enough to cut through the holiday cheer. Interesting, I said. This one has my name on the receipt. The room went silent. For a moment, it was like the entire room had stopped breathing. The kind of silence that feels physical, heavy, stretching, and so absolute that even the sound of Aria's juice box crinkling cut through it. I stood there with the unopened gift box still in my hands, the receipt fluttering between my fingers like a flag planted on enemy soil. My name printed at the bottom of that receipt might as well have been a spotlight. Nobody moved. Nobody blinked. Finally, Mason broke the silence with a scoff, all smug detachment and condescension. "You probably just forgot you bought that," he said, not even looking up from his phone. "You're not exactly organized these days." I stared at him. "It's dated last week. I haven't bought a single gift from this store in over a year. And this," I held it up higher, turning slowly so everyone could see, "was wrapped in the exact same paper all your kids' gifts were in." Kelsey was suddenly very busy adjusting Logan's sweater. My mom sat there, still swirling her wine like she was watching a cooking show instead of the slow implosion of her living room. I looked over at Caleb and Aria. They were still sitting quietly on the floor by the coffee table, surrounded by torn wrapping paper that hadn't belonged to them. Caleb's eyes were narrowed. Aria was hugging her stuffed unicorn like a shield. Neither said a word, but their silence screamed in my ears. "Did you use my card to buy Christmas gifts?" I asked, not loud, not angry, just steady, measured. My mom's eyes finally met mine. Her smile dropped, but only for a second. Then it reappeared, tight and polite. "We meant to tell you. It was just for a few things. We thought you wouldn't mind." I blinked slowly. "You used my money to buy gifts for everyone but my kids." She shrugged. "It's all family. What's the difference?" The words landed like a slap. Not even a justification, not an apology, just that same dismissive tone she always used when she didn't want to admit she was wrong. I felt it rise again, that bitter clarity. It stripped away years of denial, every excuse I'd made for her behavior, every time I told myself to suck it up, to be grateful, to not make waves. "Did you ask me?" I said. "Even once." My mom sighed like I was the one being unreasonable. "Quinn, stop making a scene. It's Christmas." No one said anything. Not a single voice in that room stood up for me. Not one person looked surprised. And that told me everything I needed to know. The gift in my hand suddenly felt radioactive. I placed it gently on the floor and walked over to my kids. Caleb's eyes flicked up at me, searching my face. Aria leaned against my leg. "We're leaving," I said quietly. That's when Mason stood up. "Come on, man. Don't be dramatic," he said. "The kids are having fun. Don't ruin it for everyone." I turned to him, and something in my expression must have made him pause. "They're not having fun, Mason. They've been ignored all night. They didn't get a single gift. They ate dinner on the floor. And now I find out that the one gift that might have been for them was bought with my card, without my permission, and handed to one of your kids like it was nothing." He threw up his hands. "Okay, so maybe Mom messed up. But she raised you, didn't she? You owe her a little grace." A sharp, humorless laugh escaped me. "Grace?" I echoed. "Is that what this is?" "She's done so much for us," he insisted. "For you," I corrected. He didn't argue. I knelt beside Aria, gently helping her back into her coat. "Come on, honey. Caleb, you too." But as I zipped up Aria's jacket, I heard my mom's voice from behind me, sharp, cold, cutting in a way that only she could be. "You always were so sensitive, Quinn. Just like your father." I stood up slowly, turning to face her. "Don't." She tilted her head. "It's true. He couldn't handle criticism either. That's why he left." My vision tunneled for a second. The mention of my father, who walked out when I was 10 and left me to pick up the slack, was a line I hadn't expected her to cross. But she did, with that same smile on her face. The same one she used when I cried after school, and she told me boys don't get to fall apart. I took a breath, steadying myself. "We're done here. No, she said suddenly, standing. We are not done. You don't get to throw a tantrum in my house and walk out like a martyr. I've supported you more than anyone, and this is the thanks I get. Supported me? I repeated, stunned. Who let you stay here after Kayla left? Who helped you get back on your feet? You gave me a guest room for 2 months, I said, voice calm but shaking. Then charged me rent higher than market rate. You told me not to get too comfortable. You refused to babysit unless I paid you. You made it clear you were doing me a favor, and you never let me forget it. She crossed her arms. I have a right to set boundaries. Then so do I said, my voice low. Mason stepped in again, clearly trying to reclaim the room. Seriously, Quinn, this is getting sad. Nobody's out to get you. You're acting like a victim because you didn't get your name on a few presents. Grow up. That was it. The moment. The breaking point. I looked at him, really looked at him. The smug tilt of his chin, the lazy arrogance of someone who'd always had things handed to him, who never had to pick up the pieces of anything, who didn't know what it meant to go without. And then, as if the universe wanted to twist the knife, Logan, his son, walked over, holding one of the shiny new gifts under his arm. The same one I'd found. The one with my name on the receipt. Uncle Quinn, he said cheerfully. Thank you for the race car. I looked down at the box in his hands. It was one of the expensive ones. The kind Caleb had begged me for last month, but I couldn't afford it because I was catching up on rent after a rough patch at work. The same gift I had said no to, and now here it was, bought with my money, in another kid's hands, while my own sat empty-handed. Something inside me shattered. I didn't yell. I didn't throw anything. I didn't curse or storm out or make a speech. I just knelt beside Logan, gave him a small nod, and said, You're welcome, buddy. Then I turned back to Mason. You know what's sad? I said, It's not that you think I'm playing the victim. It's that you genuinely believe you're the hero in this story. He frowned, confused. What are you talking about? You'll find out, I said simply. And then I walked out, my kids bundled up, silent and wide-eyed as we stepped into the night. The cold air hit me like a slap, but it felt cleaner than anything in that house. I helped Arya into her booster, buckled Caleb in, and slid into the driver's seat with a kind of quiet I hadn't felt in years. The kind that comes before a storm. Because that night wasn't just the end of a Christmas gathering. It was the end of an illusion. And what none of them knew, not my mother, not Mason, not even Papa Jim sipping brandy in the corner, was that I had already been planning something. Not out of spite, not even for revenge, just to protect what mattered. My kids, my dignity, my future. But after that night, it stopped being protection, and it became something else entirely. Something bigger, something none of them were prepared for. And it all started with one little detail Mason forgot. He'd used my card, my business account, and that made everything traceable. We drove home in silence that night. Not because I was angry, though I was, but because I needed to keep it together for my kids. Arya fell asleep halfway home, her unicorn clutched to her chest like a lifeline, and Caleb kept staring out the window, blinking hard. I knew he wasn't crying, not exactly, but something had fractured in him. Something I couldn't patch over with a bedtime story or a kiss on the forehead. When we pulled into our small townhouse driveway, I turned off the engine and just sat there, staring at the dark windows of our home. No lights, no decorations, no tree in the window. I told myself we'd decorate together on Christmas Day this year, but the truth was, I hadn't had the energy or the budget. Between the rising rent, groceries, and fixing the old Honda, there hadn't been anything left for lights or ornaments. I carried Arya in and tucked her in bed without waking her. Caleb followed behind me quietly, didn't even ask for a snack like he normally would. When I pulled his blanket up, he looked at me and finally said, Did we do something wrong? I sat on the edge of his bed and held back the lump in my throat. No, buddy, you didn't do anything wrong. Some people just forget what really matters. But that's not your fault. He didn't answer. He just rolled onto his side and whispered, Thanks for trying. That one cracked me open. After they were asleep, I sat in the living room in the dark. I didn't cry. I didn't rage. I just felt empty, like the air had been sucked out of the room and I didn't have the strength to refill it. I looked around at the half-decorated house, a single red stocking I'd put up for show, a cheap plastic wreath from last year still hanging lopsided on the front door, and a $4 roll of wrapping paper I hadn't used. I felt like a failure. As a father, as a son, as a brother, like every part of me was stretched too thin and worn out. And that's when the next blow landed. I checked my email, more out of habit than anything, and saw it. A flag message from my bank. Unusual account activity. At first, I thought it might have been a fraud alert. Maybe Mason had used my card again. But when I clicked it open, my heart sank. A business charge had triggered a freeze. The Christmas gifts. Multiple purchases, all logged under client entertainment and vendor gifting. Normally, this wouldn't be an issue. I ran a small freelance graphic design business. Nothing huge, but enough to pay the bills. And I had a separate business account for tax reasons. But the problem was this. Mason hadn't just used my card. He'd used my business credit card. And because I hadn't noticed it until now, those charges had automatically been flagged for audit by the bookkeeping service I subscribed to. This was bad. Really bad. I spent the next 2 hours combing through transactions, cross-referencing dates, calling the card company, trying to dispute the purchases. But since the gifts were delivered and the store had a signed receipt, I had no recourse. The charges would stay. Over $1,300. All of it tied to items I didn't authorize and couldn't return. Worse, the accounting service suspended my automatic tax prep. They marked my profile as pending review for fraudulent vendor activity. I couldn't invoice clients until it was resolved. That meant no cash flow. No money coming in. Not for Christmas. Not for January rent. Rock bottom. That week between Christmas and New Year's was the darkest I'd had in years. My fridge was nearly empty, and I was rationing cereal for the kids' breakfast. I had to text 3 clients and apologize for delays. I even pawned my old iPad just to make sure we had gas money. I didn't tell anyone, not friends, not colleagues, and definitely not my mom. I knew what she'd say. Something like, "You should have budgeted better," or worse, "Maybe if you didn't spend so much time feeling sorry for yourself, you'd be successful like your brother." So I kept quiet. I swallowed my pride, sat with the shame, and did what I'd always done, survived. But somewhere in that darkness, something shifted. It wasn't a sudden epiphany or a magical moment of clarity. It was slow, creeping, almost invisible at first. A whisper that grew louder each day. "No one is coming to save you, Quinn. So save yourself." On New Year's Eve, while most people were popping champagne or setting resolutions, I was sitting on the living room floor with a notebook and a dull pencil, writing down everything I had left. A list. What I have. Laptop, barely working. Wi-Fi for now. Adobe Creative Cloud, paid through February. 2 steady clients, small contracts, but loyal. LinkedIn connections, about 200. 1 good suit. My kids. I circled that last one. That was my reason. Not revenge. Not pride. Just Caleb and Aria. I got to work. Every night after they went to sleep, I stayed up researching how to scale freelance work. I watched YouTube videos about client outreach, wrote cold emails to small businesses, updated my website. I rebranded entirely. New logo, new pitch, new rate sheet. I even offered a few designs for free to local shops in exchange for referrals. Slowly, things picked up. A bakery downtown needed help with Instagram visuals. A startup in Chicago found my Behance page and asked for pitch deck designs. One project led to another. I didn't sleep much, and I definitely didn't have time to wallow. But for the first time in a long while, I felt like I was building something. By February, I had 4 regular clients and had landed a $5,000 rebranding contract with a mid-sized pet food company. It was the biggest deal I'd ever negotiated, and I closed it over a video call with Aria braiding my hair under the desk. We started eating better. I replaced the broken microwave. I bought a cheap used tree and promised the kids we'd decorate it next year, even if it was July. I enrolled Caleb in a weekend robotics program he'd been dreaming about. Aria got to pick out her own sparkly backpack for kindergarten. I still hadn't spoken to my mom or Mason. Not a word. They hadn't reached out, and I didn't expect them to. I figured they assumed I was licking my wounds somewhere, still bitter, still broke. And honestly, I was fine with that. Let them. What they didn't know was that I was laying bricks. Quietly, carefully, because while I rebuilt my business and my sense of self, I also started documenting everything. I downloaded every statement, every receipt, every timestamp from the card charges. I took screenshots of text threads. I requested security footage from the store that matched the date and time Mason made the purchases using my business card and confirmed it with the cashier's ID from the log. I compiled it all in a folder labeled for later. Because I didn't want an apology anymore. I wanted accountability. But not for me. For Caleb. For Arya. For every time they were made to feel small in a room full of people who should have lifted them up. One evening, Caleb asked if we could go visit Nana. I hesitated. Why do you want to go there? He shrugged. Just to show her the new robot I built. I want her to see I'm not nothing. That nearly broke me again. But instead, I smiled and said, we'll see. Because what I was planning next wasn't about proving worth to anyone. It was about reclaiming what was stolen and making sure it never happened again. What came next wasn't just a confrontation. It was a reckoning. And it started with a single email. To Mason. With the subject line, thought you might want to see this before I press send. The email sat in my drafts for 3 days before I finally hit send. I wanted every word to land like a scalpel, not with rage or theatrics, but with surgical precision. No accusations, no threats, just the facts. Cold, traceable, undeniable. I included 3 attachments. A PDF titled Unauthorized Transactions, Business Account, listing each charge made using my company credit card during the week of Christmas. A screenshot from the store's security footage showing Mason at the register, holding the exact gift Logan thanked me for. The store receipt, with my business name and billing info at the bottom. At the end, I wrote only this. You have 48 hours to make this right. Quietly, professionally, and fully, or I escalate. And you know I will. Then I sent it. Not to stir panic. Not to bluff. But because I had reached a point where I wasn't afraid anymore. The next morning, I got a call from an unknown number. I let it go to voicemail. 2 minutes later, another one. Then a text. You're seriously doing this? Call me. Now. Mason. I didn't call. I waited. Let him sweat. That evening, another message came through, this time from Kelsey, the first contact I'd had from her since the Christmas debacle. Quinn. Please. This is a misunderstanding. Mason didn't mean to use your business card. He thought it was the one you guys used to share for family stuff. That was a lie. There was no shared card. There never had been. But the message told me one very important thing. They were worried. And they should have been. Because while I had quietly rebuilt my life, they'd been coasting on assumptions. They assumed I'd always take the high road. That I'd always be too tired or too broke or too Quinn to push back. That the guilt they weaponized for years would keep me docile. But guilt is only powerful if you still want their approval. I was done wanting anything from them. So I sent one final message. There's nothing to discuss. All communications from here on will go through my lawyer. I didn't have a lawyer yet, but they didn't know that. I spent the next 2 days researching business law, misappropriation of funds, small claims court procedures, and, most importantly, how to file a formal complaint with the IRS if someone uses your business account for personal gain. Mason hadn't just stolen from me. He'd left a paper trail that could trigger a tax audit I'd be forced to endure. But if I timed this right, I could turn that into leverage. I started with a consultation, free, thankfully, with a solo practitioner named Alicia Grant. She was sharp, no nonsense, and listened without a hint of pity. When I finished explaining, she leaned back in her chair and said, You have 2 options. 1. File charges. Small claims court, theft, potential civil penalties. That'll take time, money, and energy. You'll win, eventually, but it'll get messy. I nodded. And the second? She smiled. Use the evidence to make him clean it up on your terms. Quietly. Make him sweat. Make him pay. You don't need the court. You need leverage. And you already have it. I liked Alicia. So we drafted a letter. Professional. Unambiguous. Not threatening. Just informative. It explained that unauthorized charges on a registered business account could result in a formal IRS audit. That I was prepared to file, but preferred a resolution that didn't involve the agency. That all I required was full reimbursement, a signed statement admitting fault, and a public apology to my children, preferably in the form of a gift of equivalent value, with no strings attached. I mailed a physical copy to Mason's house. Certified. He signed for it 2 days later. That same night, my phone rang. It was Mom. I stared at her name on the screen for a long time. Then I picked up. Quinn. Her voice was clipped. Tense. Mason showed me what you're doing. Good, I said flatly. I don't know what you're trying to prove with all this, but this family doesn't air dirty laundry in public. I blinked, stunned by the irony. You made my kids sit through Christmas with nothing but cold pizza and pity, and that wasn't dirty laundry? I raised you better than this. You raised me to be quiet, I said. To make excuses for everyone but myself. to shrink, to sacrifice, to keep the peace no matter how much it hurt. You didn't raise me. You groomed me to be convenient. Silence. Then, quietly, you're twisting things. I leaned back, exhaling slowly. Maybe. Or maybe you just don't like that I finally stopped twisting myself. She didn't hang up, but she didn't apologize either. Just sighed and said, "Do what you have to do." I hung up. 2 days later, a check arrived in the mail. Made out to my business name. $1,382. The exact amount of the charges Mason racked up. There was a sticky note attached, in Kelsey's handwriting. "Can we please put this behind us? The kids miss their uncle." The hypocrisy would have been laughable if it weren't so predictable. I deposited the check. But I didn't reply. That wasn't the end. Not yet. Because while the money covered the financial damage, it didn't address the emotional scar that night had left on my children. On me. And more importantly, I had another card to play. One I'd been waiting on for weeks. See, after Christmas, I'd reached out to a family friend, Mr. Sampson, who happened to be the principal at a private elementary school across town. It wasn't a flashy prep academy, just a modest but excellent K-8 school with smaller class sizes, supportive teachers, and a well-known STEM program. Caleb's dream school. Back in January, I couldn't afford it. But by March, with the pet food company contract extended and 2 new clients added to my roster, I had the deposit ready. Mr. Sampson remembered me. He remembered Dad, too, back when he used to volunteer at the school for events before he disappeared. He walked me through the financial aid process, helped expedite Caleb's application, and even got Arya a spot in the kindergarten class waitlist. And on the first Monday of April, Caleb walked into his new school with a backpack full of confidence and a heart that no longer questioned its worth. That night, he showed me his robotics workbook and said, "I'm going to build a claw that picks up soda cans. We can sell it and be rich." I laughed. "I like the way you think." Then he looked at me and added, "Nana didn't say anything to you, right? About that night? She didn't tell you sorry?" "No, buddy. She didn't." He nodded. "Okay. Then she doesn't get to meet my robot." I smiled. He was right. But I still wasn't finished. I wasn't interested in revenge for the sake of pride. I didn't want to ruin anyone. What I wanted was simple, to set the record straight, to cut off the pattern at its root. And I saw my opportunity in May when I got an unexpected email from my cousin Rachel. "Hey Quinn, I know things have been weird, but I'm organizing Nana's 70th birthday. Big dinner. Surprise party. Everyone's coming. Even Kayla's parents. Can you bring Caleb and Arya?" It'd mean a lot. I stared at the message for a long time. Because of course now they wanted to see the kids. Of course now they wanted the whole family together, not out of love, but for image. For show. My mother's reputation mattered more to her than oxygen. So I said yes. But not for the reasons they thought. Because this wasn't going to be another night of silence and swallowed dignity. This was going to be the moment I took back the narrative. Piece by piece. And I had a plan. One final setup. One truth bomb with a shiny bow. It started with a reservation at the restaurant Rachel had chosen, an upscale Italian place with a private room and a custom cake order. I called and confirmed the booking under my mom's name. Then I casually asked, "Can I bring a slide deck? Just a short family presentation. Photos, mostly. It's a surprise." The manager said yes. They had a projector and HDMI access. No problem. Perfect. I spent the next week compiling a short video montage. Childhood photos. Family events. Birthdays, holidays, vacations. Everyone smiling. Everyone pretending. And then, at the end, a clip. Just 15 seconds. The grainy footage from the store security camera. Mason at the register. My name on the receipt. A quote in white text across the screen. "We didn't want to waste money on your side this year. Mom." Fade to black. Title card. Some gifts don't come wrapped in paper. I didn't tell anyone. Not Alicia. Not Caleb. Not even Rachel. Because this wasn't their story. It was mine. And I was finally ready to tell it. But not with yelling. Not with threats. Just a quiet, undeniable truth. In a room full of people who couldn't look away. That was the setup. And the next time I walked into a family event, I wouldn't be holding a wine bottle and fake smile. I'd be holding the mic. The night of my mother's 70th birthday arrived with the same uneasy tension I remembered from every family gathering. That polished surface-level warmth that always cracked if you pressed too hard on it. The restaurant was beautiful, dimly lit with soft amber lights reflecting off wine glasses and silverware. A long table was set in the private room, decorated with gold napkins and white roses. Everyone was already there when I arrived with Caleb and Arya, cousins, aunts, uncles, my mother's partner, and of course, Mason and Kelsey with their twins dressed like catalog models. My mother sat at the head of the table wearing a glittering shawl, all smiles, basking in attention. When she saw us, she waved as though nothing had ever happened. Like Christmas Eve hadn't occurred. Like that night never happened. "Quinn," she said brightly. "You made it." I forced a polite smile. "We did." Caleb clutched his backpack. Inside was his small tablet, which I had taught him how to plug into an HDMI cable. Arya held my hand with her other arm wrapped around her unicorn. Neither child stepped forward for a hug. They lingered behind me. My mother noticed but pretended not to. Mason stood up, plastering on that brotherly grin he used whenever he wanted to pretend everything was fine. "About time, man. Grab a seat." I nodded without acknowledging him and took my place at the far end of the table, the kids on either side of me. The dinner began with the usual conversation, cousins sharing work gossip, aunts whispering about someone's divorce, uncles debating politics. My mother soaked up the celebration like a plant leaning toward sunlight. Every so often she sent glances down the table at me and the kids. Curious glances. Cautious ones. But she didn't ask anything. She didn't apologize. She didn't even attempt small talk. She assumed silence meant forgiveness. She assumed wrong. When the plates were cleared and the cake was brought out, the restaurant manager slipped into the room behind me and nodded subtly. The projector was set up. The HDMI cable was ready. It was time. My cousin Rachel clinked her glass. "Everyone, before we bring out the cake, Quinn prepared something special." My mother's eyebrows lifted in mild surprise. "Oh, you did?" "Yes," I said, standing slowly. "A little presentation. Something for the whole family." Everyone clapped politely. Mason smirked like he expected a montage of childhood photos with sappy music. "Perfect." I walked to the front of the room and connected my laptop. The screen illuminated the wall, and conversations faded as the first image appeared. A picture of my mother holding me at age 2, smiling. Then a picture of Mason and me as kids in the backyard. Pictures of holidays long past, our father before he left, cousins who'd grown up and moved away. Everyone murmured fondly. My mother dabbed at her eyes. It was soft, nostalgic, comforting. Exactly what I wanted. Then the final slide faded in. A title card, Christmas Eve, 3 months ago. My mother's smile froze. Mason shifted in his chair. The footage began to play. The grainy clip of Mason at the register, laughing, swiping my business card. The receipt zoomed in clearly, my business name displayed at the bottom. My business card. On Christmas gifts. Then came the audio clips I'd added, my mother's voice saying, "We didn't want to waste money on your side this year." Mason's voice layered in. "Be grateful we even invited you." The room went dead silent. Someone gasped. An aunt whispered, "Oh my goodness." Another muttered, "What is this?" I let the video play in full. It wasn't long, only 30 seconds. Just long enough to shift the entire temperature of the room. When it ended, the screen faded to a final line. Family is not built on blood, it is built on dignity. I let that hang in the air. Then I turned around. My mother was pale, her lips pressed tight, eyes locked on me with a mixture of shock and anger. Mason was red, fists clenched, sitting forward like he couldn't decide whether to yell or hide. Kelsey looked like she wanted to disappear. I stepped aside so everyone could see me clearly. "This," I said calmly, "is what my children and I walked into on Christmas Eve. No gifts, no stockings, no chairs at the table, and the one present bought with my money, given to someone else's child." My mother opened her mouth, but I raised a hand slightly. Not aggressively, just firmly. "Not yet," I said quietly. She froze. I continued. "I didn't make this video to embarrass anyone. I made it because the truth matters. And because my kids deserve to know they weren't crazy, that the way they were treated wasn't normal, and that they deserved better." My voice didn't tremble. For the first time in years, it didn't shake or soften or shrink. "Family does not get to decide some children matter less," I said. "Not anymore." Finally, Mason snapped. "You're blowing this way out of proportion. It was just Christmas. It wasn't personal. You're making us look horrible. You made yourselves look horrible," I said. I just pressed play. My mother found her voice thin, brittle, and sharp. "Why would you do this on my birthday?" "Because birthdays, holidays, Every celebration, they've always been about image, about pretending. And you always expected me to play along. Smile. Stay quiet. Make excuses. I paused. But your silence that night taught me something important. The only people I'm responsible for protecting are the two sitting at the far end of this table. Dozens of eyes turned toward Caleb and Arya. Caleb lifted his chin. Arya squeezed her unicorn. My mother's voice wavered. Quinn, you could have talked to me privately. I tried, I said. You dismissed me. Again, and again, and again. I gestured toward the screen. This wasn't about me. It was about them. And if this is the only way you hear it, so be it. One of my uncles cleared his throat. You spent your son's school tuition money on Christmas gifts that weren't even for his kids, he asked Mason. Mason turned redder. I didn't think it mattered whose card I grabbed. So you admit it? I asked. He glared at me. You're making this worse. You're tearing the family apart. No, I said softly. I'm finally holding it together. This time, the silence wasn't avoidance. It was agreement, realization, even shame. Several relatives who had never spoken up for me before were shifting uncomfortably, glancing at my mother and Mason like they were seeing them for the first time. My mother stood abruptly. I'm done with this. Her voice trembled. This isn't how families handle things. I shook my head. It's how healthy families handle things. With accountability. You've always been dramatic, she snapped. Always playing the victim. Enough, I said, but not loudly. Just with finality. She stopped mid-sentence. I'm not a victim, I said. I'm a father, and I'm done letting my children feel second class in a room where they should have been cherished. I unplugged my laptop, closed it, and looked around the table. For anyone who wants to be part of my kids' lives, you're welcome to, but it will be on equal footing, with respect, with intention, and with boundaries. I paused. For anyone who doesn't, that's fine. We won't lose sleep. Then I reached into my bag, pulled out a small folder, and handed it to my mother. Inside was the certified letter Mason signed, the reimbursement check copy, every proof of the charges, everything neatly organized. This, I said, stays between us. I won't file anything. I won't escalate. I won't burn the bridge. But I won't be walking on it unless it's rebuilt. My mother looked down at the folder like it weighed 1,000 pounds. Nobody spoke. Finally, Caleb's small voice broke through the tension. Dad, he whispered. I turned. Can we go home? I smiled gently. Yeah, buddy. We're done here. I took Arya's hand. Caleb grabbed my coat. We walked toward the exit together. Not one person stopped us. Not even my mother. Outside, the cold air hit my face like a reset button. Arya wrapped her arms around my leg. Caleb leaned into me. You okay? I asked. Caleb nodded slowly. You didn't let them make us small. I felt my throat tighten. Never again. What happens now? He asked. I looked down at both of them. These little humans who had watched me fall apart, rebuild, and finally stand tall. Now, I said, now we make our own traditions. The restaurant door shut behind us with a soft click. And for the first time in my entire life, I didn't feel like I'd walked away from a family. I felt like I'd walked toward one. The one I'd built. The one that mattered. The one I'd protect forever. And that was the moment I understood. Sometimes the only way to save your family is to stop letting the wrong people define it. After a decade of being treated like I didn't exist, my estranged relatives arrived unannounced at my gated estate. I opened the door with a polite smile, and what I said next made them freeze in shock. Hey Reddit, I'm Ray 40F, and this is a story I never really thought I'd tell, partly because I didn't think anyone would believe it, and partly because I spent years convincing myself that some doors, once closed, were better left that way. But here we are. And for the first time in a long time, I'm ready to open that door, not just for them, but for you too. This story doesn't start with revenge. It starts with absence. I grew up in a family where silence was louder than anything else. The kind of house where you were either praised too loudly or ignored completely. My older brother Damien, 43M, was the center of my parents' universe. My younger sister Lacey, 36F, was their delicate treasure. And me? I was the one they forgot to call for dinner half the time. We lived in a modest brick home in a town where people prided themselves on reputation more than reality. My father, Lionel, ran a local contracting business passed down from his father. My mother, Rosamund, was the kind of woman who smiled sweetly at church on Sunday morning and then spent the rest of the week reminding her children which one of them mattered most. Damien, of course, could do no wrong. He once totaled his car at 17 and told our parents it was because he swerved to avoid a dog. No one questioned the story, even though I'd seen the dented mailbox and the empty beer bottles in the back seat. He got a brand new car the following month. Lacey was their pet project. Our mother dressed her like a doll, put her in ballet, art classes, piano lessons, even though she had no interest in any of it. She got praised just for showing up. I, on the other hand, could bring home straight A's and hear nothing more than a mumbled "good," while my father flipped the channel on the TV. I don't think they meant to make me feel invisible. That would have required thinking about me at all. They didn't hit us. They didn't scream. But their neglect was precise, deliberate. Every choice they made reminded me I was not the child they wanted. I learned early on that asking for attention didn't work. So I stopped asking. At 14, I started doing chores around the house that no one noticed. Cleaning the kitchen, folding laundry that wasn't mine, mowing the lawn. Not out of a sense of duty, but because I hoped someone would see me. They didn't. At 16, I got my first job working evenings at a small cafe downtown. It wasn't glamorous, but it was mine. I didn't tell my parents I'd applied. I didn't ask them for a ride. I walked the 4 miles home after closing shift with tired feet and a quiet kind of pride. I used every paycheck to build a savings account. Not for anything specific. Just a way out. It finally came at 19. No dramatic fights. No sobbing goodbyes. I left a note on the kitchen counter the morning I left. Thanks for everything. Don't worry about me. Ray, I don't think they even called to ask where I went. For the next few years, I lived like a ghost in their world. I found a cheap apartment 3 hours away, enrolled in community college, and worked my way through school. I started offering freelance graphic design work online. Late nights, early mornings, lots of quiet hours spent building something that nobody else believed in. Nobody but me. I got better. Clients started coming back. Referrals trickled in. By my late 20s, I'd built enough of a reputation to register my own design studio. I specialized in branding and interior design for small boutique businesses, people like me who wanted something of their own. At 34, I bought a property I never thought I'd be able to afford. A quiet estate on the coast, old and slightly weather-worn, but solid. It had tall stone walls, iron gates, and a winding driveway that led to a house with creaking floors and high-beamed ceilings. I spent the first night there on a mattress on the floor, listening to the sea and letting myself believe, truly believe, that I was safe. I made a life for myself. A real one. I planted a garden. I hosted quiet dinners with close friends. I kept a shelf of thank you notes from clients I'd helped over the years. No one in my family ever saw it. They didn't even know where I lived. That suited me just fine. Until Lacey called. It had been years. I hadn't heard from her since a stiff holiday card that arrived 3 winters prior. No message, just her name and a photo of her with some man I didn't recognize. Ray. Her voice crackled over the line like she wasn't sure if I'd pick up. I hesitated. Hey. I know it's been a while. Yeah, it has. She jumped straight into it. I'm getting married. I didn't know what to say. Congratulations felt too distant. Questions felt too fake. So I just listened. I want you to be there, she continued. It would mean a lot. She didn't mention our parents. She didn't mention Damien. But I heard it in the silence. This wasn't just about wanting me there. It was about proving something to someone. Still, I went. I packed a modest dress, took time off, and drove to the venue, a sprawling countryside hall that looked like it had been plucked from a wedding magazine. I was greeted at the door by a young girl holding a clipboard. Name, Ray. She blinked. Flipped pages. Oh. You're at table 12. I smiled politely, but I already knew what that meant. I found my table tucked near the back. Lacey was radiant, of course. The ceremony was tasteful, but I didn't belong there. I caught Damien's eye once. He glanced over me and kept walking. My mother looked me up and down and said, "You've filled out." I suppose that happens when you're not running around so much. I smiled. Said nothing. My father asked me if I was still doing the computer stuff. He didn't wait for an answer. At the end of the night, I left the gift I'd made, a hand-drawn rendering of their wedding venue, professionally framed, on the gift table. No one said goodbye. That was the last time I saw them. Until last month. It was a Thursday morning. I was home, barefoot in the kitchen, sipping tea while checking design proofs on my laptop. It was quiet. Peaceful. Just how I liked it. Then my security system pinged. Motion detected at the gate. I glanced at the screen on the wall and froze. There they were. My parents. Damien. Standing outside the gate to my estate, dressed like they'd come straight from brunch at some country club. No Lacey. Just them. I watched them on the screen for a long time before I pressed the intercom button. Yes. My mother leaned in, squinting. Ray, dear. We've been trying to get in touch. We thought we'd drop by. I didn't answer right away. I looked at their faces, lined, expectant, unfamiliar in a way that made my stomach twist. We just want to talk, Damien added, giving the camera a grin I'd seen 100 times before. That same patronizing, smug look he wore whenever he got away with something he shouldn't have. I should have shut it down, told them to leave. Instead, I opened the gate, and when they stepped inside and laid eyes on the life I'd built, the gravel path, the restored facade of the estate, the silence and beauty of it all, they paused. My father actually stopped walking. My mother's smile tightened. Damien blinked, just once. I stood at the door, hands folded, smiling politely. Welcome, I said, my voice calm. Let's not pretend this is a social call. What exactly is it you want? Their reaction told me everything I needed to know. Damien was the first to speak, of course. He always was. He adjusted the sleeves of his pale blue button-down like we were about to sit down for a business lunch, not a confrontation a decade in the making. We just wanted to catch up. It's been so long. I tilted my head slightly and kept the polite smile on my face. I wasn't going to make this easy for them. 10 years, I said. Give or take. My mother, ever the actress, clasped her hands and gave a sigh that I'm sure she thought made her look maternal. Oh, Ray, don't say it like that. Families drift apart sometimes. But we're still family. Funny how that word, family, only came up when they needed something. When I was sleeping in my car during my 3rd year of college, they weren't my family. When I sent them invitations to my first solo exhibit and got silence in return, they weren't my family. But now that they'd seen the house, the gates, the gravel driveway, and the glass sunroom, now they remembered we shared a last name. I stepped aside and motioned toward the entrance. You can come in, if you'd like. My father made a faint grunt of acknowledgement, walking past me without so much as a glance. My mother followed with a rehearsed smile, and Damien gave me a tight-lipped nod, like he was doing me a favor by accepting the invitation. They stepped into my home like they owned it. That part didn't surprise me, but it still stung. The foyer was large and open, with warm chestnut floors and skylights that bathed the space in natural light. They took it all in with careful, greedy eyes. Nice place, Damien said, as if I just bought a used car he might consider borrowing. This house must have cost a fortune, my father added, his voice casual but probing. I led them into the sitting room, where the fire crackled gently and 2 tall bookshelves framed a set of armchairs. I made no offer of tea, no offer of snacks, just silence. My mother took the liberty of sitting down and crossing her legs, smoothing out her skirt like she belonged here. It really is lovely, Ray. You've done well for yourself. I know, I said simply. Damien raised his eyebrows. He wasn't used to hearing confidence from me. Growing up, I was the quiet one, the one they trained to be invisible. Their favorite version of me was the one who didn't talk back. Not anymore. So, I said, folding my arms, what's this actually about? My father cleared his throat and gave a short, clipped smile, the kind he used when he was about to lie. Well, your brother's business has been going through a bit of a rough patch lately, he began. Just some unfortunate timing. Market changes, new regulations. Nothing he can't fix, of course, but it's been tough. Damien cut in. And we figured, you're doing well, clearly. We thought maybe we could work something out. There it was. The real reason they came. Not to reconnect. Not to apologize. Not even to see if I was happy or alive. Money. My mother chimed in, her voice syrupy. We know how smart you are, Ray. You've always been good with those tech things. But this is about family now. We need to stick together. Help each other. I let the silence hang in the air for a moment. Then I turned to Damien. What happened to the restaurant? I asked. He blinked. Which one? I gave a soft laugh. Exactly. How many of them failed? 3, 4? You got funding for every one of them. Our parents dipped into their retirement, remortgaged the house. And now you're here, asking me to bail you out. My father's face turned a shade darker. There's no need to be hostile. I'm not hostile, I said calmly. I'm just not stupid. They shifted uncomfortably. My mother glanced at the art on the walls, most of it my own work, like she was already calculating how much she could get for it. And Lacey? I asked, eyes locked on my mother now. She didn't come. What? There was a pause. Damien finally muttered. She doesn't speak to us anymore. I raised my eyebrows. That was unexpected. Something about feeling overlooked. My mother said lightly, waving her hand as if dismissing a fly. You know how emotional she can be. That was rich, coming from the woman who used to tell me I was too sensitive whenever I got upset, that she forgot my birthday. I turned to look at them, all three seated now, pretending this was a normal family visit. Tell me, I said, when was the last time you thought about me without needing something? My father opened his mouth, closed it again. My mother looked away. Damien tried to play the reasonable one. Come on, Ray. Don't be like this. You've obviously done well for yourself. We're just asking for a bit of help. It's not like we're strangers. I met his gaze squarely. You are, I said. You're strangers who share my DNA. That landed. My mother actually flinched. My father's jaw tensed. Damien gave a dry chuckle, trying to act unbothered, but his knuckles were white against the arm of the chair. We didn't come here to be insulted, my father snapped. Then you shouldn't have come at all, I said. I walked to the fireplace and picked up a small framed photo off the mantel. It was a picture of me and a group of close friends from my business's 5-year anniversary. Everyone in the photo had shown up for me, supported me, believed in me. Not a single blood relative among them. You didn't invite us to that, my mother said, eyeing the photo. I stopped inviting people who never show up, I replied, gently placing the photo back. The silence in the room shifted. It wasn't just uncomfortable anymore, it was tense. The way it gets when someone realizes they're not in control. That's when I saw it in their eyes. The flicker of panic. The calculation. This wasn't going their way. My mother stood up, forced smile in place. Ray, you're clearly upset. Let's not turn this into something ugly. We're family, and family takes care of each other. I walked toward the door, my tone polite and even. You're right. Family does take care of each other. I've learned that. That's why I built my own. They didn't follow immediately. It was like they were waiting for me to break, to change my mind, to soften. But I didn't. I opened the front door and stood aside, just like I had 10 years ago when I walked out of theirs. And when they finally shuffled past me, confused and simmering, my voice followed them like the creak of an old hinge. I've got a proposition for you, I said quietly. They stopped. 3 heads turned. I didn't raise my voice. I didn't need to. I'm willing to give Damien exactly what he came for, I said, stepping out onto the stone path just beyond the front door. Money. They all froze like I'd just spoken a different language. My mother turned first, face twitching into what she probably thought was warmth. Ray, that's really? Oh, honey, that's very mature of you. Damien narrowed his eyes. What's the catch? Ah, there it was. The part where they realized I wasn't doing this out of kindness. I gestured toward the benches near the edge of the garden. A trimmed hedge lined the path behind them, and soft wind moved through the trees beyond. I had designed this garden with peace in mind. Now it would host a storm I'd been preparing for since I was 18. They hesitated, but followed. When we sat, I pulled out my phone from my coat pocket and tapped it a few times. From the folder labeled Family Files, I opened a document I'd saved years ago. The words on that screen had grown into something solid, a lifeline I used every time I doubted myself, every time I wondered if they were really that bad. It reminded me they were worse. Before I write a single check, I said, locking eyes with Damien, we're going to revisit some things. I need to hear it from you. All of you. He scoffed. What is this, therapy? No. Therapy helps people grow. This is just honesty. Something none of you offered me growing up. My mother folded her arms. We came here in good faith, Ray. No, you came here because you thought I was stupid enough to play the loyal daughter. Again, I turned to Damien. Tell me, I said, calm but firm. How old was I when you convinced Mom and Dad to take the money I saved from part-time jobs and invest it into your first restaurant? He looked away. 17, I said for him. It was everything I had. Scholarships weren't covering textbooks. You said I didn't need savings because I didn't understand money. My mother sniffed. That was so long ago. It was theft, I replied. And you never paid it back. Damien cleared his throat, trying to hold onto some shred of dignity. You're not poor now, are you? It all worked out. That phrase. It all worked out. As if the nights I went hungry, the years I didn't turn the heat on in winter, the jobs I worked through the flu, all of that meant nothing because now I lived behind gates. You know what I remember most about college? I said softly. Not graduation. Not even my first exhibition. I remember standing at a checkout line at a thrift store, trying to decide whether to buy a winter coat or food for the week. And you? I turned to my father, told me over the phone that learning to struggle was character building. He didn't flinch. He never did. It was. My hands gripped the phone tighter, but I kept my voice even. You treated me like I was a burden, I said. Like I was lucky just to be tolerated. Every success I had, you ignored. Every failure, you made sure I wore it like a badge. No one spoke. So here's the deal, I said, voice hardening. I'm willing to give Damien $50,000. His eyes lit up, too fast. The desperation was clearer now, and it made him slip. Really? Just like that? No, I said. Not just like that. I opened my briefcase, which I had left near the door when I first stepped outside. From it, I pulled out a crisp stack of paper, bound and neatly labeled. A contract. I drafted this years ago, just in case. Damien leaned forward, scanning the top page. Then his brow furrowed. What's this? It's a financial agreement, I said. In exchange for the money, you'll sign over ownership of the family house. The one you still live in. I've already done the title search. It's in both our parents' names. My mother gasped. You can't be serious. I'm very serious, I said, calm as ever. You took what little I had when I was a teenager. You told me my future wasn't worth investing in. You laughed at the idea of me making a living off art. Well, now I can buy you out of your past. Damien stood up, fists clenched at his sides. That house is ours. No, I said, standing too. It was paid for by Grandpa's trust, which he left to all three of us. But guess who never got a cent of it? Guess who was conveniently left out of every discussion about what to do with the property? My mother's voice sharpened. You didn't need it at the time. You were always what? I snapped, finally letting the edge show. Quiet. Obedient. Easy to ignore. Silence. I softened my voice again. You can sign the house over. I'll wire the money to Damien's account. No tricks. Just a clean trade. You get what you came for. And I get closure. My father stood now too. We'd be homeless. No, I said. You'd be renters. I'll let you stay for a year, no charge. After that, you'll pay market rate. Fair and square. Damien's face turned a dangerous shade of red. You're out of your mind if you think we'd hand over the house just like that. Then we're done here. I picked up the folder, tucked it back into my briefcase, and turned to walk back toward the house. You always were the selfish one, my mother called after me. I stopped on the steps, the gravel crunching under my heel as I turned just enough to look at her over my shoulder. No, I said. I learned selfishness from the experts. They stood there, stunned and motionless, as I pulled the heavy front door open and stepped inside. And then, before I closed it, I added one final word. Think it over. I didn't wait for their response. I closed the door softly, leaving them on the outside for the first time in their lives. They didn't know it yet, but things were about to get worse for them. The days after their visit stretched out longer than I expected. I let them stew. I wanted to see what kind of desperation would bubble to the surface. First came the calls. My phone rang nonstop for 3 days, Damien's number, my mother's, then my father's. Each time I ignored them. Let them talk to voicemail, let their messages hang there like unanswered debts. By the end of the week, the family lawyer showed up at my estate unannounced. Dressed in a gray suit that smelled faintly of stale cologne, he handed me a letter thick enough to be a contract and twice as arrogant. Your family insists this agreement is unfair and refuses to sign, he said flatly, pushing the papers across the marble countertop. I glanced over the pages. The language was tight, but the demands were predictable. They wanted the money without signing over the house. They wanted me to hand over a blank check for their ruinous lifestyle with no strings attached. No, I said. I'm not in the business of throwing good money after bad decisions. He frowned but nodded curtly, then left without another word. The next day, I started making phone calls of my own. A few discreet inquiries here and there. It turned out the house was burdened with a hefty mortgage and liens, all taken out by my parents and Damien without telling anyone else. That house? Their safe haven? It was on the brink of foreclosure. I smiled quietly to myself. It was time to play their game. I called my bank and arranged for a transfer of the $50,000, but instead of wiring it to Damien's account, I made it contingent on 2 things: the signed contract and full disclosure of every lien and loan connected to the house. No exceptions. When Damien got the call, his voice cracked with frustration. This isn't how business works, he growled. I responded coolly, this is how business works when the other party has a history of theft and lies. I sat back and waited. Days passed. No response. Then came the text from my mother. Thinly veiled threats wrapped in false concern. Ray, think of the family. Think of the legacy. I ignored them. Then the emails from Damien, pleading and insulting in the same breath, demanding respect and calling me cold-hearted. But the real blow came when my father, desperate and cornered, showed up one evening at my gate. The guards didn't let him in, so he paced the driveway, shouting things about family and debts. I watched from the balcony, cold and detached. That night, I sent an email to my lawyer friend who specialized in property law. Within a week, every lien was exposed and contested. I arranged for the bank to call in the mortgage if the contract wasn't signed by a set deadline. The pressure was mounting. My parents had no choice but to meet. The day of reckoning came. They arrived again, faces drawn and defeated. I met them at the door. No smile this time, only the calm certainty of someone who holds all the cards. This is your last chance, I said. Sign the contract, transfer the house, and I'll release the funds. Otherwise, the bank forecloses and you lose everything. My mother's eyes welled up, but I saw no remorse. Only fear and calculation. Damien spat out, "You're ruining the family." "No," I said firmly. "You did that a long time ago. I'm just finishing the job." They signed. Every line, every clause, under my watchful eye. And when the papers were filed, I arranged for the house to be put on the market immediately. They begged to stay for the final year rent-free. I declined. Instead, I offered a settlement to Lacey, the sibling who had fled the toxic circus years ago, and quietly helped her start fresh with funds they never gave her. In the end, I didn't just take back what was mine. I dismantled the foundation they thought would support them forever. They had lived off my goodwill and patience for years. I stopped giving. Because family isn't about blood. It's about respect. And they lost both. Hi Reddit. I'm 37, and this is the story of how I realized my family had quietly decided I was no longer part of the picture, and how I found out the hard way that sometimes the people who were supposed to love you most can be the cruelest. A bit about me first. I'm the middle child in my family, sandwiched between an older brother, Colin, and a younger sister, Maya. Growing up, our family always had this unspoken hierarchy, though no one ever admitted it out loud. Colin was the shining star, captain of the football team, the smart one with the scholarship, the perfect son who could do no wrong. Maya was the baby, the spoiled one, wrapped in this protective bubble by my parents. And then there was me, the invisible one, the one who was reliable, steady, and mostly ignored. Our parents weren't abusive in the traditional sense, but they were the type who measure love in accomplishments and appearances. If you didn't meet their standards, you didn't really get noticed. For years, I accepted my role as the background child. I didn't complain because it was easier to stay quiet than to fight a losing battle. Over time, that dynamic became a pattern. Colin excelled, and my parents showered him with praise and opportunities. Maya was coddled through every misstep. Me? I worked a decent job, paid my bills, and mostly kept to myself. I tried to join in family events, tried to make conversation, tried to be normal. But the subtle digs and dismissive looks never stopped. Every holiday was like this too. Christmas mornings filled with grand gestures for Colin and Maya, and me? Well, I got a polite nod, maybe a passing "glad you're here," but mostly, I was just there to fill the chair. This year, though, something felt different leading up to the holidays. Invitations to family events were sparse and vague. Colin seemed distant on the phone. Maya was busy with other plans. But I chalked it up to busy schedules and tried not to overthink it. Then Christmas morning came. I woke up early, as usual, expecting the familiar buzz of messages and calls. But my phone was silent. No "Merry Christmas" texts. No group messages from Mom organizing plans. No calls from Colin or Maya checking in. I checked my phone repeatedly, thinking maybe the signal was bad or the messages hadn't come through. But no, nothing. Around noon, I finally texted Colin. "Hey, are we still on for later? Just want to make sure." Hours went by without a response. I called Mom's number, straight to voicemail. Maya's phone went straight to text message without ringing. My heart sank. Something was wrong. But what? Later that afternoon, Colin finally replied. The message was short, cold, and left me reeling. "We didn't think you'd want to be included this year." No explanation. No apology. Just that. I sat there staring at the screen, the words sinking in deeper than I expected. That message wasn't just about Christmas plans. It was a final confirmation that, In their eyes, I was now someone they could simply erase. I didn't reply. Instead, I did something I hadn't done in years. I made my own plans. I called a few friends, people who'd been there for me through tough times, the ones I considered family by choice rather than blood. We arranged a small dinner, nothing fancy, just good food, laughter, and company where I wasn't an afterthought. That evening, as we sat around the table, warm and comfortable, I took a photo. Nothing extravagant, just a snapshot of simple joy. I posted it on social media with the caption, "Chosen family means never feeling like an afterthought." What happened next blew me away. Within minutes, my phone lit up with messages from family. But these weren't messages of concern or regret. They were angry, bitter, and filled with judgment. Colin was first, posting that on Christmas? Really? Trying to make us look bad. Mom followed with a long text accusing me of being dramatic and petty, saying I was ruining their holiday by making a public spectacle. Maya's message was sarcastic and cold. "Glad you found your people. Hope they're better than us." I realized then that I was dealing with more than just neglect. I was facing a family who wanted to punish me for refusing to be invisible. That night, as I sat in my apartment, my phone buzzed nonstop. Their messages escalated, from passive-aggressive digs to outright attempts to guilt me into silence. They expected me to apologize, to explain myself, to grovel. But I wasn't about to do that. Something inside me shifted. For the first time in years, I felt like I had a choice, to keep accepting their coldness or to stand up and take back my worth. After posting the photo with the caption about chosen family, I expected some backlash. But what I wasn't ready for was the extent of it. For the first few hours, my phone was flooded. Not with apologies or invitations to talk things out. No, it was mostly barbed texts, cold accusations, and what I can only describe as an emotional siege. Colin sent a message that basically accused me of deliberately humiliating the family on social media and called me petty for even bringing family issues into the open. I didn't respond. My silence only seemed to make him more furious. Mom's texts poured in too, and they were a twisted mix of guilt trips and thinly veiled insults. She claimed I was choosing drama over family, and that my actions were selfish and hurtful. She said things like, "You're making it so hard for us to reach out because you won't let go of the past." The ironic thing is, none of them had reached out before Christmas, so the hard to reach part was laughable. Maya's messages were passive-aggressive at first, but soon turned into outright mockery. She started tagging me in stories and posts that implied I was lonely or desperate for attention. I could feel the sting behind every one of those. But here's what really hurt. None of them even tried to talk about why I was being excluded in the first place. I spent the days after Christmas going over every conversation, every slight, every missed call, trying to find what made them decide this was okay. Was it because I hadn't called Mom enough this year? Because I didn't gush over Colin's promotion as much as they wanted? Because I hadn't supported Maya's art shows in the way they expected? I realized none of those things mattered. It wasn't about what I did or didn't do. It was about control. In their eyes, I was supposed to stay in my assigned place. The quiet middle child who never stirred trouble, who accepted their favoritism and moved on. When I posted that photo, I was crossing a line. I wasn't supposed to have a life that looked happy and fulfilling without their permission. I wasn't supposed to show that I could be okay without their approval. And that's when it became clear this was punishment. Not for anything I had done, but for daring to step outside their narrative. The next few weeks were a constant barrage of manipulation. Colin blocked me on social media, but still sent occasional texts filled with thinly disguised threats. He hinted that I was burning bridges I'd regret, especially with the family business. Yes, the family business, another layer to this mess. You see, Dad had built a small company that had become moderately successful over the years. Colin was being groomed to take it over. Mom talked endlessly about how important it was that Colin was the future of the company, how it was the family legacy. But me? I was never even considered. Not because I wasn't capable, but because I wasn't the right child. After Christmas, I heard through a friend that Colin had been telling people I was disloyal and ungrateful, trying to poison my reputation professionally. That was the line for me. One evening, about 2 weeks after Christmas, I decided to confront this head-on. I called Colin. He didn't pick up. I left a message, polite but firm, asking if we could talk. No response. The following day, I sent an email to my parents, laying out my feelings honestly. I didn't ask for anything other than a conversation. The reply? A curt note from mom telling me that some wounds take time to heal and that I needed to reflect on my behavior before they could consider reconciliation. It felt like a slap in the face. Meanwhile, Maya was playing a different game. She started tagging mutual acquaintances in social media posts that hinted at me being dramatic and toxic, painting me as the villain who had drifted away. People I thought were friends started asking me what was really going on, and I found myself explaining the situation over and over. The worst part? Some of those people started believing the story I hadn't even told, that I was the problem. Despite all this, I tried to keep my head up. I focused on my friends who had welcomed me warmly that Christmas. They were my refuge from the storm. But the family's behavior escalated quietly. It was subtle at first: canceled invitations to work events, whispered comments when I was around relatives, cold shoulders at mutual gatherings. Then came the direct sabotage. I discovered that Colin had contacted my employer, planting doubts about my reliability and attitude. Nothing overt, but enough to make my boss pause and question my commitment. I was blindsided. I confronted Colin about it in an email, demanding to know why he would do something so cruel. His reply was chillingly calm. "I'm just protecting what's ours. If that means making sure you don't drag the family name through the mud, so be it." That phrase, "what's ours," echoed in my mind for days. Because it wasn't just about the company. It was about the family's control, their need to own the narrative and erase anyone who threatened it. That's when I realized this wasn't just a family disagreement. It was a war, and I had been drafted without consent. But here's the thing about wars. Sometimes the weakest soldier can change the course. I wasn't going to beg for their acceptance anymore. I wasn't going to apologize for existing outside their expectations. I started gathering evidence: screenshots of the messages, records of the calls, proof of Colin's interference at work. I reached out to a few legal contacts, quietly exploring what my options were. At the same time, I continued to build my own life away from them, with people who actually cared. And then, just when I thought things might plateau, they did something even more shocking. They sent a formal letter to my workplace, not just a casual whisper anymore, but an official complaint alleging that I had breached company confidentiality and was a risk to their business. The letter was full of half-truths and outright lies. That night, after reading the letter, I sat in my apartment alone, the weight of everything crashing down. This was bigger than family drama now. They had crossed a line, and I wasn't sure how far I was willing to let them go. After reading that formal complaint from my family's lawyer, I sat motionless for a long time. The letter was cold, calculated, and cruel. My own brother and parents were accusing me of betraying the family business, painting me as some kind of insider threat. They'd twisted innocent emails and meetings into evidence of misconduct. I wasn't naive. I knew they were capable of manipulation. But this felt like crossing a point of no return. It was a clear message: I was no longer family. I was an enemy to be destroyed. But instead of breaking me, it awakened something I hadn't felt in years: a fierce determination. The next day, I contacted a lawyer I trusted, someone with experience in family business disputes, who could help me navigate this mess. I laid everything out: the exclusion from family events, the sudden accusations, the subtle sabotage at work, and now this official complaint. My lawyer didn't sugarcoat it. She said my family was playing hardball, using the business as a weapon to isolate me completely. But she also told me there were ways to protect myself, ways to fight back, and she'd help me do it. While she prepared a response to the formal complaint, I began documenting everything. Every message from Colin where he called me disloyal. Every email I could find that hinted at him trying to sabotage my reputation. Screenshots of Mom's manipulative texts and Maya's petty social media posts. I realized I needed more than just words. I needed proof. Evidence that would show their true colors if this ever went public. Meanwhile, I doubled down on the relationships I'd built outside of my family. That Christmas dinner wasn't a one-time thing. It became a new tradition. Friends who had quietly supported me for years became my chosen family. They listened when I needed to vent, offered advice, and reminded me what real support looked like. They also helped me professionally, putting in good words, sharing opportunities, helping me rebuild my reputation after Colin's whispers had caused doubt. It was humbling to admit I needed help, but that support became a shield, one stronger than I ever expected. Back at work, things were tense. The complaint had put a cloud over my position. I was called into meetings, asked uncomfortable questions. I stayed calm and honest, never defending myself with anger, but always firm. My lawyer advised me not to engage directly with my employer about the family's complaint, so I let her handle official communication. I also quietly networked behind the scenes, looking for new roles, new paths. I didn't want to be trapped in a place where my own blood tried to derail me. With my lawyer's help, I sent a well-crafted response to the family's complaint. It was factual and professional, pointing out the lack of evidence and the obvious personal motivations behind their accusations. I also included evidence of Colin's and Maya's attempts to sabotage me, showing a pattern of harassment rather than any real wrongdoing on my part. The letter was carefully worded, making it clear I wasn't going to be bullied or silenced. What I didn't expect was how quickly the family pushed back. Within days, I started receiving more aggressive messages. Mom sent a long, venomous email accusing me of destroying the family from the inside, warning me that I was on a path to self-destruction. Colin's messages became more threatening, suggesting I was risking not only my job, but my entire future if I continued down this road. Maya, emboldened by their support, began posting public comments that mocked me for playing the victim and making enemies out of family. But I had already stopped listening to their poison. Instead, I used it as fuel. I met with my lawyer again, and we started discussing what I could do next. The idea was simple. If they wanted a war, I was ready to fight it, strategically, and without losing myself in the process. One of the most unexpected parts of this whole ordeal was realizing how many people had quietly been watching the family drama from the sidelines. Some were old family friends who'd seen the favoritism and toxicity, but never said a word. Others were former employees of the family business who had their own stories about Colin's ruthless tactics. I reached out to a few discreetly and started building a support network, people willing to testify or share what they knew if things ever went legal or public. I wasn't interested in public drama at first. I wanted to keep this between us, solving things quietly and professionally. But when Colin started trying to undermine my reputation in social circles and professional networks, I realized I had to push back publicly, carefully, with tact. I began sharing small, truthful posts about the importance of loyalty and fairness in business, about standing up to toxic family dynamics, without naming names. The messages resonated. People reached out privately, telling me they'd been in similar situations or had heard about my family's behavior behind the scenes. It was around this time that the tone of the family's attack shifted. Their cold, calculated tactics gave way to desperation. Mom started showing up unannounced at my apartment, claiming she just wanted to talk. I declined every visit. Colin sent mutual acquaintances to try and persuade me to come back to the family, warning me I'd regret burning bridges. Maya posted a public video accusing me of betraying the family and being selfish. I kept my distance but kept recording everything. Then came the message that changed everything. One evening, I received a text from Colin, this time not angry or accusatory, but chillingly calm. We're ready to take this as far as it needs to go. You can keep pretending you have friends, but this family is everything. If you want a war, we'll give you one. At first, I was shocked, but then I smiled. Because for the first time, I wasn't alone. I was ready. I sat down with my lawyer that night and told her I wanted to proceed, not just to defend myself, but to take the fight to them, to expose the truth about their manipulation and greed. It wouldn't be easy and it wouldn't be quick, but I was done being their victim. When I finally told my lawyer I was ready to take the fight to my family, she nodded slowly, a mix of relief and quiet determination in her eyes. This won't be easy, she said, her voice calm but firm. And I knew she was right. Family battles run far deeper than most people realize. They aren't just about legalities or cold facts. They're tangled up in years, sometimes decades, of emotional manipulation, favoritism, and outright cruelty. The kind of cruelty disguised as love or concern, the kind that's so subtle it takes years to even notice it's there. But this time, I was done being invisible. I was no longer the silent middle child, the one who had quietly accepted her place in the family's twisted hierarchy. I was prepared, organized, and most importantly, ready. Ready to defend myself, ready to expose the lies, ready to reclaim the life they tried to steal from me. Our first move was to file a formal response to the family's false allegations at my workplace. My lawyer drafted a detailed countercomplaint, carefully outlining the harassment I'd endured from Colin, the constant undermining, the whispered accusations, and the deliberate smear campaign orchestrated by Mom and Maya. We included screenshots of messages, witness statements, and documented evidence showing their attempts to tarnish my professional reputation. This led to an internal investigation at my company that lasted several weeks. Investigators interviewed colleagues, reviewed emails, and cross-referenced timelines. Slowly but surely, the truth emerged in black and white. I had done nothing wrong. The allegations were baseless, driven solely by personal grudges and the family's desperate attempt to control the narrative. It was clear I had been the target of a coordinated effort to discredit me. When the company publicly cleared my name and issued a formal apology for any distress the false accusations may have caused, it felt like a small but powerful victory. They also reprimanded anyone within the organization who had allowed themselves to be swayed by the family's influence. It was more than just a statement. It was a public declaration that I was not the villain in this story. Meanwhile, behind the scenes, my lawyer and I quietly began sharing evidence with a few trusted family friends and mutual acquaintances, people we believed might help finally shed light on the true dynamics at play. Over time, stories emerged, whispered confirmations of what I'd endured for years. Mom's blatant favoritism toward Colin, Colin's ruthless business tactics, and Maya's cruel, public shaming of me. The carefully maintained facade of a perfect family started to crack, revealing the toxicity hidden beneath. After months of legal back and forth and the growing social fallout, I reached a painful but necessary decision. I was done. Done with the manipulation, done with the lies, done with hoping for something that would never come. I chose to cut all ties with them. Mom sent one last email, a string of empty threats disguised as apologies, all designed to make me feel guilty and small. Colin kept trying to reach me through mutual acquaintances, warning me of family consequences if I didn't fall back in line. Maya launched a few more bitter social media jabs, but even her energy eventually faded into silence. I blocked them all. With the family drama behind me, I finally had space to focus fully on the life I wanted, free from their toxic expectations and constant undermining. My friends became my true family. We started new traditions, built a community where respect and kindness weren't conditional on success or appearances. I poured time and energy into my career and personal growth, rediscovering passions I'd long buried. I even started a small side business, something I had dreamed of but never pursued because I was too busy trying to live up to their impossible standards. With the support of my chosen family, that venture grew steadily, and for the first time in my life, I felt proud on my own terms. Looking back, it's startling how many people had sensed something was off all along. They had witnessed the favoritism, the cruelty, and the manipulation, but fear or loyalty had kept them silent. Once the truth began to surface, those people started speaking up, quietly at first, then more openly. The image my family had worked so hard to maintain began to crumble. One particularly revealing meeting with a former employee confirmed what I'd long suspected. Colin had a habit of bullying staff and deliberately trying to sabotage my work behind the scenes. It was a vindicating moment, a clear acknowledgement that the problem was never me, but the toxic environment they had created and protected. I now understand how deeply those family dynamics had poisoned my life. They were not just neglectful or dismissive, they were actively hostile. Their cruelty was cloaked in phrases like concern and family loyalty, but in reality, it was control, manipulation, and selfishness at its worst. I do not forgive them. They made their choices long ago, and I made mine. To this day, there is no reconciliation. I haven't spoken to Mom, Colin, or Maya in over a year. They live their carefully curated lives, pretending the past never happened, as if the damage they caused could simply be erased with silence. I, on the other hand, live mine. Free, independent, and surrounded by people who truly care. If anything, losing them was the best thing that ever happened to me. Because sometimes, family isn't the people you're born to. It's the people who choose to stand by you. Thanks for reading. Share your thoughts in the comments. If you like this story, don't forget to like and subscribe for more content like this. They claimed Easter was canceled because everyone was busy. We'll all catch up next weekend, my mom said. Then I saw their group photos. Egg hunt, feast, matching outfits. Perfect Easter. They posted. The excuse they gave me later. I'm 26 years old, and I never thought I'd be in this situation with my family. We've always had our ups and downs, sure, but nothing that made me question everything. But this Easter, it changed everything. For some context, we're a pretty laid-back family. We don't do huge celebrations, and I've always been okay with that. My mom, Claire, and my little brother Max, who's 21 now, are the closest people to me. Our extended family isn't super involved, so when it comes to things like Easter, it's usually just the three of us. We do a simple meal together. Sometimes we do an egg hunt in the yard, and it's nice. Nothing extravagant, but it's our tradition. Or at least, it was. So, about a week before Easter, I started casually talking to my mom about what we were going to do for the holiday. I wasn't expecting anything wild, but I thought we could maybe have a little dinner. Max had been busy with his work and school, so I figured we could all just enjoy the day together. It didn't have to be much, just the three of us. But my mom, in her usual, laid-back way, said, "Well, I'm not sure. Everyone's kind of busy this year. We might just skip it, honey." Now, this didn't seem entirely unusual. Holidays have been a bit quieter for us lately, especially with Max getting older. He's been working more, and I've been spending a lot of time figuring out my own stuff. But I wasn't bothered at first. I understood that sometimes things get busy, and it's hard to coordinate schedules. A couple of days later, I reached out to my mom again, asking if we were still planning on having something for Easter. She replied, "We'll all catch up next weekend. Don't worry about it." And again, I thought it was fine. We'd see each other next weekend. I'd get to see my brother, and we'd have a family day. Then Easter Sunday came. I woke up expecting it to be a quiet, solo day. I didn't feel angry or upset yet. I just figured it was another low-key day. So I decided to go on with my morning. I made coffee, read a little, and kept myself busy. But as I was scrolling through Instagram, I saw it. A post from my mom. The caption said, "Perfect Easter with the fam." At first, I wasn't sure what I was looking at. But then I saw the photo. My mom, Max, and some of my cousins were all smiling in matching pastel outfits. My aunt was there, too. It was the picture-perfect holiday gathering. They were standing in front of a huge spread of food, lamb, potatoes, rolls, and salads. Behind them, you could see a yard filled with plastic eggs. Max was holding a basket, clearly just having finished an egg hunt. Everyone was smiling. It was a perfect family moment, a perfect Easter celebration. But I had been told that we weren't doing anything for Easter. I had been told that everyone was too busy and that we'd catch up next weekend. So what the heck was this? I stared at the photo for a few minutes, trying to process what I was seeing. I immediately felt a wave of confusion and frustration. My mind raced. How could they tell me we weren't doing anything, only to turn around and have a full-on holiday without me? Were they all just pretending I didn't matter? I thought back to the message my mom sent me the day before, telling me we'll all catch up next weekend. What was going on here? I didn't want to jump to conclusions, but at that moment, it felt personal. Like I was being excluded on purpose. There's no way that something like this could just be a mistake, could it? I decided to text my mom. I didn't want to sound accusatory, but I couldn't help myself. The hurt was already creeping in. I sent, "Hey, I just saw the pictures of Easter. It looks like you all had a really nice time. But you told me that everyone was too busy to do anything this year. What happened?" She didn't respond right away, which only made my frustration grow. I stared at my phone, watching the little dots bounce as she typed and then disappeared. It felt like an eternity. Finally, a few minutes later, she replied, "Oh, sweetheart. I'm sorry. It wasn't planned at all, really. It was just kind of a last-minute thing. We all ended up at Aunt Patty's house because Max needed to run over there, and it just sort of worked out. I didn't want you to feel left out, so we thought it would be best to not make a big deal out of it." Her words didn't add up. Max had needed to run to Aunt Patty's house? He hadn't mentioned anything about plans with Aunt Patty. And since when did a last-minute thing involve matching outfits and a large spread of food? I texted back, "It's fine, but that doesn't really make sense. You're telling me that everything just fell together last minute? And now you're posting group photos of it all?" There was a long pause. I felt like I was waiting for her to offer some kind of real explanation, maybe a clue that would make it all seem less strange. But when her reply finally came, it only made things worse. "You know how these things go," she said. "It wasn't intentional. Don't make it into something it's not. Let's talk next weekend." Everything's fine. Everything was not fine. I knew something was off, and I couldn't let it go. I wasn't about to just accept her vague excuses. Something didn't sit right, and I wasn't going to let this slide. There had to be more to this. And that's when I noticed something else. A detail I hadn't caught the first time. In the background of one of the photos, I saw something that made my blood run cold. On a table, half hidden behind a bouquet of flowers, there was a small note. It wasn't obvious at first, but once I zoomed in, I could make out a few words written on it. The note read, "Tell my name. We're busy." My stomach dropped. My mom hadn't just forgotten about me. She hadn't just had to cancel plans. They had actively planned to leave me out, and now they were lying about it. The note shook me, but I wasn't ready to confront my mom just yet. I needed to understand more. What had I missed? Why would they go through all this trouble to exclude me? Was it just a fluke? A weird misunderstanding? Or was there something darker going on? I decided to do a little digging. The first thing I did was go back through the photos. I studied them this time carefully. My mom had posted more than one picture, so I scrolled through the entire album. There was one where they were sitting at a long table, laughing, eating, enjoying a meal together. Everyone looked so happy. There was Max, looking relaxed, not the usual stressed out, overwhelmed guy he'd been the past few months. And there was my mom, smiling with Aunt Patty. A smile that seemed almost too perfect. As I looked at their faces, something felt off. It wasn't just that I wasn't there. It was the way they were all so coordinated. They were dressed alike, yes. But their smiles, those smiles were practiced. They looked like the kind of smiles you put on when you're performing for an audience. Not like they were just enjoying a nice holiday together. I kept staring at the pictures, feeling more and more detached. I wasn't part of this anymore. They had their little circle now, and I was on the outside. I spent the next few hours lost in thought, thinking about everything that had happened in the past year. Max had been distant lately, and so had my mom. There were little signs, Max spending more time at his girlfriend's place, my mom's increasing focus on her friends and work. I hadn't wanted to acknowledge it before, but now I couldn't ignore it. I was slipping through the cracks. I picked up the phone and texted Max. I had to ask him directly. Maybe he'd know something more. "Hey, Max, what happened with Easter? Why didn't you tell me about the plans?" I was cautious, trying not to sound accusatory, though I was feeling angry and hurt. A few minutes passed before he replied, and when he did, I wasn't prepared for what I read. "Mom didn't tell you? We weren't sure how you'd react. It was a last-minute thing. Honestly, it wasn't even planned like that. Aunt Patty just invited us over. Don't make this a big deal, okay?" The words stung. He didn't even sound like himself. There was no apology in his message, no remorse for leaving me out. It was as if I was the one in the wrong for questioning them. It was that response that told me everything I needed to know. This wasn't just about one day or one holiday. It was about something deeper, something that had been building for a while. I let the message sit for a while. I didn't know how to respond. My gut told me that Max was caught up in whatever my mom was doing, that they were both in on something. It was clear now. They weren't just neglecting me. They were actively excluding me. The next day, I decided to take a step back and observe. I didn't reply to Max right away. I wanted to see if I was overthinking it or if there was more to this. I waited until the weekend came around, when my mom promised we'd catch up. I wasn't sure what that would look like, but I wasn't expecting an apology. My mom wasn't one for apologizing, especially when she didn't think she was wrong. When I walked into the house that Saturday, there was something different about the atmosphere. The house felt colder than usual, more distant. Max was in the living room, but he didn't look up when I came in. He was too busy with his phone. My mom was in the kitchen, humming as she made some tea. It all felt off. I tried to make conversation, but it felt like pulling teeth. I kept waiting for the moment when she'd address the elephant in the room, but she didn't. "So, how's everything been?" I asked, my voice quieter than usual. I was treading carefully, trying not to blow up, but the silence in the room was thick. My mom paused, looking at me over her shoulder. She didn't seem surprised to see me there, but she didn't look particularly happy either. "Oh, same old stuff," she said, her tone nonchalant. Then she quickly turned back to her tea. I was getting more frustrated. She wasn't even acknowledging how hurtful her actions had been. I couldn't just sit there pretending everything was fine. "I saw the pictures," I said quietly, watching her face closely. She didn't flinch. She didn't even look up. That was a last-minute thing," she repeated, her voice suddenly defensive. "A last-minute thing? Really? Because it sure looked like you all had everything planned out. The outfits, the egg hunt, the feast, everything," I said, my frustration seeping through. Max shifted in his seat, but he still didn't say anything. My mom sighed heavily and placed her cup of tea down, turning around to face me. There was a flicker of something in her eyes, annoyance, maybe, but she quickly covered it up with that practiced calm. "Look, honey," she started, but her voice was sharp now, as if she was getting tired of this conversation. "It wasn't meant to hurt you. You weren't available anyway, and we didn't want to make a big deal of it. It wasn't intentional." I could tell she was trying to move past it, but the words didn't make sense. They didn't fit with what I'd seen. I felt my blood pressure rise as she continued. "And Max didn't know how you'd feel," she added, almost dismissively, as if I were the problem here. "He didn't want to upset you. So we kept it simple. That was it." They were both acting like it was no big deal, like I was overreacting. And that's when I realized it wasn't just a matter of a holiday. They had been pushing me aside for a long time, and now they were lying about it, minimizing it. It wasn't just about Easter. It was about how they had slowly made me feel like an afterthought. They had built this whole thing, this perfect little life without me. My mom's words hung in the air. I was trying so hard not to explode, but then something in me snapped. It wasn't just about this one moment anymore. It was about everything. The way they'd been treating me, the lies, the coldness. And the more I thought about it, the more I realized I wasn't going to let this go. Not anymore. I took a deep breath, and with a calmness that surprised even me, I said, "I don't think it's about the egg hunt or the food. It's about how you've been treating me for months now. Like I'm invisible." Max finally looked up, but there was no apology in his eyes. Nothing that resembled guilt. He just stared at me as if I were the one being unreasonable. And then, for the first time, I saw it. The real reason behind it all. The way they had turned on me. It wasn't just about this holiday. It was about how they had been planning to push me out of the picture entirely. And that's when I decided, if they were going to make me the villain in this story, I was going to rewrite it. But before I could say anything else, my mom's phone buzzed. She looked at it, and her face changed. I could tell the message was important, but I wasn't about to let them distract me now. I could feel the tension in the room as my mom checked her phone. It was like a sudden shift in the atmosphere. I could see her face change, her expression tightened, her lips pressed into a thin line, like she was trying to hide something. But I wasn't buying it. The way she acted in the past few months, her detachment, the subtle dismissals, I had been on the receiving end of it long enough to know when something was off. Max didn't seem to notice. He was still sitting there, looking uncomfortable but unwilling to engage. He had always been the one to avoid conflict, especially with Mom. But I knew that the more I pushed, the more they'd both be forced to confront the truth. They had made it clear they were done being open with me, so now it was my turn to stop pretending. "Mom," I said slowly, watching her as she tried to keep her cool. "Who was that? Who just texted you?" She hesitated for a moment, then put the phone face down on the table, as if that would somehow erase the suspicion. But I'd already seen enough. Her eyes darted to the screen, and I could feel the walls going up. I wasn't sure why, but something in me clicked. I had to dig deeper, and I was ready. I was just talking to Aunt Patty, she said, her voice casual, but there was an edge to it. Nothing important. Really? I asked, trying to keep my tone neutral, but inside, I was seething. Because it didn't look like nothing important. That message looked like you were planning something else. She immediately tensed up. You're overthinking things. It's really not a big deal. But I wasn't overthinking. I could feel the gears turning in my head. Something wasn't adding up. How was it that just a few days ago, my mom had claimed the Easter plans were canceled because everyone was busy, and now, suddenly, they had this perfect family holiday? And why was she acting so strangely? I leaned forward, my voice dropping to almost a whisper. You know, Mom, I don't believe you. And I'm not going to let you lie to me anymore. It's not just about Easter anymore, is it? Max looked up from his phone at that, his face pale. What are you talking about? He asked quietly. His voice trembled, and I could see the unease starting to settle in. He knew something was up, but he wasn't ready to face it. I turned to him, my frustration pouring out. I'm talking about the way you've both been treating me. Like I don't matter. First, Easter, and now this. Whatever's going on. You've been keeping things from me for months, and I'm done pretending I don't notice. You're pushing me out. I could see my mom's face go tight, her jaw clenched. She wasn't used to being confronted like this. Max looked like he wanted to disappear into the couch, but I wasn't going to back down now. I was done letting them control the narrative, letting them exclude me and leave me in the dark. What do you want from us, then? My mom finally asked, her voice thick with frustration. What do you expect us to do? You're making this harder than it needs to be. I could feel the anger building up in me, but I held it in check. I wasn't just going to lash out. I was going to make them understand. And I was going to take control of the situation. I expect the truth. And I expect you both to stop lying to me. Stop pretending like I don't know what's going on. There was a long pause. I could see my mom's thoughts running behind her eyes. She wasn't ready to admit anything yet, but she could see that I was serious. I wasn't going to let her sweep things under the rug this time. So what now? She asked after a beat, her voice softer, but with a note of challenge. You want an apology? No, I said firmly. I don't want an apology. I want to know why you've been lying to me. I want to understand what's going on behind the scenes. What's so important that you can't be honest with your own daughter? Max's eyes flicked nervously between me and my mom. Maybe you're making this worse than it is, he mumbled, clearly trying to defuse the situation. It's not like we've been trying to hurt you. We just didn't know how to deal with it. Deal with what, Max? I shot back. Deal with the fact that I'm no longer part of this family dynamic? You both made it clear I'm not needed. And now you're all trying to make me feel guilty for even bringing it up. Max looked down at his hands, unwilling to meet my eyes. My mom was quiet for a moment, and I could feel the distance growing between us, like an invisible wall had been erected right in front of me. They were both complicit in this, and it was starting to make me sick. At that moment, I made a decision. I wasn't going to let them continue to treat me like this. If they wanted to push me out, fine. But they would learn what it meant to leave someone behind. I wasn't going to play the victim. I was going to take control of this. I had to. I stood up, my heart pounding, but my mind clear. You know, maybe you're right. Maybe I am overthinking things. But if you're going to keep treating me this way, maybe I'll just make myself scarce. I'm done trying to fit into a family that doesn't want me. My mom's eyes narrowed. What are you saying? I paused at the door, letting the words hang in the air. I'm saying I've had enough. I've been patient with you both, but I'm not going to keep pretending I don't know what's really going on. I'll just step back. You can go on pretending everything is fine. But if you ever want to have a real conversation about what's going on, you know where to find me. I walked out of the house, feeling the tension lift off my shoulders, but also knowing it wasn't over. This wasn't about me walking away for good. No, this was about them understanding the consequences of what they'd done. The consequences of pushing me aside and treating me like I was invisible. I wasn't going to let them get away with it. Not anymore. Over the next few days, I kept my distance. I didn't reply to texts or calls from my mom or Max. The silence was deafening, but something inside me told me that it wasn't enough to just walk away. I had to make them see the damage they'd done. and I was going to do it on my terms. It wasn't long before I started formulating my plan. It wasn't going to be some grand, dramatic gesture. No, it was going to be something slow, methodical. I'd let them come to me, let them think they could just fix things with an apology and some words. But I wasn't interested in any of that. I wanted them to feel the loss. I wanted them to feel what it was like when they didn't have me anymore. When their lives went on without me, and they had to live with the fact that they were the ones who pushed me out. And when they realized the truth, when they saw how badly they'd hurt me, they'd come crawling back. But by then, it would be too late. I'd learned something that week. It wasn't just about being the victim anymore. It was about reclaiming my power. And I would make them regret their actions. At first, I went quiet. I didn't call, didn't text, didn't show up for Sunday brunches or birthdays. I stopped being the one who sent holiday reminders or just checking in messages. For years, I had been the glue, organizing, hosting, comforting, smoothing over. I realized they only valued me when I was useful, and the moment I pulled back, silence. They didn't even seem to notice. At least, not right away. But behind the scenes, I was building something they never thought I could. Remember how I said I was always the one who brought people together? I turned that skill into something bigger. I'd started working in event design a few years ago, small gigs, friends' weddings, local fundraisers. But when I channeled the pain and betrayal into that work, something changed. I got sharper, bolder. I stopped second-guessing myself. Within 2 years, my name was being passed around in circles my family didn't even know existed: high-end venues, exclusive planners, art galleries. I'd built a name for myself. Quietly, professionally, and I never said a word to them about it. They thought I was still doing little freelance things, as my mom once called it, right before suggesting I applied to be Max's assistant because he was so stressed with work. That conversation was the last time I took a call from her. But the real turning point came that third Easter. By then, I was running my own company. I had staff. My events were featured in magazines. And one of my clients, a generous woman who believed in second chances, offered me the opportunity of a lifetime: plan a high-profile charity gala for the city's largest children's hospital. The gala would be hosted at the historic Oakvale estate. Guess who just happened to be a regular donor and guest at every Oakvale event? Aunt Patty. And guess who she always brought along? My mom, Max. Sometimes my dad if he wasn't on one of his golf retreats. I planned that gala down to the second. From the customized sculptures to the carefully curated guest list. When I handed off the final seating chart to the event coordinator, I paused. "You can move anyone around except this table," I said, pointing to the one labeled family. It was placed directly beside the stage, just to the left of the spotlight, close enough to see everything, but not close enough to be seen. The night of the gala, I stayed mostly behind the scenes. I wore black, blended in with the staff, and kept an eye on everything through the comm system. But when it came time for the closing speech, the one honoring the event planner and team for making the night possible, I stepped forward. As I walked onto the stage, I locked eyes with my mother. She blinked. Once. Twice. Max looked like he'd seen a ghost. My aunt whispered something sharp under her breath, her eyes narrowing. I smiled warmly at the crowd and took the mic. "I want to thank all of you for being here tonight. This gala raised over $200,000 for the Pediatric Center. And I want to take a moment to thank the people who inspired me to pursue this work." I paused. My family. A few guests clapped. I looked toward their table. My family taught me how important it is to create spaces where people feel seen, where they belong. And sometimes, when you're not invited to those spaces yourself, you learn to build your own. The clapping grew louder. I saw my mom stiffen. Max looked down at his lap. Aunt Patty was already whispering to a waiter, probably trying to find a way out before dessert. I continued, my voice steady. "So thank you to those who pushed me out, who told me I was too sensitive, too much, not enough. Without you, I wouldn't be here tonight. You gave me the drive to create something bigger than myself. And I'm grateful." And with that, I handed the mic off and walked off stage to a standing ovation. They didn't approach me afterward. They didn't even make eye contact. They slipped out during the final toast, probably hoping no one noticed. But people did. I made sure of it. In the days that followed, I got a single email from my mom. It said, "You made your point." That was all. No apology. No explanation. Not even a request to talk. I didn't respond. Because yes, I had made my point. And the best part? I did it without yelling, without begging, without trying to make them love me. I simply removed myself and let the absence speak for itself. Now, I still host holidays. I still celebrate Easter with people who actually show up, friends who are like siblings, colleagues who become family. And when I post pictures of our egg hunts, the handmade decorations, the laughter, I don't post them out of spite. But if they happen to see them, I hope it stings, because I don't need revenge to be loud. Sometimes the most powerful thing you can do is thrive in the silence they left behind. Hey everyone, I never thought I'd be posting something like this, but it feels like the only way to let it out and get some perspective. So here it goes. I'm Rachel, 23 years old, and I have a twin sister named Emily. Growing up, we were always compared to each other. People in our family and even outside it would always talk about how we were two halves of the same coin, how we'd both grow up to be incredible people, and how proud our parents were of us. Honestly, it wasn't the worst thing in the world, having someone so similar to me in every way, even down to our features and personality traits. But over time, things changed, and I was left to figure out why I always felt like the backup twin. You see, Emily has always been the golden child. To give you some background, growing up, it wasn't exactly obvious at first. Sure, she was always the more outgoing one, the one who'd get the praise for whatever big win she had, but I didn't think too much of it. We both got our share of attention, and I thought that was how things were supposed to be. But then, as we got older, things started to shift. It wasn't subtle, either. When Emily decided she wanted to attend a prestigious college, a dream school, as everyone called it, our parents were all in. They didn't bat an eye when it came to paying for everything: tuition, housing, textbooks, you name it. The world was hers, and it felt like it was handed to her on a silver platter. Meanwhile, I was stuck applying for every scholarship I could find, taking on a part-time job just to make ends meet, and watching my sister live this carefree life without a single worry about money. Don't get me wrong, I love my sister, and I'm not the type of person to feel jealous or resentful for no reason. But as time went on, I couldn't ignore the fact that I was working myself to the bone, sacrificing so much, and yet my parents never seemed to notice. They never saw how hard I was fighting to keep my head above water. They didn't see the long nights spent studying, the shifts at the diner, or the constant fear that I'd fall short of my goals because I didn't have the same financial support Emily did. It wasn't just the financial stuff, though. No, that was only part of it. What stung more was the way my parents treated us, the way they would talk about Emily like she was some sort of prodigy. They'd say things like, "Oh, Emily is going places. We just know she's going to be the one to change the world." Meanwhile, I'd hear nothing but silence when it came to my own accomplishments. I graduated with honors, too, but I never heard anything more than, "Well, that's expected of you." I tried talking to them about it once. I remember it clearly, sitting down with my mom after a long shift at work, exhausted and frustrated. I told her how I felt like I was drowning while Emily just floated through life with everything handed to her. My mom's response? "Rachel, you just need to try harder. Emily has always had more potential than you." That was it. No reassurance. No empathy. Just cold, blunt words that cut deeper than anything they'd said before. But I didn't give up. I kept going. I graduated college just like Emily did, with debt up to my eyeballs, while Emily was, of course, debt-free. I figured I'd be fine. After all, I had gotten through so much on my own by then. What was a little more debt? What I didn't expect was what came next. When we both graduated, I thought our family would at least acknowledge our shared accomplishments. We'd both spent years in school, working hard, studying late into the night. But no, my parents only cared about Emily's graduation. They didn't even call me to tell me that they were throwing her a big celebration. They had planned this huge party for Emily at one of the nicest venues in town. There would be all our relatives, friends, family friends, the whole shebang. I had no idea it was even happening until one of my cousins mentioned it to me a week before the event. I can't even explain the rage I felt when I realized they hadn't even thought to include me in the celebration. This was supposed to be a celebration of both of our achievements, but instead, they were throwing a huge party for Emily, as if I didn't matter. as if my struggles, my hard work, my sacrifices didn't even deserve to be acknowledged. It felt like a slap in the face. But that's when the idea hit me. If they were going to continue to treat me like I was invisible, if they were going to continue praising Emily for things that were handed to her on a silver platter while I was left to pick up the pieces, then maybe it was time I finally showed them. Maybe it was time I gave them a little dose of reality. I didn't plan on doing anything malicious at first. All I wanted was to make sure that everyone at the celebration knew the truth. I wanted them to see how my parents had been treating me all these years. I wanted everyone to know that the whole golden child act was just that, an act. And Emily? Well, I wasn't about to let her be the center of attention any longer. I decided that if they wanted to throw this lavish, extravagant party for her, then I'd show up, not just as a guest, but as someone with something important to say. So I made plans to attend. I didn't get an invite, but I figured that would be the least of their worries when I showed up. I knew the moment I walked in, everything would change. The day of the party came, and I couldn't help but feel a bit of adrenaline running through me. I put on a nice outfit, the best I could afford, and took a deep breath before heading to the venue. As I walked in, I could already hear the chatter of family members, old friends, and people I hadn't seen in years. The room was full of balloons, banners, and the unmistakable air of celebration. There she was, Emily, standing in the center of it all, smiling and talking to a crowd of people who hung on her every word. My mom spotted me as soon as I walked through the door. Her face went pale for a second before she plastered on a smile and made her way over to me. Rachel, you weren't invited. I could tell she was flustered, not because she was happy to see me, but because I was ruining her perfect little picture. I know, I replied coolly, my heart pounding. But I thought I should be here. After all, I graduated too, didn't I? She gave me a tight-lipped smile, her eyes flicking to Emily, who was now looking over at us. This is Emily's day, Rachel. You can celebrate your accomplishments another time. Please, just let her enjoy this. That's when I saw it. The look in Emily's eyes. It wasn't one of understanding or sympathy. No, it was the look of someone who was entitled to this moment. She'd gotten so used to being treated like the queen of the family that she didn't even flinch when she saw me. I turned away from my mother, taking in the scene for a moment before my eyes settled on Emily's proud, smug smile. It was time to make sure everyone knew the truth about how things really worked in our family. I stepped up to the microphone. It wasn't planned. It wasn't rehearsed. But I knew exactly what I had to say. And as the room quieted, all eyes on me, I finally spoke up. What my parents haven't told you, I began, is that I've spent the past few years working 2 jobs while going to school. I've been drowning in debt, and they didn't even offer to help. But that's okay, right? Because Emily, here, has always been the favorite, the golden child. You see, this graduation celebration? It's not just about Emily's success, it's about something much bigger. A long history of favoritism and neglect that no one talks about. The silence in the room was deafening. Everyone turned to look at my parents, whose faces had gone pale. Then I said, I guess that's why I was never invited to this party, huh? After all, you didn't even care to celebrate my graduation. Because why should you? I'm not your golden child, am I? And that's when the chaos began. The room was still silent for a moment, but I could feel the tension thickening in the air. My parents looked completely stunned, like I'd just slapped them across the face. I wasn't sure if it was the embarrassment of being called out in front of everyone, or if it was the shock that I'd finally had enough and was done playing the quiet, invisible twin. My mom's face flushed red as she scrambled to find words. Rachel, that's not fair, she stammered, trying to regain control of the situation. We've always supported you in other ways. Her voice was shaking now, and I could tell that she was grasping at straws, trying to salvage her perfect family image in front of all our relatives. But I wasn't having it anymore. I couldn't just stand there and let her gaslight me again. Not today. I looked her in the eyes and said, Really? Tell me how you've supported me then, because I sure don't remember you paying for any part of my education. I worked my ass off, Mom, and you barely acknowledged any of it. My voice was steady now, almost cold, and I could see my mom shrinking in front of me. The facade was cracking, but the real tension came from the crowd. Our relatives were whispering amongst themselves, glancing between my parents and me. People had always wondered about the dynamics in our family, but no one had ever dared to question it out loud. Now, with the truth hanging in the air like a dark cloud, they didn't know what to think. Some of them looked uncomfortable, others had that look of pity on their faces, and a few of the older relatives looked like they were processing something they had never seen coming. I glanced at Emily then. She was standing there, eyes wide, her smile gone. In its place was confusion and something else I couldn't quite read. Maybe shame? She hadn't expected me to do this. She never had to. As far as she was concerned, I was just the lesser twin who never needed the same recognition because she was always the one who mattered. Her voice finally broke the silence. "Rachel, what are you doing?" she asked, her tone flat, though I could hear a little edge of annoyance seeping through. "This is supposed to be my day, and you're making it all about yourself. This is about my accomplishments, not about whatever this is." I could tell she was trying to stay calm, trying to keep the spotlight on herself, but I saw the cracks. Deep down, I knew Emily wasn't completely ignorant of the favoritism. She'd enjoyed it, sure, but I could tell from her posture that she was starting to feel uncomfortable being the center of it all. The applause and cheers she'd been getting earlier now seemed to be replaced with a feeling of tension, like the room was turning against her, even if they didn't fully understand why. I wasn't done yet. "And you, Emily," I said, locking eyes with her. "You're standing there acting like you didn't know what was going on. But you did. You knew exactly what was happening, how Mom and Dad always made sure you got everything you wanted, how they never once considered what I was going through. It's all about you, isn't it? You've never had to fight for anything." Emily looked taken aback, but instead of apologizing, she seemed to harden. Her lips twisted into a tight, uncomfortable smile as she shifted on her feet. "Rachel, stop this. You're making things so awkward. Just let me have my moment, okay?" But it was too late to go back. My words were already out in the open, and now the audience, family, and friends were starting to murmur. It was like a slow ripple of realization spread across the room. People were beginning to see what I had seen for years, the way my sister had always been the shining star while I was stuck in the shadows. Then, something shifted in the crowd. A cousin I hadn't spoken to in years, Sarah, stood up from her seat. "Rachel, is this true?" she asked, her voice filled with disbelief. "I mean, I knew things weren't perfect, but I had no idea your parents were so, well, like that." My heart skipped a beat. Sarah wasn't the first person to speak up, but there was something about her question that felt different. She wasn't just asking for clarification, she was challenging my parents, and that was a big deal. My aunt, who had been quietly sitting at the back of the room, now leaned forward in her chair, nodding slowly as if she were putting the pieces together. Mom's face twisted into a mask of anger as she turned to Sarah. "What are you implying, Sarah?" she snapped, her voice cold, but it only made the tension in the room grow stronger. My aunt shook her head, raising her hand to silence my mom. "No, Marissa, I think we all need to hear this. Rachel, if what you're saying is true, then this whole thing, this celebration, deserves to be called out." My parents froze. For the first time, they weren't the unquestioned authority. The idea that anyone in our family might see through the thin layer of perfection they tried to maintain was like a crack in their foundation. I turned back to Emily. "You might think I'm doing this out of spite, but I'm not. I'm doing this because I'm sick of being ignored. I'm doing this because for once, I want you all to see the real story, not the pretty picture they've painted for years." And that's when my mom snapped. "Rachel, that's enough," she shouted, her face turning crimson. "You're ruining everything. You're embarrassing us in front of our friends, our family. Why would you do this to your sister?" Her words were laced with venom now, and I could see the anger bubbling up beneath the surface. But it didn't matter anymore. I'd already said what I needed to say. "I'm not ruining anything," I said, my voice steady. "You've been ruining it for me my whole life. This is me finally standing up for myself. For once, I'm not the one sitting quietly in the background, wondering why I don't matter. I matter, too." I felt a strange calm wash over me. I wasn't angry anymore. I was just relieved. It wasn't the revenge I had originally thought I wanted, but it was still powerful. My parents had finally been forced to see the truth, even if they didn't want to acknowledge it. And maybe, just maybe, this was the moment that would change everything. But as I stood there, feeling the weight of the room's attention on me, I realized something. This wasn't over. Far from it. The confrontation had just begun, and there were still so many pieces left to fall. What would happen next? Would my parents own up to their mistakes, or would they double down on their favoritism? And what about Emily? Would she finally see the truth, or would she continue to live in denial? One thing was certain, I had started something today, and I wasn't about to let it end here. As I stood there, the room still buzzing with the realization of what had just unfolded, I couldn't help but notice the looks from the rest of the family. It wasn't just discomfort anymore. There was genuine anger in their eyes, anger at my parents. Sarah, the cousin who had spoken up earlier, was now visibly fuming. I can't believe you, Marissa, she said, crossing her arms. You've been playing favorites for years, but now we see it. You've never treated Rachel like she mattered. This is ridiculous. My aunt, who had always been somewhat of a quiet observer in our family, shook her head in disbelief. I always thought you were better than that, Marissa, she said softly but firmly. Rachel worked just as hard as Emily, and yet you've treated her like she didn't deserve anything. Mom's face twisted in fury as she turned to Sarah and my aunt, her voice rising to a sharp pitch. You have no idea what you're talking about. This is family business, and you shouldn't be getting involved. But my aunt wasn't having it. You made it everyone's business when you treated Rachel like she was invisible. When you ignored her achievements, her sacrifices. When you let Emily have everything handed to her and left Rachel to deal with the consequences. You can't hide that now. I couldn't believe what I was hearing. My parents were being called out, but it felt so surreal that I had to pinch myself. For so many years, they'd been the untouchable authority figures in our family. Everyone deferred to them. Everyone treated them like they had everything figured out. But now, the cracks were showing. And not just with me. Others could see the truth too. I saw Emily standing there, still frozen, her face a mixture of confusion and discomfort. She wasn't really processing what was going on, or maybe she just didn't know how to react. Either way, the situation was beyond her control now. Then, my cousin Mark, who had been quietly observing everything, cleared his throat and stood up. Look, he said, his voice steady but filled with conviction. I don't care if you're family. What you've done to Rachel isn't right. It's time someone stepped in and made things right. If you're not going to support her, then we will. My heart skipped a beat. What was he talking about? Mark, who had always been the quiet one at family gatherings, was stepping up for me in front of everyone. The others seemed to be agreeing, nodding in agreement, and murmuring their support. Aunt Linda, who had always been kind but distant, added, Rachel, you've been through a lot. You're not alone in this. If your parents won't help you, we will. My breath caught in my throat. They were offering to help me. These people, who had witnessed my struggles but never directly intervened, were now stepping up to right the wrongs my parents had caused. The weight of their words was overwhelming, and I could feel my chest tighten with emotion. What do you mean? I managed to ask, my voice trembling slightly. Sarah stepped forward, her face determined. We're willing to help you pay off your student loans, Rachel. You deserve to be free of that burden. We're not going to let your parents' mistakes define your future. The room fell silent as my parents processed the weight of what had just been said. The humiliation was written all over their faces. I could see the anger building in my mom's eyes, but it wasn't directed at me this time. It was directed at everyone else. How dare you? Mom hissed, her voice low and venomous. You have no right to get involved in our family's finances. You think you can just step in and fix everything like some kind of hero? My aunt raised an eyebrow. It's not about fixing anything, Marissa. It's about doing what's right. And what's right is giving Rachel the chance she's deserved all along. You've been blind to her needs for years. Dad, who had been unusually quiet throughout all of this, finally spoke up. His voice was full of irritation. This is ridiculous. You can't just promise Rachel something like that. It's not how things work. It's our responsibility as parents to decide how we handle these things. Aunt Linda shook her head. You're missing the point, David. It's not about how you handle it anymore. It's about acknowledging what you've done. Your favoritism, your neglect, and your refusal to see the hard work Rachel put in while you handed Emily everything on a silver platter. Don't act like we don't see it now. The anger in my parents' eyes was clear. Mom was trembling with fury, her mouth twitching as she tried to regain control of the situation. But it was too late. The truth had been laid bare, and there was no hiding behind the facade of the perfect family anymore. What do you want from us? Dad demanded, his voice now sharp, desperate. You think we'll just give Rachel money to make up for everything? She's always been the one who causes drama, the one who's never satisfied. I couldn't let him finish. Drama? Is that what you think this is? This is me standing up for myself, for once, after you treated me like I wasn't even worth the effort. You think this is about money? No, it's about finally being seen. Finally being treated like I matter. I turned back to my relatives. Thank you. Thank you all for stepping up when my own parents couldn't. I'll never forget this. But this isn't just about the money. It's about getting out from under the weight of the past. And maybe, just maybe, It's about finally letting go of the idea that Emily is the only one who deserves something from you. The tension in the room was unbearable. My parents were furious, their faces a storm of rage and humiliation, but my family wasn't backing down. They weren't just taking sides, they were making a statement. "We'll make sure Rachel gets the help she deserves," Mark said, his voice steady. "You can't control everything anymore. Not when everyone sees what you've done." The look in my mom's eyes, cold and furious, was one I would never forget. This was only just the beginning, I knew. The battle between my parents and the rest of the family was far from over. But in that moment, I felt like I had finally won something important. My parents were going to have to face the consequences of their actions. And as for me, I wasn't going to let them keep me in the shadows any longer. This was my story now, and I was ready to take control. The weeks since that confrontation have been intense. My parents haven't spoken to me much, and when they do, it's mostly to scold me for airing our dirty laundry in front of the family. They've tried to shift the blame back onto me, saying that I'm trying to destroy the family or that I embarrassed them. But I honestly couldn't care less. Since then, my relatives have kept their word. I've received support, not just financially, but emotionally too. It's been overwhelming, but in the best possible way. My student loans? They're being taken care of slowly but surely, and I don't have to carry that weight anymore. For the first time in years, I feel like I'm actually moving forward. As for Emily, she hasn't really said much about everything that happened. I think she's just trying to distance herself from the fallout, not wanting to get caught in the middle of the family drama. Honestly, I can't blame her, even though it's a bit disappointing. My parents, on the other hand, have tried to play it cool, but I can tell they're furious that the family is rallying behind me. There's a part of me that hopes they understand the consequences of their actions, but I'm not holding my breath. I know they'll never truly change. So now, I'm trying to focus on my future, and for once, I feel like I have control over it. It's a strange feeling finally standing up for myself and having people back me up, but I'm glad I did. The weight is off my shoulders, and I'm ready to take on whatever comes next. But enough about me. What do you all think? Am I the bad guy here? Should I have handled things differently? I'm still trying to process everything myself, so I'd love to hear your thoughts. I showed up to help my family move into their new house. When I got there, the doors were locked. I called my dad, he said. "We didn't need your help." My mom texted, "We got it covered." I left without saying a word. Days later, they were begging for my help. Too late. So, let me set the scene. I'm Ben, 28, and for most of my life, I've been the person my family calls when things go sideways. I'm the fixer, the responsible one. If something needs to be done, especially something physical like moving, fixing stuff, or setting up, I'm the one who shows up. I've never really minded, even though it often feels like my parents only call on me when it's convenient for them. It's just always been part of the role I play in the family. Now, my parents, Carl and Linda, had been talking about moving for a while. The house they lived in had always felt a bit too cramped for them, and Carl had been pushing this idea of buying something bigger for a few years. At first, I didn't really take them seriously. My parents weren't the type to make drastic changes, especially financially. But then, one day, my mom mentioned they'd found a house, a perfect one, and they were closing on it. I didn't even have time to process it before they were deep into the moving preparations. I didn't mind helping, of course. It was a huge task, and I knew they'd need help with packing, lifting, and organizing the move. They were both getting older, and I had the time and energy. I also figured it'd be a good opportunity for us to spend some time together. But there was something about this move that felt different, something off. I couldn't put my finger on it, but I had a gut feeling that things wouldn't go as smoothly as they made it sound. Moving day rolled around, and I was ready. I'd cleared my schedule, packed up some tools, and drove to their new house early in the morning. The last time I'd seen the house was a few weeks before, when they were just getting started with the renovations. I was eager to see how much progress had been made. When I pulled up to the new house, the first thing I noticed was the chaos. The front yard was littered with boxes, and the garage door was open, revealing even more piles of stuff. It was clear they hadn't even started moving in yet. I thought I'd help them get organized, maybe start unpacking some of the heavier things. But as I walked toward the front door, I noticed something strange. The house was eerily quiet. I knocked a few times, figuring they might be upstairs or in the back, busy with something. But there was no response. I knocked again. Still nothing. I checked my watch, figured they'd be awake by now, but I didn't hear any sounds of activity inside. Feeling a little awkward, I tried the door handle. It was locked. At this point, I was a little confused. I knew they were planning on moving in, so why wasn't anyone around? I stood there for a few moments, trying to figure out if maybe they'd gone out for breakfast or if they were just in the middle of some other task I didn't know about. I pulled out my phone and called my dad. It rang a few times before he picked up. "Hey, Dad. It's Ben. I'm here. The door's locked. Do you want me to wait outside or, oh, we didn't need your help today, Ben," he said, sounding distracted and maybe a little annoyed. I blinked, trying to process what he was saying. "What do you mean? I thought you needed help moving in." "No, we're good," he replied quickly. "Your mom and I are handling it. You don't need to worry about it." I felt a flash of confusion. This wasn't like him at all. "Wait, are you sure? I drove all the way out here. I even brought some tools to help with the heavy stuff." "We're fine, Ben," he cut me off, his tone getting a little sharper. "Just head home. We'll be fine without you." There was a pause, and I just stood there for a second, not sure how to respond. "Okay," I said, feeling like I had just been dismissed. "All right, I'll leave then." And then, just like that, he hung up. I stood there in front of the house, my hand still holding the phone, staring at the door. The entire situation felt wrong. Not just the fact that I had driven all this way for no reason, but the way my dad had spoken to me. It was almost like I wasn't welcome. It stung. We weren't super close, but I thought we had a decent relationship. It had never been like this before. I decided to try one more thing. I shot my mom a quick text. "Hey, Dad said you guys are good with the move, but I came over to help. Is everything okay?" I waited for a few minutes, checking the time and pacing a little in front of their new house. Finally, my phone buzzed. I pulled it out, half expecting an explanation or maybe even an apology. The message from my mom was short, almost to the point of being cold. "We got it covered. Don't worry about us." I stood there for a long time after reading that, trying to make sense of what had just happened. Here I was, ready to help, and both my parents had told me in no uncertain terms that I wasn't needed. I had no idea why they'd suddenly decided I wasn't part of the equation, but it hurt. And it wasn't just the fact that they didn't need me, it was the way they'd brushed me off, like I didn't matter. I felt a knot tighten in my stomach. I had to make a decision. I could stand here and wait for them to maybe come around, but it felt like they were shutting me out. So, I did the one thing that felt right in the moment. I turned around, got back into my car, and left without saying another word. As I drove back home, I couldn't shake the feeling that I'd just been dismissed. But what stung the most was that I hadn't even been given the chance to offer them any real help. I had done everything right. I showed up, prepared to put in the work, and all I got in return was a cold shoulder. Days passed, and I didn't hear a word from either of them. I didn't reach out, either. I had a lot of things on my mind, but that whole interaction kept bugging me. What was the point of me being there if they didn't want my help? Then, a few days later, I got a text from my mom. "Hey, Ben, we could really use your help with unpacking. Can you come over? The place is still a mess, and we need a hand." I read the text a few times. I knew exactly what I should do. I could have gone right over, helped them, and pretended like everything was fine. But something inside me told me not to. I wasn't ready to go back just yet. Not after how they treated me. I spent the next few days in a haze, not knowing exactly what to think. I kept rereading that text from my mom, letting the words sink in. "We could really use your help with unpacking. Can you come over? The place is still a mess, and we need a hand." It felt almost like they were trying to act like nothing had happened. But how could I just forget what had transpired? How could I let them get away with treating me like I didn't matter? I won't lie. A part of me wanted to go over there, help them out, and pretend like everything was fine. After all, they were my parents. I'd always been there for them, no matter how unreasonable they got. But this time, it felt different. They had taken my time, my energy, and my trust for granted. It wasn't just that they didn't need my help. It was the way they had shut me out, like I was an afterthought. It wasn't even the fact that they didn't want me around to help them move. I could have understood that if they'd been more upfront about it. But it was the way they made me feel small, almost like I was inconveniencing them by offering my help. The dismissal, the coldness, it left a mark. And now I wasn't sure how to approach them. That evening, I got a call from my dad. I stared at my phone for a moment before picking up, half expecting him to apologize or at least offer some kind of explanation. But what he said was the complete opposite of that. "Hey, Ben," he said, his voice flat, as if the conversation we'd had before hadn't happened at all. "I just wanted to check in. Your mom and I are still really stuck on some things at the new house. Can you come over tomorrow and help with the heavy stuff?" It was like a slap to the face. He didn't even acknowledge how rude he'd been before, how he dismissed me when I showed up to help. It was as though none of it mattered. I took a deep breath, trying to stay calm. "Dad, why didn't you want my help the other day? Why did you make it seem like you didn't need me?" He hesitated, and I could hear him shuffle the phone around in his hand. "What? Oh, come on, Ben. Don't be like this. We just got caught up with stuff. It's not a big deal." Not a big deal? That's what he thought? I had driven all the way out there, spent my morning ready to help, and all I got was a door slammed in my face and a curt dismissal. It was a huge deal to me, but I didn't say anything right away. I knew if I pushed too hard, I'd only get more of the same defensive answers. So I stayed quiet for a moment, letting the silence stretch. "I'm not sure if I'm ready to help yet, Dad," I said, trying to keep my voice steady. "You can't just treat me like I don't matter and expect me to come running when you change your mind." His voice grew sharper. "Don't be difficult, Ben. We need your help. I'm not asking for much. Just come over and get the job done." I felt a sharp, cold anger building inside me. I wanted to yell at him, to tell him exactly what I thought about the way they had treated me, but I didn't. Instead, I let out a sigh and said, "I'll think about it." That was the last thing I said before hanging up. The more I thought about it, the more the weight of their actions settled on me. They didn't need my help. They wanted my help when it was convenient for them. They didn't care about how I felt. They only saw me as a tool, someone they could call on when the work was too much for them to handle, and when I wasn't around to do it, they'd just carry on without a second thought. A day passed. 2 days passed. And all I heard from them was a couple of texts here and there, asking for updates on when I would show up. At this point, I was beyond frustrated. I had always been the one to clean up their messes, the one who kept everything running smoothly when things fell apart. But this time, it wasn't just about moving furniture or unpacking boxes. It was about respect. One evening, after a particularly long day at work, I received another message from my mom. It was as simple, "Are you coming over to help us unpack or what?" This time, though, I didn't feel that familiar sense of duty pulling me to their door. Instead, I felt a cold detachment. The words seemed to hit me differently now, as if they were an afterthought, as if they were expecting me to just show up and do their bidding without ever acknowledging the way they'd treated me. I sat with the phone in my hands for a few minutes, letting the silence weigh on me. Then, I finally typed a response. "I don't think I'll be coming over anymore." I stared at those words for a long time, reading them over and over. It felt final. I wasn't going to keep putting myself in a position where I was just used. Not anymore. I didn't hear anything for the next day or two. Part of me wondered if they even cared. But then, just when I thought the whole situation was behind me, the texts started coming in. First from my mom, then from my dad. It was a slow build-up at first. "Why aren't you responding?" My mom texted. "You're being ridiculous, Ben. Just come over and help." Then from my dad. "We really need you here, Ben. Don't make us beg." I couldn't believe it. After all that had happened, after everything they'd said to me, now they were begging. Now they wanted me. I stared at the messages for a long time. Part of me wanted to give in, to go over there and show them that I was still capable of being the person they needed, even after everything. But another part of me, the part that had been hurt, the part that had been dismissed and belittled, wasn't so willing to forgive them this time. It felt like they were trying to take advantage of me again. They thought that because I'd always been there for them in the past, they could just pick up the phone and I'd come running when they needed me. But I wasn't sure I wanted to be their safety net anymore. It was strange, really, how quickly things had shifted. For most of my life, I had been the one who did everything. I was the one who showed up when they needed help, the one who cleaned up the messes they'd left behind, the one who always forgave, always made excuses for their behavior. But somewhere along the way, I started to wonder if they saw me as more of a convenience than a son, a tool they could use when they needed something and discard when they didn't. I could hear the desperation in their messages, and it stung. The same people who'd pushed me away, who'd told me my help wasn't needed, now couldn't seem to get their hands on enough of it. It wasn't just about the moving anymore. It was about them treating me like I didn't matter until they had a use for me. And for the first time, I was beginning to realize that I had the power to stop letting them do that. But that didn't mean I was ready to make it easy for them. I didn't respond to the text right away. I sat with them for a while, thinking. It felt good to have the control for once, to not be the one jumping to fix everything. But as much as I was hurt, I knew I couldn't just leave it at that. I had to make them understand how it felt to be cast aside, to be treated like an afterthought when it suited them, and then begged for help when things got tough. They needed to learn that I wasn't always going to be their backup plan, that I deserved more than what they had given me. The next day, I got a call from my mom. It was the same tone she'd used in her texts, urgent, almost pleading. "Ben," she said, sounding exasperated, "you have to come help us. The place is a disaster. We're completely overwhelmed, and we can't do it without you. Please." I let it ring for a moment, not answering. I wanted to let her sit in the silence for a while, just like I had done. I wanted her to feel how I felt when they'd ignored me that morning, when they'd told me I wasn't needed. After a few rings, I finally picked up. "Mom," I said, keeping my voice steady, "I'm not coming over. Not today. Not unless you're ready to have a real conversation about how you treated me." There was a pause on the other end of the line. I could practically hear her brain working, scrambling to figure out what had just happened. She wasn't used to me refusing. She was used to me being the dependable one, the one who came running the second they called. "Ben, please," she said, her voice dropping a little. "We're really in a tough spot here. It's not just about the boxes. We need your help with everything. I can't do this without you. Just come by for an hour, and then you can leave if you want. We'll talk, okay?" I could hear her desperation, and part of me felt the tug of guilt. But I knew this wasn't about helping them move. This was about something bigger, something I hadn't really allowed myself to admit until now. It was about teaching them a lesson. It was about standing my ground for once. "I'm not coming over," I repeated, more firmly this time. "Not unless you can admit what you did. I want you to understand how hurt I was, how you made me feel when I showed up and you acted like I was nothing. You don't get to treat me that way and expect me to just forget it. Not anymore." There was a long silence, and for a second, I wondered if she was going to hang up on me. But then she spoke, her voice quieter this time. "I didn't mean to hurt you, Ben. We just didn't think. Things got chaotic, and exactly." I cut her off. "You didn't think. You never do. You just take and take, and when I stop giving, you act like I'm the one who's being unreasonable." I let that hang in the air for a moment. I wanted her to feel it, to understand the weight of my words. She had to realize that I wasn't going to be the one to always pick up the pieces anymore. "I'm sorry you feel that way," she said finally, but it didn't sound like a real apology. It sounded like she was just trying to smooth things over, hoping I would cave. But I didn't. "I'll think about it," I said, before ending the call. The next few days were quieter. My parents didn't reach out as much, and I didn't initiate contact either. It felt strange, not talking to them, but it also felt freeing. I didn't feel like I was at their mercy anymore. I wasn't just the person who cleaned up after their mistakes. And as the days passed, I began to wonder if they even noticed the distance I was putting between us. Then, about a week later, I got another text from my dad. It was brief, just like the others, but this one hit a little differently. "Ben, we've hit a wall. Can you come over and help? It's getting pretty bad here, and we really need you. Please." At that point, I was done with the emotional games. They were trying to guilt me, trying to manipulate me back into the role they'd always assigned to me. But I wasn't going to fall for it. Not anymore. I took my time to respond. When I finally did, I made it clear how things were going to go from now on. I'll help you when you start treating me like an equal. When you stop using me only when it's convenient for you. I won't just come running anymore. I didn't expect an immediate response. It was clear they hadn't learned yet. But it was important to me that they understood this wasn't just about moving boxes anymore. It was about respect. It was about standing up for myself. A few hours passed after I sent that last message, and I didn't hear anything back immediately. Part of me expected my parents to give up, to continue with their usual pattern of pretending everything was fine until they needed me again. But that wasn't what happened. Later that evening, I received a text from my mom, and when I saw the notification, I felt a strange sense of calm. It wasn't a desperate plea like before. It wasn't an apology or a promise to change. No, it was worse. We're just going to have to manage without you. Your dad and I are tired of trying to get through to you. Maybe you don't care about us anymore, but we've got enough on our plate. It was as if they were completely oblivious to the fact that they'd made me feel like I didn't matter for so long, and now that I was standing up for myself, they couldn't handle it. It was the ultimate form of gaslighting. They were twisting the situation, making it seem like I was the one who was being difficult, when in reality, they had pushed me to this point. I stared at the screen for a while, letting the words sink in. At first, I thought about texting something sharp back, something that would make them understand the depth of my frustration. But then I realized I didn't need to respond right away. I didn't need to play into their game of manipulation anymore. I could walk away, and for once, it felt like the right decision. I didn't reply to her message. Instead, I put my phone down, walked away from the situation, and focused on something else for a while. I needed to get my head on straight. After everything, I couldn't just let them off the hook so easily. They needed to understand that the days of me being their backup were over. I had to stand firm. 2 days later, I got a call from my dad. I almost didn't pick up, but I figured it might be important. It wasn't. "Ben," he started, voice strained, "we've been waiting on you. We're really getting behind on unpacking. It's been a mess here. Please, just come by and help out." He sounded so weary, as if he had been doing all the work himself, and it was somehow my fault that he couldn't keep up. I felt a wave of anger rise up in me, but I tamped it down. I knew what I needed to do. I was tired of being manipulated. "Dad," I said, keeping my voice calm, "you've been treating me like I don't matter for weeks. I don't just show up when it's convenient for you anymore. I'm not going to be your last-minute fix when everything falls apart. I've been there for you, and every time I show up, I get shut out or ignored. I'm done." I could hear him trying to speak over me, but I wasn't having it anymore. "I don't think you understand how hard it's been for me too. You want me to just drop everything, like I'm nothing but a tool. Well, I'm not doing that anymore. You need to figure it out on your own, like you've been telling me you can." There was silence on the other end of the line, and for a second, I thought he might finally understand. But then, his response made it clear that nothing had changed. "Fine, Ben. If that's how you feel, we don't need you anyway." It was the same tired line they always used when they were trying to make me feel guilty for standing my ground. But it didn't work this time. I wasn't playing their game anymore. I hung up without another word. That was the last conversation I had with either of them for a while. They stopped trying to contact me for a few days, and I felt a weight lift off my shoulders. But things didn't stay quiet for long. After about a week of no contact, I got a call from my cousin Lucy, who I hadn't spoken to in months. She wasn't someone I was particularly close to, but I knew her well enough. She worked with my parents at their business, and we were somewhat on friendly terms. "Ben," she said, her voice hesitant but urgent, "I'm sorry to bother you, but your mom and dad are freaking out. They're in way over their heads with this move, and they're not asking for help from anyone else. They've been trying to do everything themselves, and now they're stuck. They're too proud to admit they need you, but I'm telling you, they're getting desperate." I had to admit, there was a small part of me that felt a bit of satisfaction hearing that. They had pushed me away, made me feel like I wasn't wanted, and now they were stuck. It was almost poetic. But as Lucy continued, I realized she wasn't calling to tell me how badly my parents had messed up. She was calling to guilt trip me into helping. "They're not doing well, Ben," Lucy said. "They really need you. Can you at least come by for a couple of hours to help them with the heavy lifting?" I paused before answering. I knew she wasn't directly trying to manipulate me the way my parents had, but it still felt like I was being pulled into the same old cycle. I wasn't going to give them what they wanted this time. They needed to face the consequences of their actions. "No, Lucy," I said, finally, with a firmness I hadn't felt in years. "They've made their bed. They've been treating me like I'm not worth the effort. They don't get to turn around and expect me to come running just because they need something now. They've pushed me away for far too long. This is their problem now, not mine." There was a long silence before Lucy responded. "I understand," she said quietly, and I could tell she didn't quite know how to handle it. But she didn't push me further. I hung up, feeling a sense of finality. Days passed. I stayed away from my parents and continued living my life without their constant demands. I didn't feel guilty anymore. For the first time, I realized that I didn't have to sacrifice my happiness for their convenience. And that was a revelation I didn't expect to come from a simple move. Eventually, I got a message from my mom, but this time it wasn't the usual "we need you" text. It was more subdued, like they had finally realized they had pushed me too far. "Ben, we messed up. We're sorry for how we treated you. We never meant to make you feel worthless." I could tell that she was trying, but it felt like too little, too late. The damage had already been done. I didn't respond to the message. I didn't need to. They had made their bed. They had taken me for granted for so long, and now they were finally seeing what that cost them. They had learned a lesson the hard way, but it wasn't my job to make it easy for them. In the end, they did manage to unpack the house on their own, but I wasn't there to help. They didn't call me again after that message. I didn't know if they were truly sorry or just embarrassed by the situation, but it didn't matter. I had learned to stand up for myself, and I wasn't going to let them walk all over me anymore. As for me, I moved on with my life. It wasn't easy, but it was worth it. I learned that family isn't about who can be the most convenient when you need them. It's about respect, and I wasn't going to let anyone take mine for granted ever again. At my family reunion, I helped with everything and gave my dad a special gift. When I asked about joining the family dinner, he said, "You're just here for the show, not part of the celebration." The room went cold. I stayed silent. What happened next took everyone by surprise. "Hi Reddit. I'm 40F, and I guess I'm here because I need to get this off my chest and maybe hear from someone who's lived through something similar. It's been 2 weeks, and I still can't wrap my head around what happened at my own family reunion, or, more accurately, what didn't happen. For a little context, I'm the oldest of 4. My siblings, Jonah, 38M, Marcy, 35F, and Devin, 31M, all still live within a 2-hour radius of our hometown in western Pennsylvania. I, on the other hand, moved out to Oregon almost 15 years ago after college and only make it back maybe once every couple of years. We weren't super close growing up, but we weren't estranged either. You know how it is. Once you're the oldest, you're either the third parent or invisible. Our dad, Alan, well, he's complicated. He was never outright cruel, but always had this way of making you feel like you owed him something. Like love was transactional. He'd help with your car, then bring it up for the next 6 years. That kind of man. Our mom, May, passed away when I was 26, and after that, Dad seemed to get a little more closed off. But he adored Jonah, always said he was the responsible one. Devin was the baby, so he got away with everything, and Marcy was Dad's girl. I guess I was just the one who left. So when Marcy called me in February to tell me they were planning a big family reunion for our dad's 70th in early April, I said yes immediately. I rearranged work stuff, booked my flight, and even spent 2 weekends putting together a shadow box with some of Dad's old military medals, photos, and letters from when he was stationed in Germany in the 70s. I tracked down a guy on Etsy who custom-made the frame. It wasn't cheap, but I figured, it's his 70th, right? Big deal. I wanted to show up with something meaningful. I landed on a Wednesday, a few days before the reunion, and made my way to Jonah's house, where I'd be staying. I should have noticed things were off that first night. We were all in the kitchen, and Jonah casually mentioned how he and Devin had handled all the real planning. Marcy was making the food list, and I could help her if I wanted. When I offered to handle decorations and music, he said, "Sure, if you feel like pitching in." Like I was a guest borrowing their couch instead of their sister. I shrugged it off. I figured maybe they were just tired from all the prep and didn't mean anything by it. The next couple of days were a blur of last-minute errands. I ran to pick up folding chairs, helped Marcy batch cook trays of baked ziti and pulled pork, even stayed up one night printing and cutting name tags for the extended family. People were flying in from everywhere. Aunt Darlene from Tampa, our cousins from Michigan, even great Uncle Rick from Arkansas who hadn't left his town since 1999. By Saturday morning, I was running mostly on caffeine and adrenaline. The reunion was set up at the local community center, and we spent hours hauling coolers, laying out tablecloths, putting up streamers, arranging centerpieces. I probably moved 50 chairs by myself while Jonah barked about the thermostat and Devin complained about the music being too old-timey. I kept checking in with the box I made for Dad, which I'd carefully wrapped and kept tucked away under a cloth in the main hall. I wanted to give it to him after dinner when everyone was seated. Make it a little moment, you know? Around 4 p.m., guests started rolling in. It was loud, chaotic, and full of awkward hugs and wow, look at us. I hadn't seen half these people in a decade. I got a few polite conversations, but it was clear most of them gravitated toward my siblings, especially Jonah. He wore that look of subtle pride, like a mayor welcoming his constituents. Then came the speeches. Jonah gave a little toast. Devin told some jokes about Dad's grumpiness, and Marcy did this emotional bit that had everyone misty-eyed. I clapped along, waiting for the right time. I thought maybe they'd invite me to say a few words too, but they didn't. After the meal, while people were mingling, I quietly handed Dad the box. He opened it slowly, and for a second, I saw something flicker across his face. Maybe pride, maybe regret. Then he cleared his throat and said, "Well, would you look at that? Real nice." That was it. No announcement. No, "Hey, look what my daughter made." Just a quick nod and a muttered thanks before he set it on a side table and walked off to talk to Aunt Darlene about his new recliner. I should have expected that. I should have known. But what came later is what still replays in my head every night. The hall had mostly emptied out by then, and people were slowly filtering to the other side of the building where the family-only dinner was being held. A smaller, more formal sit-down meal Dad wanted with just his people. I assumed I'd be going too, since I'm his daughter. I helped plan this. I brought a gift. I'm family. I walked up to Jonah and asked casually, "Hey, should I help move stuff to the dining room?" He glanced at me, then at Marcy and Devin, and said, and I'll never forget this, "You're just here for the show, not part of the celebration." The air snapped. I didn't know what to say. Everything went quiet. Even Marcy blinked like she couldn't believe he actually said that out loud. But no one corrected him. No one told me to come join. No one said a word. I'm not sure how long I stood there, staring at Jonah, my mouth dry. The words he'd just said echoed in my mind. And for a moment, I honestly didn't know how to react. It wasn't just the words. It was the way he said them. Like he was stating some obvious fact, as if I didn't belong in my own family's celebration. I felt the blood rush to my face, but I couldn't get anything out. My throat was too tight. Marcy was the first to move. She shot me a glance, but it wasn't a sympathetic one. It wasn't even an apologetic one. It was like a look that said, "You know this is true, don't you?" She just turned away and led the group to the dining room, following Dad. Devin did the same, giving me this little half smirk as he walked past. The same smirk he'd worn back when we were kids, and he thought it was funny to steal my stuff or make fun of me for being the serious one. I stood there alone in the quiet hall for a moment. The low hum of conversation from the other room barely reached me. It was like I wasn't even in the picture anymore. The weight of Jonah's words, of my siblings' indifference, was like a slow leak, draining all the color out of the room. I couldn't even bring myself to pick up the box with Dad's gift in it. I wanted to scream. I wanted to lash out. But all I could do was stand there, frozen, feeling small and invisible. I took a deep breath and walked to the side, away from the table where I'd been setting things up earlier. I needed a minute. Just a minute to gather my thoughts. My mind was a blur. How had I misread everything so badly? Was I just imagining things all these years? I thought I was making an effort. I thought I was doing something good for the family, something that would make my dad proud, but it seemed like that effort didn't matter at all. It's hard to explain, but there was this sudden weight that pressed down on me, as if I was no longer seen as part of the family. It was more than the reunion. It was like they had written me out of their story, and I hadn't even realized it until that moment. I had to take a few more breaths to stop my hands from shaking. It didn't make sense. Why would Jonah, the one who I thought I could always count on, say something like that? I'd been the one to step up during the tough times, when Dad was in and out of the hospital after his heart scare a few years ago. I was the one who made sure everything was taken care of when Mom passed away, keeping the house running while they all carried on with their lives. But none of that mattered to them, did it? Not if I wasn't there to play my part like they wanted. I glanced back toward the dining room. The door was half open, and through the crack, I could see the long table, set beautifully, with the family gathered around. There was Dad, sitting at the head, looking just as he always did in family photos, proud, stoic, and completely unaware of the cracks in the walls. I wasn't going to beg to be included. I wasn't going to grovel for a seat at that table. But the sting of Jonah's words still burned, and I wasn't about to just let it slide. It was then that I saw it, a familiar face walking past the hall, half hidden in the shadows. It was Aunt Susan. She's Dad's older sister, and though we've never been close per se, she's one of the few people who always seemed to treat me like I mattered. She had this sense of warmth about her that no one else in the family seemed to have. Maybe it was because she didn't live in town and wasn't as involved in the day-to-day. Maybe it was because she could see through the facade that my dad and the others put on. She stopped when she saw me standing by the door. Her face softened. "Hey there, Han," she said, her voice gentle. "You all right?" I didn't even try to hide the frustration. Not really, I admitted. I wasn't sure what I was expecting from her. Some kind of reassurance, maybe. But when she met my gaze, there was no surprise, no shock. She'd seen it before. She knew exactly what was going on. "You know," she said, leaning in slightly, "I don't know what's been going on with Jonah and the others, but they're all they're a little messed up right now. Especially with your dad. He's not the same as he was when your mom was around." She hesitated, as if weighing her words carefully. "I don't think they're intentionally leaving you out, but, they've got this way of pretending things are fine, pretending they're all still a perfect family when they're really not." I nodded, even though part of me didn't want to hear it. I didn't want any of this to be true. But I also knew she was right. I could feel it in my bones. There was something off about all of it, something wrong I hadn't been able to place until now. And Susan put a hand on my shoulder, her grip surprisingly firm. "Listen, you've always been the one to carry the weight. Don't let them drag you into their mess. You've got your own life to live." I was about to say something, but before I could, the door to the dining room opened, and my dad's voice boomed from the other side. "Marcy, Jonah, come on, the roast isn't going to eat itself. You're all wasting time in there." And Susan's face shifted, her smile fading just a little. "That's her cue to go in," she said softly, giving me one last look. "But don't let them get to you. You've got a family that loves you out there. I know it's hard, but sometimes it's just about standing your ground." I nodded, swallowing hard. I wasn't sure what she meant by standing my ground, but somehow it didn't feel like a call to fight. It felt more like a reminder to stop bending myself into something I wasn't just to fit in with them. But just as I turned to leave, something in my chest clicked. A little voice inside me said, "Enough is enough." That's when I made the decision. I wasn't going to let this go. I spent a few moments standing just outside the dining room, letting Aunt Susan's words settle in. She was right. I had always carried the weight, both for my family and for myself. Maybe it was time I stopped. Maybe it was time I showed them that I didn't need to put myself last just to make them feel comfortable. But at that moment, the idea of confronting them head-on felt too raw. No, if I was going to get back at them, I'd need to be careful. This wasn't about blowing up in their faces or screaming at Jonah. That would be too easy. No, it had to be something more subtle. Something they couldn't ignore. Something they would remember long after the reunion was over. So, instead of walking into that dining room to beg for a seat, I turned on my heel and walked out of the building. The cool April air hit me as soon as I stepped outside. I took a deep breath, letting the chill clear my head. I wasn't just angry anymore. I was calculating. This whole situation, the way they treated me, the way they dismissed me like I didn't belong, deserved a response. I went in my car, parked at the back of the community center, and pulled out my phone. The list of things I needed to do was starting to form in my mind. First, I knew I had to let go of the idea of being included. That table? It wasn't mine. I wasn't just going to sit there and play the part of the dutiful daughter they only remembered when it was convenient for them. No, this reunion was theirs. But I was going to take something from them. Something they didn't expect. I opened my messages. There was a text from my coworker in Oregon, Carla. She had no idea what was happening with my family, but I wasn't thinking about work right now. I quickly scrolled to the group text I'd set up with my siblings the week before I left for the reunion. It was mostly logistical stuff, where we were meeting, what time everything started, etc. I hadn't paid much attention to the tone of the conversation earlier, but looking back, it was pretty telling. Marcy had texted, "Can't wait to see you all. It's gonna be such a blast." The overenthusiastic exclamation points should have been a red flag. Jonah's response was colder than usual. "Yeah, we'll get it all set up. Don't worry about it." Devin had just posted a few emojis and something about how much he loved the family. But now, standing outside that building, I realized something. Jonah had been orchestrating this reunion from the start. It wasn't just about celebrating Dad's 70th. No, this was about them. This was about keeping the spotlight on Jonah and the others, about positioning themselves as the ones who really mattered. They didn't need me. And as much as it hurt, I realized I didn't need their approval anymore. That's when I decided to start with the quiet part of the revenge. I opened up my text thread with my siblings and typed, "Hey everyone, just wanted to say how much I appreciate all the hard work you've put into this reunion. I know things were hectic, but I think it's been amazing so far. I've been thinking a lot about how much I've always tried to be there, and I know I sometimes get lost in the background of things. That's fine, honestly. But after today, I've made a decision. I'll be heading home tomorrow. I know it's a small gesture, but I want to make sure Dad knows I didn't forget him." I left a little gift for him on the table, some photos I dug up from his military days. I hope it means something to him. I stared at the screen for a few moments, weighing my words carefully. I had to make it sound like I was stepping away with dignity, like I was making a choice for myself, not out of spite. I was going to leave, but I was going to do it on my terms. I had sinned. And then I sat back in my car, the quiet of the evening pressing in around me. I didn't feel relief yet. What I was doing wasn't about feeling better in the moment. It wasn't about getting the quick rush of making them regret what they'd said. It was bigger than that. This was about long-term consequences. I stayed outside for a while, watching the sun dip below the horizon. It was getting late, and the light from the community center was starting to dim. That's when I started making my second move. It was time to take the gift I'd spent so much energy on, the one I'd given to Dad earlier, and use it against them. I didn't just want to be overlooked in the moment. I wanted them to feel the weight of how little they valued me. I wanted to show them that I wasn't going to be the silent one anymore. I went back into the community center, making sure to slip in unnoticed. The door to the dining room was still ajar, and the buzz of voices from inside filtered through. My siblings were probably still enjoying their family-only dinner, laughing, eating, and pretending everything was fine. I made my way to the side table where Dad's shadow box still sat, untouched. I hadn't expected him to make a big deal out of it, but I sure didn't expect it to be ignored entirely. The box had been placed off to the side like a forgotten trinket, a relic from a time that no longer mattered. I picked it up carefully, making sure not to disturb anything around it. The metal frame caught the light in a way that made the edges gleam. It was small, but significant. I could feel the weight of it in my hands. This was the moment I'd waited for, the moment where I took back control, where I proved to them that they couldn't just write me off without consequences. I didn't leave the box there like I had originally planned. Instead, I took it back to my car, placing it in the passenger seat. I didn't need to explain myself to anyone anymore. The real punch would come tomorrow. Tomorrow, when they'd see it gone, when they'd realize what I'd done, that I wasn't just going to let them forget about me. They would have to face it, face the reality of their indifference. They would have to wonder what happened to the one person who always gave more than they took. And that's when I knew they'd start to feel the consequences of their actions. But the most satisfying part? They wouldn't even know it was coming until it was too late. The next morning, I woke up early, my mind still running through everything that had happened the night before. I didn't sleep much, my thoughts tangled with the decision I'd made to take Dad's gift. The more I thought about it, the more I realized this wasn't just about the gift. It was about finally asserting my place in the family. I wasn't going to let them treat me like a background character anymore. I didn't feel guilty. Not at all. I had put so much thought into that shadow box, and the fact that it had been ignored, forgotten like something insignificant, stung more than I cared to admit. But taking it wasn't about being petty. It was about showing them that I had value, that I wasn't going to quietly accept their dismissive behavior any longer. If they couldn't respect me, they'd at least have to acknowledge that I was no longer going to play by their rules. By the time I drove back to the community center, the reunion was winding down. The morning was quieter, the last few stragglers packing up and saying their goodbyes. I parked a little farther from the entrance, taking a moment to collect myself before going in. I wasn't nervous, but there was a knot in my stomach, a feeling of anticipation that had nothing to do with fear. This was the moment I would see how far they were willing to push their narrative. I walked into the hall, trying to act like nothing had changed. There were a few familiar faces, still lingering, chatting and laughing. But the moment I passed by Jonah and Marcy, I felt it. Their eyes on me. Cold. Expecting something, maybe, but unsure what. I approached the table where the gift had once sat, and I saw the emptiness. It was unmistakable. Dad's shadow box, the one I'd spent hours crafting, was gone. In its place were empty plates and some leftover napkins. I paused, allowing a brief smile to flicker on my lips, but I didn't let it linger. Jonah was the first to approach me, his brow furrowed. "Hey, where's the thing you gave Dad?" he asked, trying to sound casual but failing. His voice held a hint of impatience, like he expected an explanation. I tilted my head slightly, meeting his eyes with a quiet calm. "I don't know," I said, shrugging, "but it wasn't on the table when I came in. You'd think they'd at least have asked about it." There was a pause, and Jonah's eyes flicked toward Marcy and Devin, who were standing by the refreshments table. Marcy's expression faltered, and she glanced back at Jonah, clearly waiting for him to handle the situation. But Jonah wasn't the one who needed to be questioned. Not this time. "Well," I said, my voice calm, but my words heavy, "I guess you'll have to ask Dad. He didn't seem to care much about it last night, so I figured he must have misplaced it." Jonah's gaze flicked away from me, his jaw tightening. "That's not what happened," he muttered, but his words lacked conviction. "Isn't it?" I replied, stepping closer, my tone sharp but controlled. "I mean, it didn't take much for him to toss it aside. If you ask me, he probably didn't even realize it was a gift from his daughter." Jonah's face tightened, his frustration clear now. But I didn't give him a chance to reply before Dad walked into the room. His graying hair was slightly disheveled, and he still wore that stubborn, indifferent look he always had. He was greeted with half-hearted smiles from the others, and he gave a curt nod, clearly lost in his own world. But when he saw Jonah and me standing near the table, a flash of irritation crossed his face. "What's going on?" Dad asked, his voice raspy but loud. "We all ready to head out? Everything packed up?" Jonah hesitated for a moment, then said, "We were just wondering about the gift that Hannah gave you, Dad. The one with the photos." Dad blinked, his face going blank for a second before he grumbled, "Oh, right, that thing. Yeah, it's around here somewhere." "I don't know. Didn't seem that important." His words were casual, like he didn't really care about it at all. I could feel the heat rising in my chest. My hands clenched into fists at my sides, but I didn't say a word. I didn't need to. Instead, I just gave a small smile and walked toward the door. "I see," I said softly. "Well, I guess if it's not important, I'll be on my way. I'm glad you all had fun." "Wait, hold on," Jonah said, his tone suddenly sharp. "You can't just leave like that. We're family." I stopped in my tracks but didn't turn around. I couldn't afford to show too much emotion now. This was it. The last time I'd let them use me as a doormat. "I am family," I said quietly, my voice cold. "I just don't need to be part of the show anymore. I've got my own life, my own priorities now. I don't need to beg for a seat at the table." There was a moment of stunned silence before Devin spoke up. His voice had that mocking edge, the one he always used when he thought he was the funny guy. "You really think we're that bad?" he scoffed. "Get over yourself. It's just a gift." "Is it?" I turned around slowly, my eyes locking with his. "It's just a gift to you. But to me, it was a way of trying to belong to a family that's never seen me as part of it. And you know what? I'm done chasing after people who don't care." I looked at each of them, from Jonah to Marcy to Dad. Their faces were a mix of confusion, guilt, and frustration, but none of them tried to stop me as I walked out. They didn't even call after me. As I drove away from the community center, I felt an odd sense of peace. It wasn't victory, not in the traditional sense. There was no dramatic confrontation, no explosive argument. It was quieter than that, more deliberate. It's been a couple of weeks since I walked out of that room, and I've stayed true to my decision not to engage with them. At first, I thought they'd call, apologize, or even try to convince me I was overreacting. But that hasn't happened. Not a single phone call from Jonah. Not a text from Marcy. And, oddly, no word from Dad either. To be honest, the silence hurts in a way I didn't expect. I thought it would feel empowering, and in some ways it does. But there's also a deep, unsettling feeling that they've truly written me off. I mean, I knew my place in the family wasn't ever really solid, but this feels like they're pretending I never existed. A part of me wonders if this is just their way of saying that they've moved on. I think Jonah and Marcy are fine with it. They're probably just happy that the dynamic I used to put up with, being the quiet one who kept the peace, is finally over. And I'm not going to lie, that stings. But I guess it was always easier for them to keep things the way they were, where I'd been over backwards just to earn the smallest bit of attention. As for Dad, I've been thinking a lot about him lately. I keep wondering if he even realized what happened, if he even cares. He hasn't reached out to me since the reunion, but that's not surprising. He's always been like this, emotionally distant, caught up in his own world. I used to think I could make him proud, that I could be the daughter he actually noticed. But the more I reflect, the more I realize I was only chasing a version of him that was never there to begin with. I'm not sure what's going to happen next. Maybe one day they'll try to reach out again. Maybe they won't. But right now, it's kind of freeing. For the first time in a long time, I'm not the one giving and giving with nothing in return. I'm not the one who's constantly fighting to fit into a family that never made room for me. I'm finally starting to feel okay with walking away, even if they never notice. If you've ever been made to feel like a backup plan in your own family, like some sort of emergency spare tire they keep in the trunk just in case something goes wrong, you'll understand exactly what I'm about to say. My name's Dylan, I'm 28, and I grew up in a family that never saw me as the one. You know how some families have a golden child? Ours did too. My older brother, Seth, could do no wrong, even when he was doing a lot of wrong. I was the younger one, the quiet one, the he'll be fine on his own one. Not out of confidence in me, mind you, more like indifference. From as early as I can remember, I was reminded in subtle and not so subtle ways that I wasn't the family's priority. When I got accepted into college on a full ride, my parents barely reacted. "Well, you always were the bookish one," my dad muttered, flipping through the TV channels. When Seth got into a state school after barely scraping through high school, my mom threw a barbecue. I wish I were exaggerating, but I still went. I still smiled. I still handed him a card with $50 tucked inside because that's what family does, right? Growing up, I figured maybe things would change with time. That if I worked hard, stayed out of trouble, and just waited my turn, I'd finally be acknowledged. But that moment never came. Not when I landed my first job. Not when I published a paper in a peer-reviewed journal. Not even when I bought my first apartment. It was always Seth this, Seth that. When he crashed my dad's car at 22 and blamed the brakes, my parents helped him buy another one. When I offered to pay off a portion of their mortgage once I got promoted, they politely declined, saying, "Save that for your future family. We're doing fine." Except they weren't fine. They just didn't want anything from me. The phrase that stuck with me more than anything else came up at least once a year, usually around holidays or stressful family events. "You're not the one we're relying on, Dylan." My mom said it with a shrug, like it was just a fact. My dad said it with finality. Seth didn't say it at all, but his smirk said plenty. I tried not to let it bother me, but it sunk in deeper than I wanted to admit. It wasn't just about being overlooked. It was about being treated like I didn't matter. Like I was an extra in my own family's movie. The real shift started about 3 years ago, not long after my grandfather passed away. He and I had been close, closer than I was with anyone else in my family. He was the kind of man who listened more than he spoke, and he had this quiet way of making you feel like what you said mattered. I used to visit him every other weekend once I started working full-time. We'd sit on his porch, drinking lukewarm coffee, talking about everything from politics to baseball. He never tried to give me advice unless I asked for it, but when he did speak, it hit home. After one especially rough Christmas where my mom had once again found a way to exclude me from the important family photo, I told Grandpa I was thinking of moving out of state. He just looked at me, smiled, and said, "Sometimes, Dylan, the best thing you can do for people who don't see your worth is to let them see what it looks like when you're gone." I didn't know it then, but that sentence would echo in my head for years. After Grandpa died, the family was, well, different. Not in the sad, grief-stricken way you might expect. My parents went into logistics mode. "He didn't have much," my mom said casually one afternoon. We'll sell the house, split the savings. I think Seth might move in while it's on the market. I didn't say anything. I hadn't been consulted, hadn't even been told the house was going up for sale. Grandpa's house was where I'd spent some of the best moments of my life, and they were treating it like just another asset on a spreadsheet. I didn't push back. I didn't fight. I just started backing away. It started small, skipping a few family dinners, turning down weekend visits, not replying to group texts right away. I told myself I was just busy with work, but the truth was I was tired. Tired of showing up to a table where there was never a seat for me. I spent the next couple years focusing on building a life I could be proud of. I moved into a new apartment, got a dog, met someone incredible. Her name's Alina, and slowly began to carve out a version of adulthood that didn't revolve around my parents' lukewarm approval. Alina was everything I hadn't realized I needed. Patient, sharp-witted, and full of questions about things I never thought anyone would care to ask, like what my favorite chapter of a book was, or whether I preferred foggy mornings to sunny ones. The more I grew with her, the more I realized how stunted I'd been around my own family. With her, I wasn't just tolerated, I was celebrated. She met my parents once at a family birthday dinner for Seth and came away with this weird look on her face. Later, she asked, "Is it always like that?" I knew what she meant. I just nodded. Fast forward to now. I'm getting married in 2 weeks. It's going to be a small ceremony, intimate, personal, ours. We're not doing the whole 300-guest circus, just the people who've actually been there for us. My best man is a friend I've known since college. Alina's maid of honor is her sister. It's been peaceful, joyful, until about 5 days ago. That's when the phone call started. At first, it was one missed call from my mom. Then two. Then a voicemail that said, "Call us back. It's important." I didn't. I figured it was probably about the wedding. Maybe them wanting to argue over seating or suggest we invite some obscure second cousin we hadn't spoken to in a decade. Then came the texts. "Dylan, we need to talk. It's about Grandpa. Seth is very upset. Please call." I ignored them at first, but then Alina got a message on her phone from my aunt. That was the moment I knew something was up. She barely knows Alina, and the message was weirdly formal. "I understand you're marrying Dylan in a few weeks. It would mean a lot to the family if things were reconciled before then. We need to be close again." That phrase, it hit me like a brick. We need to be close again. Again? When had we ever been close? I finally called back. I needed to know what this sudden interest was about. My mom answered on the first ring, like she'd been staring at her phone. Her voice was all sugar and concern. "Dylan, oh honey, thank you for calling. I know we've had our differences, but family is family, right?" I said nothing. She went on, stumbling through a half-hearted apology before finally getting to the point. "We had a meeting with Grandpa's lawyer. Apparently, there's some confusion about the estate. He left everything to you." I swear, time stopped. My stomach dropped, and all I could do was whisper, "What?" Her voice tightened. "The house, the savings, his investments, all of it. You're the sole beneficiary." Now here's the thing. I hadn't known that. I hadn't even asked about the will. I assumed, like always, that I wouldn't be considered, that whatever little there was would go to Seth, or maybe be split up quietly. But now, apparently, the truth had come out. And suddenly, the son who wasn't the one they were relying on was their only shot at a legacy. And just like that, they wanted to be close again. I didn't say much during that call, just that I'd need time to process. But the moment I hung up, the messages doubled. My dad called. Seth called, twice. My aunt, even my cousin, who I haven't seen in years, sent a Facebook message. Everyone suddenly wanted to reconnect, to talk things through, and I haven't replied to a single one. I didn't sleep the night after that phone call. I just lay there, staring at the ceiling while Alina dozed beside me, breathing softly. I had her hand in mine, but my mind was 1,000 miles away, stuck on a loop of voices that weren't in the room. My mom's fake warmth, my dad's cold silence, and Seth's voice that I hadn't even heard yet, but already knew would be laced with entitlement. The calls kept coming. The texts multiplied. I muted the group chat, but they started messaging me individually, Facebook, Instagram, even LinkedIn, like this was a business deal and not a twisted reckoning years in the making. It had only been a day since they found out Grandpa left everything to me. And somehow, in 24 hours, I had gone from the overlooked sun to the center of their universe. The next morning, I woke up to a knock at the door. Not just any knock. The kind you recognize immediately. 3 short raps, a pause, then 2 more. My mom. She used to do the same knock when I was a kid, and she forgot her keys. I froze. I hadn't told them where I lived. They must have gotten it from my cousin, or worse, from some online search. Alina stirred, rubbing her eyes. I kissed her forehead and told her to stay in the bedroom. When I opened the door, my mom was standing there, purse over her shoulder, wearing her concerned mother expression, the one she used at parent-teacher conferences when Seth had gotten into trouble. She looked at me like I owed her something. "Dylan," she said, like it was a blessing to see me. "Can we talk?" I didn't let her in. I stepped outside and closed the door behind me. She blinked. "You're not going to let your mother in." "You're not here to see me," I said flatly. "You're here for Grandpa's money." Her lips thinned, and I saw the cracks in her mask. "Don't be dramatic." I didn't respond. She sighed and adjusted the strap of her purse. "Look, I know things haven't always been easy, but we're still your family. And Seth, he's going through a rough time." There it was. The pivot. The soft guilt trip wrapped in a plea. It was always about Seth. Always. "He just found out he's not getting anything," she continued. "He's devastated. You know how close he was with Dad." I laughed. I couldn't help it. Close. He never visited. Grandpa told me once he hadn't heard from Seth in months. "That's not fair," she said quickly. "He's been busy." "We're all busy," I snapped. But I still made time. I sat on the porch with him. I drove him to his appointments. I helped him fix the front steps last spring. Where was Seth then? Her face hardened. "You don't understand. Seth has responsibilities. A child. A family to support." I nodded slowly. "And I don't." "Got it. Dylan," she began, but I cut her off. "No. For years, I've been told not to expect anything. That I wasn't the one you were relying on. You said it so many times I started to believe it. So I backed off. I lived my life. Now suddenly I'm useful again, and you're at my door?" Her expression turned sharp. "That money was supposed to go to the family. Not just you. Your grandfather must have been confused. He wasn't well in the end." I stared at her. That was the moment something in me snapped. "He was perfectly well. You just never visited long enough to notice." She flinched, and I knew I'd hit a nerve. Without another word, she turned and walked off. No apology. No emotion. Just a tight jaw and stiff shoulders. I went back inside, hands shaking, heart pounding. Alina met me with a mug of tea and didn't ask any questions. She didn't have to. I told her everything. The next few days were a blur of escalating weirdness. My dad showed up at my office building, but didn't come inside. Just waited in the parking lot until I walked out and gave me this fatherly, distant, "Let's go grab a drink," like nothing had happened. When I said no, he nodded like he expected it, like he had some plan in place for rejection. Then Seth called. No voicemail. Just a missed call. Then another. Then a third. Eventually, I picked up. He didn't even say hello. "You think you're better than us now?" That was the first thing out of his mouth. "I think I'm finally seeing things clearly," I replied. He scoffed. "You don't deserve that money, Dylan. You know that. You didn't do anything for it." I paused. "I was there for Grandpa. You weren't. I had a life. A job. A kid. So did I shot back. You just didn't make room for him." Silence. Then, low and bitter. "You're a selfish prick, you know that? You're going to let your niece grow up without a college fund just so you can what? Buy a better car? Get a bigger apartment? That's not what Grandpa would have wanted." And that's when it really hit me. They weren't upset because they felt hurt. They were upset because I wasn't giving in. They weren't mourning Grandpa's death. They were mourning the money they thought was theirs. That night, I got a call from the lawyer. He sounded tired. "Dylan," he said, "I've been getting calls. From your family. A lot of them." "Yeah," I said. "They found out. They're contesting the will." I closed my eyes. Of course they were. "They're claiming undue influence," he continued. "That your grandfather wasn't of sound mind. That he was pressured. They're trying to get it frozen." I felt the heat rise in my chest. "That's not true. He knew exactly what he was doing." "I believe you," he said. "But they're going to fight this. Hard." It wasn't even about the money. It was about control. It was about never letting me be the one in power. And now that I had something they couldn't touch, they were clawing at it like wolves. I told Alina everything again. We were 2 weeks from the wedding. 2 weeks from what was supposed to be the happiest day of my life. And suddenly I was dealing with legal threats from my own family. But that wasn't the worst part. The worst part was what happened the following Sunday. We'd planned a small pre-wedding brunch. Nothing big, Just a few friends, Alina's parents, and some out-of-town guests who'd flown in early. We rented out a quiet space at a cafe downtown. I didn't even tell my family about it. And yet, halfway through the brunch, as we were all laughing and sipping mimosas, the door opened, and in walked Seth. Alina froze mid-laugh. My best friend's jaw dropped. Seth was holding something in his hand, a manila folder. He walked straight up to our table and dropped it in front of me. It made a loud thud, and the entire cafe went silent. What is this? I asked. He looked around the table with a smug smile, then back at me. Legal notice. We're officially challenging the will. You'll be hearing from our attorney. Alina stood up. You need to leave. But he ignored her. He leaned in closer, lowering his voice so only I could hear. Don't forget who carried this family when you were still hiding in Grandpa's shadow. You were never the one, Dylan. Never. Then he turned and walked out. The cafe was silent for a few seconds, and then the conversations awkwardly resumed. But something had broken. Not just the peace of the event, but something inside me. Because that wasn't just a betrayal. It was a declaration of war. I didn't go home right after the brunch. I just walked. No destination in mind. I wandered aimlessly through streets I'd driven 100 times, but barely noticed on foot. Alina had offered to come with me, but I told her I needed a minute. Truth was, I didn't want her to see me like this, cracked open and spiraling, because I'd worked so hard to build a version of myself that didn't need their approval anymore. But when Seth dropped that envelope in front of me, in front of our guests, in front of her, it wasn't just an ambush. It was a reminder that I was still vulnerable to them, that even after years of distance, they could still find a way to break something inside me. By the time I made it back to our apartment, the sun was going down and my feet hurt from hours of walking. Alina was sitting on the couch, laptop in front of her, our dog curled up at her side. She looked up, her eyes scanning me like she wasn't sure whether to speak or just hold me. I sat down next to her and let the silence sit between us. Then I said, quietly, I think they're going to win. She frowned. The lawsuit? I nodded. They have more resources, more people backing them. They'll drag it out until I give in. Alina closed her laptop slowly. Is that what you want to do? No, I said. But it might be the only option. She didn't say anything right away. She just reached over and took my hand. Then let them drag. You're not who you used to be, Dylan. You don't have to fight like the old you. That stuck with me. Because the old me, the one I had been for so long, he would have given up already. He would have seen the writing on the wall, apologized for causing a fuss, and walked away with his hands up, saying it wasn't worth it. But the person I had become over these last few years, the one Alina had helped me grow into, wasn't built like that anymore. Not entirely. Still, I'd be lying if I said it didn't shake me. That week was a blur of emails from lawyers, wedding arrangements, and cold silence from every member of my family. They'd circled their wagons. I was the outsider now, and somehow, they'd made it look like I was the one causing problems. That I'd tricked Grandpa into changing the will. That I'd used his loneliness to my advantage. My aunt even posted a vague Facebook status. It's disgusting what some people will do for money. Grandpa deserved better. It got 30 comments and 100 likes. All from people I once sat next to at family cookouts. I stopped logging into social media after that. I started losing sleep. My appetite faded. I kept trying to focus on the wedding, on the good, on the future, but every time I closed my eyes, I saw Seth's smug face, or my mom's cold shoulder, or my dad standing outside my work like a ghost from a life I thought I'd buried. And the worst part? I started to believe them. I'd replay conversations with Grandpa in my head, trying to convince myself I hadn't misread his intentions, that he had wanted me to have everything, that he hadn't been confused or manipulated. But doubt crept in. That poisonous voice. What if you imagined your bond was stronger than it was? What if you're exactly who they say you are, just lucky, not deserving? One night, 5 days before the wedding, I sat alone in our guest room, door closed, laptop open, reading through the legal documents I hadn't had the stomach to touch since they were delivered. There it was in black and white. Mr. Edwin Langford bequeaths the entirety of his estate, including property, savings, and investments, to his grandson, Dylan Langford, with no contest, in recognition of his unwavering presence and care in his final years. I read it 3 times. Unwavering presence. That was the moment something shifted. Because that line, that wasn't lawyer speak. That was Grandpa's voice. That was him. I remembered him saying something similar once, on that porch, during one of our last afternoons together. I'd asked if he ever regretted not having more kids. He'd laughed and said, "Why? I've got you. You never let me go long without a visit. That's what counts, Dylan." Showing up, I closed the laptop, walked out of the guest room, and I didn't go back in. Instead, the next morning, I took the day off. Alina didn't even ask where I was going. She just kissed my cheek and handed me a granola bar. I drove to Grandpa's house. The property was still in limbo due to the legal challenge, but I had keys. I stepped inside, and for the first time in weeks, I felt like I could breathe. The house smelled faintly of old wood and dust, but it still felt like home, like safety. I walked from room to room, touching old picture frames, flipping through familiar books, running my fingers along the worn armrest of his reading chair. And in the back closet of his bedroom, I found something I hadn't seen in years, a box marked Dylan. Inside were photos, letters, even printouts of articles I'd written for my college newspaper. A few framed awards I'd forgotten existed. At the bottom was a journal. His handwriting was unmistakable. I didn't read the whole thing. Just one entry. From a year before he passed. "Dylan came by again today. I told him about my knee giving me trouble, and he offered to fix the back steps. I said no, but he showed up next weekend with tools anyway. That's who he is. Always does the work, even when no one asks. I think he sees how little his efforts are noticed. But I notice. Every time. That was all I needed. I walked out of that house with something I hadn't felt in weeks. Conviction. Not rage. Not vengeance. Just a quiet certainty that I wasn't wrong. And if I wasn't wrong, I wasn't going to act like I was. So I changed gears. Instead of hiding, I got proactive. I found a better attorney. One that didn't just handle estate challenges, but specialized in defending small heirs against larger families trying to squeeze them out. She was direct, calm, and methodical. She looked at the documents, then looked at me and said, "We'll win. It'll be a headache, but we'll win." Next, I started preparing for the wedding again. With joy. Not the fake smile I'd been wearing, but the kind that came from knowing I'd earned this moment. Alina noticed the difference immediately. I started sleeping better. I started laughing again. The dark cloud that had been hovering over me began to thin. I even called my best man and told him, "The speech? Make it funny. No pity party." He laughed and said, "That's the Dylan I know." And somewhere in there, between cake tastings and venue walkthroughs, I realized something kind of earth-shaking. For the first time in my life, I didn't need my family's approval. Not a shred of it. Not their attendance, their compliments, or their blessing. Because I had built a life without them. And that life was good. It didn't make their betrayal hurt any less. But it made it survivable. And maybe that's all I needed. Then, 3 days before the wedding, I got an email. No subject line. Just a scanned document. It was from my cousin Amelia. One of the only family members who hadn't taken a side. In fact, I hadn't heard from her at all during the chaos. But the document she sent? It was a copy of a notarized letter Grandpa had written 6 months before he passed. Not a legal will. Just a personal letter. But it had weight. Real weight. It said, in his own words, that he had chosen to leave everything to me because I had been there. Because I had earned it. He said Seth had made his choices and that his parents had enabled too much for too long. It was raw, emotional, and utterly damning to their case. At the bottom, Grandpa had written, "Dylan doesn't need this money. That's why I want him to have it." That single line undid every doubt I had left. But I didn't respond to Amelia. Not yet. I didn't tell anyone right away, not even Alina, what I planned to do. Because this wasn't going to be the kind of revenge you shout about. No big confrontation. No viral Facebook post. No screaming match in a courtroom. No, this was going to be quiet. Surgical. The kind of revenge that didn't just hurt feelings, it shifted power. I didn't want to burn them to the ground. I wanted them to live in the house they built. I just planned to change who owned the keys. After reading that letter from Grandpa, the one Amelia had sent me, I sat in the kitchen until well past midnight, turning it over in my hands like a loaded weapon. I could already see how powerful it would be in court. No, it wasn't part of the will. But it was handwritten, notarized, dated. It made his intent undeniably clear, and it shattered their entire narrative. But more importantly, it reminded me of who I was. Not just who I had become, but who I had always been. The one who showed up. The one who listened. The one who never expected anything, but still gave everything. That's when the idea came to me. not in a blaze of fury, but like a slow unfurling. A setup that would take precision, patience, and just the right timing. And the timing? That would be the wedding. They were still invited. At least on paper. We'd sent them invites months before the will drama began. Alina had wanted to retract them after the brunch ambush, but I asked her not to. Let them come, I said. Let them see. Because this wasn't just a ceremony anymore. It was a turning point, and I wanted them front row when everything shifted. So, I started laying the groundwork. First, I called Amelia. It took her a second to answer. Her voice was cautious, probably bracing herself for backlash. But when she heard my tone, she relaxed. I thanked her for the letter. Then I asked her, point blank, why'd you send it? She paused. Because I was tired of watching everyone pretend like you were never there. You were the only one who showed up for Grandpa. And I know he was proud of you, Dylan. That letter, it was meant for you. I just figured you needed it now. I asked if she'd be willing to speak with my lawyer. To confirm she'd found the letter, knew it was real, had seen Grandpa sign it. She agreed without hesitation. Also, I said, I might need a little help at the wedding. There was a beat. Then she laughed. Are you planning something? I smiled. Let's just say, I want them to feel what I've felt. But cleaner. She was in. Over the next few days, I started weaving the rest of the plan together. I met with my lawyer again, this time armed with the letter. She read it slowly, twice, then looked up at me with this gleam in her eye. This changes everything. We'll still fight it in court, I said. But I want to do something first. Something personal. She raised an eyebrow. Legal. I grinned. Barely. Next, I started digging. Quietly. Strategically. You see, for years I'd stayed out of my family's business. But now, I had access. With Grandpa's estate technically in my name, pinning the legal battle, I'd been given access to his bank accounts, his safe deposit box, even his archived emails. And that's when things got interesting. I wasn't looking for leverage, but I found it. Emails from my mom to Grandpa, months before he passed. Cold. Transactional. Asking for money. Offering to take Seth off his hands for a few weekends in exchange for a little help with the mortgage. The language made my skin crawl. Even worse. One message where she offered to sell some of Grandpa's old collectibles through a friend and never mentioned him again after that. I cross-referenced the dates. Sure enough, a few weeks later, rare items from Grandpa's World War II memorabilia collection had disappeared from the inventory list he kept. He'd even written, in his own notes, loaned bayonet to Sandra for appraisal, never returned. Sandra, my mother. I saved screenshots, PDFs, backed them up to a drive I kept off-site. Then I found Seth's trail. Bank transfers. Small amounts, but regular. Payments Grandpa had made to cover Seth's car repairs, legal fees, even a bounced rent check. All while Seth told everyone he hadn't seen the old man in ages. Again, screenshots. Records. Dated and clean. And with every piece of evidence, I wasn't thinking how do I destroy them? I was thinking, how do I reveal the truth? In front of everyone? The wedding was now 4 days away. Everything was falling into place. Amelia had agreed to speak during the reception. She would tell a short story about Grandpa. Something warm. Honest. But she'd include one particular detail. That Grandpa had personally told her I was the one he trusted most. That he'd changed his will because he wanted someone who truly cared for him to inherit. Not someone who only remembered his birthday when money was tight. She wouldn't name names. She didn't have to. I asked my best man to tweak his speech. I didn't give him details, just said, lean into the whole, rising from the shadows theme. Talk about growth. About what it means to find your place when you're always told you don't have one. He nodded. Can I make fun of your haircut in middle school too? Absolutely. 2 days before the wedding, Seth called again. I let it go to voicemail. His message? Look, man. I get it. You're mad. But this doesn't have to be ugly. We can work something out. Split the estate 50-50. That's fair, right? You don't need all of it. I saved the message. Then, later that night, I got a call from an unknown number. It was my dad. His voice was slow, measured, almost like he was talking to a customer. Dylan, your mother's very upset. This whole situation is hurting the family. I know you're angry, but dragging this into court, it's unnecessary. Let's settle this quietly. We'll withdraw the challenge. You just agree to distribute a portion of the estate among everyone. Keep the house, if that's important to you. But the money, it's more than you need. I didn't respond. He continued. You're getting married. You should be focused on your future, not the past. Be reasonable, son. That word, son. I don't think he'd called me that in years. I ended the call. No words. No explanation. Just silence. Because sometimes, the best setup isn't dramatic. It's cold. It's quiet. It's slow. It's letting them climb up a ladder they don't realize is missing the top rung. Then, the night before the wedding, I did one last thing. I went back to Grandpa's house. Alina came with me this time. We stood in the living room, holding hands, surrounded by dust and memories. I showed her the letter, the emails, the records. She listened, eyes wide, lips pressed into a hard line. And when I was done, she asked, "Are you ready?" I nodded. Then she asked the more important question. "Are you sure this is the kind of closure you want?" And I surprised myself with the answer. Yes, because I'm not doing this to punish them. I'm doing it to free myself. She smiled. Then let's do it. And we walked out, locked the door, and stepped into the night. Two people who had been underestimated their whole lives, about to show a room full of people exactly who they had become. The morning of our wedding arrived like a scene from a dream. One of those calm, clear mornings where the light is golden and everything feels suspended, like the day itself is holding its breath. I woke up before the alarm. Not nervous, not jittery, just ready. Alina was still asleep, her hand curled under her cheek, breathing slow and steady. She looked so peaceful I didn't dare wake her. So I sat at the edge of the bed for a moment, pulled out my phone, and played the voicemail Seth had left again. "You don't need all of it." I stared at the screen. He still didn't get it. They never got it. It had never been about the money. We arrived at the venue around noon. It was tucked away on a private estate outside the city, surrounded by hills and tall pines. Alina had picked it because it reminded her of the hiking trail where we'd had our first real conversation, the one where I finally let someone in without fear of judgment. The staff was already bustling, tables being set, flowers adjusted, someone checking the sound system. My best man handed me a coffee and gave me a grin. "You good?" I nodded. "I'm good." "You sure?" He leaned in. "Because you look like a man about to pull off a heist." I smiled. Not a heist. A reckoning. By 3 p.m., the ceremony began. It was short, sweet, and exactly what we wanted. When Alina walked down the aisle, everything else faded. Every betrayal, every slight, every cold holiday dinner where I'd been shoved into the background. All of it dissolved under the warmth in her eyes. We said our vows. We exchanged rings. We kissed. And then the real show began. The reception was held in a glass-paneled banquet room overlooking the valley. Everything was intentional, light, open, and impossible to hide in. There were about 60 guests. Every table was labeled with a location meaningful to us: Grandpa's porch, the college cafeteria, the bookstore where we met. Our table? The life we built. I spotted them before I even sat down, my parents and Seth. They were seated at the very back, right by the catering prep area, at the only table labeled family. I told the wedding coordinator to put them there, not out of pettiness, but as a visual cue. This is where they belonged now, at the fringe of a life they thought they could control. They looked wildly uncomfortable. My mother was wearing a tight smile like it had been stapled to her face. My dad kept fiddling with his napkin. Seth was already 2 drinks in, judging by the way he was slouched in his chair. The first hour passed like any other reception: photos, appetizers, laughter echoing off glass. Then came the speeches. First up, my best man. He knocked it out of the park. Funny, heartfelt, just the right amount of roasting. He told a story about how I once tried to fix a leaky faucet in our dorm and ended up flooding the hallway. People laughed. I laughed. Even Alina wiped a tear from her cheek. Then came Amelia. She walked up, heels steady, eyes calm. She looked like a woman who had nothing to lose and everything to say. She didn't even glance at the family table. "I didn't think I'd be speaking today," she began, her voice strong. "But Dylan asked me to share something. Not because I'm family, but because I was one of the few people who witnessed what family should look like." She paused, scanning the room. Some of you knew Dylan's grandfather, Edwin. To the outside world, he was quiet, reserved. But to those who truly knew him, he was generous, intentional, and observant. He noticed the little things. He valued character over charisma, presence over promises. Another pause. In his final years, I watched Dylan show up for him, week after week. Not because he expected anything, but because that's who he is. And Edwin noticed. I know, because I found a letter Edwin wrote 6 months before he passed. A letter that said, in his own words, Dylan doesn't need this money. That's why I want him to have it. Gasps scattered through the room. My mother shifted in her chair. My father's face tightened. Seth set down his drink with a clink. Amelia continued, there's been a lot of noise lately, lawsuits, accusations, demands. But I think the truth is simpler than all of that. Edwin made a choice, and Dylan honored it. She raised her glass. To Dylan and Alina, may your life be full of people who see you, who show up, and who never make you feel like a spare part in your own story. Applause. Thunderous. And from the back table, silence. I didn't look at them. I didn't have to. After dinner, while the first dance played, I excused myself for a moment. I knew it was time for the next part of the plan. I walked to the side room where the wedding coordinator had set up a projector for us to display a photo montage. Only this time, it would begin with something else. Something quiet. I gave a nod to the technician, and the slideshow began. The first slide, a photo of Grandpa on his porch, smiling, holding a coffee cup. Then, his letter, displayed in full. His handwriting. His signature. The line that shattered all doubts. Dylan doesn't need this money. That's why I want him to have it. The room went still. You could hear forks stop clinking. Then came a photo of Grandpa and me rebuilding his front steps. Another of me reading to him while he dozed. A timeline of years, not dollars. I turned to see my parents staring, stunned. My mom's face had gone pale. My dad's arms were crossed tight, as if holding himself together. Seth just looked hollow. That's when I stepped up to the mic. I wasn't going to say anything tonight. I didn't want this day to be about the past. But sometimes, the past refuses to stay buried. I looked around the room, then directly at the family table. For those wondering why things have been tense lately, why people who once called themselves family are seated at the very edge of this celebration, it's because truth has a way of burning through silence. I held up a small flash drive. Contained in this drive are bank statements, emails, and personal records that show a long pattern of manipulation, entitlement, and quiet theft. My mother once borrowed collectibles from Grandpa and never returned them. Seth took money while mocking him behind his back. They only visited when they wanted something. A quiet murmur rolled through the crowd. I went on, calm but unflinching. They've claimed I manipulated a dying man, that I'm not the rightful heir. But I was the one who held his hand in the hospital. I was the one who found his favorite records when he forgot where he put them. I was the one who showed up. I turned toward Alina and smiled. I was raised in a house where being unseen became the norm, where love was conditional and praise was rationed. But today, I'm surrounded by people who chose to see me. And that's real family. I placed the flash drive on a table beside me. If anyone here wants to see the full truth, it's here. I won't hide it. I don't need to. Then I walked away from the mic. Later that night, the fallout began. My mother tried to corner me near the restrooms. Her eyes were bloodshot, voice shrill. You humiliated us. I looked her in the eyes. No, you did that to yourself. Seth tried to act unfazed. None of that changes what's going to happen in court. You're right, I said. But the judge will see the letter, the statements, the emails, and so will the public if it comes to that. He sneered. You think people care? No, I said, leaning in. But you do. That was the last time we spoke. The court ruled in my favor 3 weeks later. The letter, combined with Amelia's testimony and the financial records, dismantled their claim of undue influence. The judge called their challenge unsubstantiated and retaliatory. They didn't just lose. They were reprimanded. And because I had offered to settle fairly before the hearing, because I had offered a path out and they spat in my face, the court ordered them to pay all legal fees. Every last dime. Seth had to sell his car. My parents refinanced their house. They tried to frame it as my betrayal, said I'd turned my back on blood. But I wasn't angry anymore. Not even satisfied, really. Just free. I renovated Grandpa's house and turned it into a community reading center. The front porch is still there. I sit on it some weekends with a cup of coffee, watching kids ride their bikes past the hedges he used to trim by hand. Sometimes I think about what he would have said. Probably nothing. Just that quiet smile. Like he knew. As for Alina and me, we moved forward. Together. With nothing left to prove. Because when you spend your whole life being told, you're not the one we're relying on, and then finally realize that you never needed them to rely on you in the first place. That's not revenge. That's liberation. And for the first time in my life, I didn't feel like the forgotten son. I felt like the man Grandpa always knew I could become. The one who finally chose himself. The night before my 18th birthday, I stood in the doorway of my own bedroom holding a half-zipped duffel bag, trying to understand the words that had just come out of my father's mouth. The way he said it, cold, definitive, like a business transaction, made it feel less like a conversation and more like a sentencing. Your future belongs to your brother now, Reed. Don't make this difficult. I remember blinking, waiting for the punchline, waiting for my mom to laugh and tell him to stop being cruel. But she didn't. She stood behind him, arms crossed, lips pursed, her silence more deafening than anything he'd said. That was the moment everything cracked. My name's Reed. I'm 17 in this part of the story, and for most of my life, I was the good son, the dependable one, the quiet achiever. I got solid grades, played piano because mom wanted me to, and never gave them a reason to worry. My younger brother Tyler, on the other hand, was the golden child. Everyone said it. Teachers, neighbors, relatives. He was louder, flashier, and frankly, more charming when he wanted to be. But behind that charm was someone reckless. Someone who coasted on favoritism and dodged responsibility like it was a sport. And somehow, our parents ate it up like gospel. Still, I never resented Tyler growing up. Not really. Sure, he got a car on his 16th birthday while I had to save up for a rusty moped. And yeah, he got out of grounding with a smile while I once got my phone taken for 3 weeks over a sarcastic comment. But I chalked it up to birth order, or maybe personality differences. I thought they loved us both in their own way. That night made me realize how naive I'd been. It was supposed to be a celebration. Mom said she wanted to do a low-key family dinner, and I hadn't expected much. I knew things were tight. Dad lost his job the year before and was freelancing from home, and Mom had picked up extra shifts at the clinic. But I didn't care about gifts or a party. I was just looking forward to graduating in a few months and heading to college. I'd already been accepted into a good school, state university, but still, I'd applied on my own, filed the FAFSA myself, and even won a small scholarship. It wasn't a full ride, but I was proud of it. I thought maybe, just maybe, they were proud too. Instead, Dad called me downstairs after dinner like he was about to go over taxes. We sat in the living room. Tyler was sprawled on the couch, flipping through his phone like he couldn't care less. Mom stood behind the recliner like a bodyguard. And Dad, he cleared his throat and said, "We've had to make some decisions, Reed. About college. About finances." I nodded cautiously. "Okay. There's only so much we can support right now," he continued. "And your brother's going to need our help more than you." I blinked. "What?" Dad glanced at Tyler, who didn't even look up. "We've decided the funds we set aside for college are going to him." I felt a weird pressure in my chest. "But I've already been accepted. I've got a plan." "I was going to. You'll figure something out," Mom said quickly, her voice tight. I stared at them. "You're giving everything to Tyler?" "He needs direction," Dad said, as if that was an explanation. "You'll be fine on your own." It wasn't just the money. It was the look in their eyes. Like they'd already erased me from the future they were planning. Like I was an afterthought. That night, I packed a bag. Just a few clothes, some essentials, and the emergency cash I'd saved from tutoring. I didn't yell. I didn't cry. I didn't even leave a note. I walked out of that house before sunrise, caught the first bus out of town, and never looked back. 3 months later, I was working the late shift at a hardware store 2 towns over. It wasn't glamorous, but it was honest. I was renting a room in the back of a retired mechanic's house, doing my best to scrape together enough to maybe re-enroll in the fall. I kept my head down, worked double shifts when I could, and tried not to think about how everything had imploded. And then they showed up. I was restocking paint cans when I heard my name. I turned, expecting to see a coworker. Instead, it was Mom, standing stiffly at the end of the aisle like a ghost from a bad dream. Behind her, Dad. And between them, Tyler, dressed in a polo shirt and acting like he hadn't spent the last 3 months ignoring my existence. My stomach dropped. "We need to talk," Dad said, his tone firm. The air in the hardware store aisle felt heavier than the bags of cement we stocked in the back. I stood there frozen, paint can still in my hand, staring at 3 people I hadn't heard from in 90 days. Not a call, not a text, not a single attempt to find out where I'd gone, if I was alive, or even if I needed help. And now they were here, like nothing had happened. "We need to talk," Dad repeated, like he had any right to demand anything from me. I'm working, I said, turning back to the shelf. Read, Mom said softly, almost like she was trying to play the sympathy card. It's important. I kept placing paint cans, deliberately slow. So is rent. We just want a few minutes, she pushed. I felt my jaw clench. The store was mostly empty, but my manager, Pete, stood near the front watching us. I saw the subtle nod he gave me, his way of saying take the time if you need it. Pete was one of the only people in my life back then who treated me with basic respect. He didn't pry, didn't talk much, but he saw me work double shifts, show up early, stay late. He respected effort. That meant more to me than I could explain. I dropped the last can on the shelf and wiped my hands on my apron. Fine. 10 minutes. We stepped outside to the loading dock. It was cloudy, the kind of gray sky that makes everything look dull and flat. Mom kept glancing at Tyler, who stood with his arms folded like this was beneath him. You could have called, I said, breaking the silence. We didn't know where you were, Mom said, like that excused it. You didn't look either. Dad cut in. That's not fair, Reed. You left in the middle of the night. I left because you told me my future didn't matter. You made it clear I wasn't part of the plan anymore. You misinterpreted what we said, he insisted. It was a difficult time. No, I interrupted. You said it. Word for word. Your future belongs to your brother now. Tyler finally spoke. Are you seriously still bitter about that? I turned to him. Why are you even here? He shrugged. Because they asked me to come. I didn't want to. That stung more than I expected. Not because I cared what Tyler thought, but because of the ease with which he dismissed me. Like I was an inconvenience. A bump in his otherwise cushioned life. What do you want? I asked, directing it at my parents. Dad exhaled slowly, like this was hard for him. There's something happening with the family estate. With Grandpa's will. My stomach twisted. Grandpa, the only person in our family who ever treated me like I mattered. He used to take me fishing, teach me chess, even help me buy my first laptop when I got into programming. He passed 6 months before my birthday, and I hadn't been able to attend the funeral. Mom said they didn't want me to make a scene. What about his will? I asked slowly. Well, Mom said carefully, he left some things behind. Assets, investments, and the house, of course. Okay. And, she hesitated, eyes darting to Dad. He left it to you. My heart stopped. What? Dad sighed. The house, the investment portfolio, a trust fund. He left them in your name. Completely. We didn't know until the lawyer contacted us. I just stared at them. I'd never expected anything from Grandpa. He was generous, yes, but also private. The fact that he left all that to me, and not a dime to Tyler, felt surreal. But there's a problem, Dad continued. The rest of the family isn't happy about it. Your uncle is threatening to contest the will. It'll get messy. So, I said, still trying to process. So, Mom said, stepping closer, we need you to help us out. I raised an eyebrow. We want you to sign over power of attorney, she said. Just temporarily. To your father. That way we can handle the estate issues and keep everything under control. Once it's settled, we'll figure it out together. There it was. The real reason they came. No, I said immediately. Reed, Dad said, his voice warning now. This isn't just about you. It's about the family. You made it clear I wasn't part of that anymore. Mom's voice turned icy. Don't be childish. I laughed, actually laughed. You kicked me out. On my birthday. For him. I pointed at Tyler. Now you're standing here asking me to hand over the only thing someone gave me out of love and respect? Absolutely not. Tyler stepped forward, annoyed. You're being selfish. You don't even have a place to live. I have a job, I snapped. I pay rent. I'm surviving without anyone's help. Unlike you, I earn what I have. Dad's eyes narrowed. That house was meant to stay in the family. You think you can manage all that on your own? You're a kid. No, I said firmly. I'm 18, and I'd rather burn the deed than let you touch it. The silence that followed felt like a vacuum. I could see it. The moment they realized I wasn't going to bend. Mom's expression soured. You're making a mistake. Maybe, I said, but at least it's my mistake. They left after that. No apology. No hugs. Tyler muttered something under his breath, but I didn't even care to catch it. I went back inside, head spinning, heart pounding. I didn't tell Pete what happened. I just clocked back in and got back to work like nothing had happened. That night, though, I didn't sleep. I couldn't stop thinking about Grandpa. Why he chose me. What he saw in me that no one else did. I pulled out the letter the lawyer had sent, a copy of the will, with my name typed in bold under every line. There was even a handwritten note from Grandpa tucked in the back. You were always the one who listened, Reed. You never asked for much, but you gave everything. I want you to have something that's truly yours. Use it to build the life you deserve. I read that note a dozen times. Over the next few weeks, things escalated. First came the calls. My parents, my aunt, even a cousin I hadn't spoken to in years. They all left voicemails dripping with fake concern, trying to reason with me. One of them even hinted that Tyler had big plans for the house, like turning it into some sort of investment property. That infuriated me more than anything else. My grandfather's house wasn't a commodity. It was a legacy. Then the letters started arriving. Legal documents. Thinly veiled threats. One was from my uncle's lawyer trying to contest the will on the grounds that Grandpa had been confused in his final days. That was a lie. Grandpa had been sharp as ever when we spoke last. He even sent me an email a week before he passed, asking for updates on my college plans. And then, about a month after that encounter at work, I found out about the trust fund. It was a separate account, tied to the estate, that would release funds gradually once I turned 18. But there was a catch. It required verification of my identity and signature at the family law firm to unlock. The same law firm my father used for his business dealings. And guess who tried to beat me to it? I got the call from a paralegal I didn't even know, confused and panicked. Apparently, someone had come in posing as me, documents, ID, everything. Tried to claim the trust fund on my behalf. But the signature didn't match. The firm caught it. Blocked the transaction. When I asked who it was, the paralegal hesitated but eventually said, a man named Tyler. I felt like the ground dropped out from under me. He hadn't just lied. He tried to steal from me. From Grandpa. From the only person who ever believed in me unconditionally. That was my breaking point. Not the night they told me I didn't matter. Not the betrayal at the hardware store. Not the guilt-tripping phone calls. No, it was Tyler walking into a law office with forged documents, pretending to be me, trying to take something he had no right to. I remember standing in the bathroom at work, hands gripping the edge of the sink, staring into the mirror. My face was pale, my eyes bloodshot from lack of sleep. But there was something else there too. A fire. A sharp clarity I hadn't felt in months. They thought I'd just disappear. They thought I'd roll over and give up everything. They thought I'd be too scared to fight back. They were wrong. The weeks after the forgery attempt felt like falling into a slow-motion freefall. I thought I'd already hit bottom when I left home, but this was something different, more hollow. It wasn't just betrayal anymore. It was the sick realization that my own family was willing to erase my identity to get what they wanted. Tyler didn't just try to steal money. He tried to be me. Legally. Publicly. Shamelessly. The law firm had flagged it, thank God. They froze everything pending investigation, and I was asked to come in with my ID, proof of residency, and a written statement. I borrowed a button-down shirt from Pete, my manager, who didn't ask questions when I showed up looking like I hadn't slept in a week. I remember standing in front of the mirror in the store's tiny break room, trying to flatten my hair with my palm, my hands trembling with adrenaline. The lawyer assigned to my grandfather's estate, a woman named Sylvia, was the first adult in months who actually treated me like a human being. Not a problem, not a pawn, not a burden. She read my statement carefully, nodded, and said, "You did the right thing, Reed. And you're not alone in this, no matter how it feels." I wanted to believe her. But when I got back home that night, back to the cramped room behind the mechanic shop with its thin mattress and leaky ceiling, something cracked. I sat on the edge of the bed, the letter from the trust fund clutched in my hand, and I cried for the first time since I left home. Not loud, not messy, just quiet, shaking sobs that didn't stop for a long time. I wasn't crying for the money, or even the house. I was mourning the family I thought I had, the illusion that if I worked hard enough, stayed kind enough, kept my head down long enough, I'd earn their love, that I'd be enough. But I wasn't, at least not to them. The days blurred after that. I kept working at the hardware store. Pete gave me more hours. I started doing inventory audits after hours for a little extra cash. On weekends, I offered to clean out gutters and haul junk for some of the older customers who'd come into the store. It wasn't glamorous, but it kept me moving. I lived cheap. Instant noodles. Thrift store clothes. I watched YouTube tutorials on how to patch leaks and fix my own shoes. I found a free coding course online and started taking it after work, tapping away on a secondhand laptop I'd bought with cash. I'd always liked computers, and now that I had no distractions, I buried myself in it. And slowly, I started to change. I stopped waiting for calls that never came. I stopped rereading old texts from mom that used to say things like, "We're proud of you," and "You're such a thoughtful boy." I stopped checking Tyler's Instagram to see what new toy he'd been given or where he was partying. I deleted every number I didn't need. I was alone, but I wasn't broken anymore. One morning, about 2 months after the forgery incident, I got a call from Sylvia. "We've confirmed the fraud attempt," she said, "and we've submitted a formal complaint to the state bar. Your father and brother were both listed on the forged documents." I didn't know what to say. My throat went dry. "They're being investigated. You may want to prepare yourself for possible fallout." I asked her what kind of fallout. She hesitated. "They may retaliate." They did. 2 days later, a police officer showed up at my job. Someone had filed a report claiming I'd stolen the original will and manipulated Grandpa into writing me into it. It was so ludicrous that even the officer looked embarrassed as he questioned me. Pete vouched for me immediately, even offering security footage to show I'd been working at the store for months without incident. But the damage was done. I walked home that night humiliated, exhausted, a pit in my stomach growing deeper by the hour. That night, I packed again, not to run, but to move forward. I'd saved up enough to move into a tiny studio apartment on the other side of town. It was barely 400 square feet, had flickering lights and a weird smell in the hallway, but it was mine. No one knew where I lived. No one could barge in or ambush me at work. I got a second job doing nighttime data entry for a small logistics company. The hours were brutal, but I used the time in between to keep coding. I built a simple website, then a mobile app, then a tool to track inventory for the hardware store, which Pete actually started using. He paid me $200 for it. It was the first money I made from something I created with my mind, not my hands. That changed something in me. I started freelancing on small websites, design gigs, code fixes, even social media scheduling. Every gig built a tiny piece of confidence back into me. I opened a business account, got a tax ID number, registered a tiny LLC under the name Reed Builds. By the time I turned 19, I was still working both jobs, but now I had a client list, a growing savings account, and something I hadn't felt in over a year: pride. Then something strange happened. I started getting messages from people I hadn't heard from in forever. A high school friend I hadn't talked to since graduation sent a casual, "Hey man, you still in town?" text. A cousin who used to ignore me at family reunions suddenly asked if I wanted to grab coffee and catch up. I ignored them all. Then I got a LinkedIn message from an account with my mother's name. "Reed, we'd really like to talk. It's important. Please reach out." I stared at it for a long time. I didn't reply. 3 days later, I got a call from the law firm again. They filed a civil petition, Sylvia said, calm but direct. "They're requesting to remove you as executor of the estate, claiming undue influence and emotional coercion. It's a long shot, but they're betting on your silence." I felt that old fire flicker back to life. "I'm not going to be silent," I told her. "I didn't think you would," she said. That was the moment the rise really began. I printed out every email, every text, every legal document. I kept it all organized in a binder. I wrote out a timeline of every interaction, every threat, every forgery attempt. I included Grandpa's final note. I included screenshots from the paralegal who caught Tyler faking my signature. I printed out the security footage from the store proving I was working the day they claimed I manipulated Grandpa. I wasn't just preparing to defend myself. I was preparing to destroy the lie they built around me. I started talking to a reporter, a local one, young, hungry, eager to investigate corruption and family drama. I didn't give her names yet, but I shared the outline. She was interested, very interested. One night, I got a message from Pete. "Kid, you've come a long way," he said. "Whatever happens next, you've already made something they can't take." I never wanted to become the kind of person who thought about revenge. I used to believe that holding on to anger was a waste of energy, that people eventually got what they deserved if you just stayed quiet and did the right thing. But after everything, being stripped of my future, kicked out like a stranger, having my identity nearly stolen by my own family, I stopped believing in that version of justice. It wasn't enough to defend myself anymore. I wanted them to feel the weight of every decision they made. I wanted them to know I hadn't just survived their betrayal. I'd grown stronger because of it. And I wasn't going to let them walk away clean. This wasn't going to be a petty revenge. I wasn't going to slash tires or leak their private arguments online. No, this needed to be deliberate, precise, and more importantly, it had to be legal. Because if there was one thing my father taught me, it was how to manipulate the system. But now, I knew how to weaponize it right back. The setup began with information. I spent hours combing through everything my grandfather had left behind. Sylvia, the estate attorney, helped me navigate the files. There were more assets than I initially realized. Grandpa had invested in several rental properties around the state, small duplexes, mostly, each one owned by a different shell LLC that all funneled income into the same trust. It wasn't just money sitting in an account. It was a functioning machine of passive income, all of which he'd quietly built over decades. But what stood out the most? My father had once helped manage them. Not officially. He never had legal ownership, but as Grandpa got older, Dad handled rent collection, maintenance, and leases. That is, until he was cut out entirely about a year before Grandpa passed. I found an email chain buried in the estate documents between Grandpa and his real estate attorney. The subject line read, "Removing Malcolm from property management. Irresponsible." The thread was short, but brutal. Malcolm failed to handle the water damage at the Oak Hill unit for 3 months. Tenant moved out. Lost income. I'm done babysitting a grown man. Switching to property manager in town. Formal documents in place by Friday. That was dated 3 months before Grandpa revised the will. 3 months before he left everything to me. And suddenly, everything made sense. My dad didn't just disagree with Grandpa's choice to give me the estate. He resented it. He saw it as something stolen from him. Something he'd already assumed would be his. That gave me the opening I needed. I made 2 copies of that email thread and added them to my growing binder of evidence. Then I started researching more. Every business deal, every investment, every tax document connected to my dad. I wasn't trying to get him arrested. I just wanted to know where the cracks were. And I found one. Dad still operated a small consulting firm, on paper. But he'd been late on taxes 2 years in a row and listed income from property management services that no longer existed. I pulled public records, financial statements, and even found a Yelp page for the firm with exactly 1 review. Malcolm's company vanished mid-lease. Total scam. Avoid. It wasn't proof of a crime, but it was enough to rattle his credibility in court. Meanwhile, Tyler was still spiraling. A friend of mine from high school, Sammy, worked part-time at a local car dealership. She reached out one night out of the blue. I hadn't spoken to her in over a year, but she remembered me from biology class. Said she'd heard what my family tried to do. I assumed she was just being polite, but then she said, "Your brother came in last week. Tried to trade in a car under someone else's name. The finance manager flagged it. Your name came up." I felt my stomach twist. "Did he try to use my ID again?" "No," she said. "But he dropped your name like it meant something. Said you'd inherit everything soon, and he was helping you out." It made me sick. Even after being caught once, he was still trying to ride my coattails like I was a resource, not a person. "Do you have security footage?" I asked. Sammy hesitated. "Technically, we're not supposed to release that. But if a copy of it just happened to be emailed anonymously to the estate attorney handling a fraud case, who's to say?" I smiled for the first time in days. "Thank you, Sammy." I was building momentum. Every small betrayal became a brick in the foundation I was laying. I made a list. A real one. On paper. I titled it The Wall, because that's what I was building. A wall of truth. Of receipts. Of facts that couldn't be argued with. I wasn't going to scream. I wasn't going to beg. I was going to walk into that courtroom with so much proof, so much weight, that it would collapse everything they tried to fabricate. And I wasn't alone anymore. Pete, my manager, offered to testify. He'd seen the stress I carried. He'd witnessed me show up every day, pay my bills, live responsibly. He even wrote a letter detailing my work ethic and character. My landlord, the old mechanic who barely spoke 5 words on most days, wrote a note too, saying I was never late on rent, never caused trouble, and once fixed his daughter's laptop for free. I didn't even remember doing that. But he did. And then, something unexpected happened. My Aunt Janice, Dad's older sister, called me. We hadn't spoken in years. She was the black sheep of the family, always off traveling, never married. always critical of how our side of the family treated people. I assumed she wanted nothing to do with any of us. But when I picked up, she said two words that changed everything. I believe you. I didn't speak. I told your grandfather years ago that your parents were using him, she continued. But he never listened until it was too late. When I heard what Malcolm and Tyler tried to do to you, I felt sick. You're not alone, Reed. Not anymore. She didn't just offer support, she offered strategy. I still know people, she said. The judge assigned to the case is someone I've worked with through charity boards. He's fair. By the book. If you present your case with evidence and restraint, he'll listen. I couldn't believe it. After so long feeling like I had no allies, here she was. An insider. A lifeline. And she didn't stop there. I also have a copy of a letter your grandfather wrote me before he died, she added. He explained why he changed the will. Why he gave it all to you. He asked me to keep it private, but I think he'd want you to have it now. I met her for coffee that weekend. She was older than I remembered, gray streaks in her hair, deep lines around her eyes. But she had this unshakable energy. Like someone who'd stopped caring what anyone thought years ago. She handed me the letter folded neatly in an envelope, yellowing at the edges. I read it at the table, and halfway through, my hands started to shake. Janice, I'm leaving everything to Reed. Not because I love him more, but because he's the only one who's ever listened. The only one who sees people for who they are, not what they can give him. I hope one day the others grow up and realize what they lost. But if they don't, I'm at peace knowing Reed will take care of this legacy the right way. I added it to the wall. At this point, the plan was solid. Court was set for late spring. The petition to remove me as executor was their last desperate move, and it was built on lies. All I had to do was stay calm, stay focused, and let the truth work its way forward. But I had one more move to make. Something symbolic. Something personal. I drove out to the old family house one evening. Not to break in. Not to confront anyone. Just to look. To remind myself what I was fighting for. It was empty, boarded up since Grandpa passed. A for sale sign still stood in the lawn, tilted slightly. My father had tried to sell it before the will was even executed. I walked the perimeter, hand in my coat pocket. I found the old tire swing Grandpa had hung in the oak tree. The chain was rusted. The seat cracked. But it was still there. Still mine. I took a photo. Then I emailed it to myself with the subject line. You're not taking this from me. The message was clear. To myself. To them. The past was mine now. And I was taking it back, piece by piece. The morning of the court hearing felt strangely calm. Not peaceful, just calm, like the tension before a storm breaks. I woke up early, made myself coffee in my tiny studio apartment, and sat at the small desk by the window. I spread out everything I'd gathered over the past months. The statements, the screenshots, the emails, the letter from Aunt Janice, and Grandpa's handwritten note. Each page was part of the wall I'd built. A wall of truth. A wall of strength. By the time I left the apartment with my binder under my arm, I felt steady, in control, like all the fear that used to choke me had been burned out and replaced with something sharper. I wasn't the Reed who left home with a half-zipped duffel bag. I wasn't the Reed who cried quietly in a stranger's guest room. I wasn't the Reed who wondered if maybe I had misunderstood what my parents meant that night. No, that version of me was gone. The courthouse lobby buzzed with low murmurs and nervous energy. People shuffled papers, whispered to lawyers, sat with crossed arms and tense shoulders. I walked to the check-in table, gave my name, and sat down in the hallway outside my assigned courtroom. The minutes ticked by painfully slow. Then the door at the end of the hall opened. My family stepped through. My parents looked worn. Mom's hair was frizzy, her eyes red-rimmed like she hadn't been sleeping. Dad's suit, which used to be immaculate, hung stiff and wrinkled. He looked like someone had drained every ounce of confidence out of him. Tyler hovered behind them, chin high, but anxiety flickered in his eyes every time someone walked past. They hadn't expected this to go to court. They hadn't expected me to fight. They definitely hadn't expected me to win. Mom opened her mouth as if to speak, but I stood up without looking at her and walked into the courtroom. I didn't need whatever performance she was about to give. Not today. Inside, the judge sat at the bench reviewing paperwork. Sylvia, my estate lawyer, smiled when she saw me. Aunt Janice sat behind the plaintiff's table with a stack of documents and her reading glasses perched low on her nose. Behind me, a few spectators filed in, including Pete, who'd insisted on coming to testify if needed. When my parents walked in, They hesitated before taking their seats. The judge called the court to order, and the hearing began. Their lawyer started the attack immediately. He claimed I was unstable, that I'd abandoned the family, that I was unfit to manage a complex estate because of immaturity and lack of emotional regulation. He painted my leaving home as some kind of irrational tantrum. He claimed Grandpa had been vulnerable and pressured by outside influences in his final months. He even hinted, very subtly, that I may have forged Grandpa's signature myself. I didn't react. Not once. Not when Mom pretended to wipe tears. Not when Dad stared at me with a cold glare. Not even when Tyler leaned back in his chair with that smug little smirk he used to flash in high school whenever he got away with something. I waited. Then it was our turn. Sylvia stood, calm and composed, and began laying out the timeline. She didn't raise her voice. She didn't accuse anyone of anything. She simply showed facts. Then I opened my binder. Your Honor, I said, standing slowly, I have evidence I'd like to submit. Page by page, I handed the bailiff documents. The judge read them carefully. First, the email chain where Grandpa removed my father from managing the properties due to negligence and dishonesty. Dad's face went white. Second, the report from the law firm documenting the forgery attempt, including the statement from the paralegal who caught Tyler pretending to be me. Tyler sank into his seat, suddenly very quiet. Third, security footage from the dealership showing Tyler trying to trade in a car under someone else's name while referencing my future inheritance. Tyler's bravado melted into panic. Fourth, the letter from Aunt Janice, the one Grandpa wrote explaining why he changed the will, describing me as the only person who listened, who cared, who didn't use him. Mom closed her eyes, shoulders trembling. Fifth, screenshots of the harassing texts and voicemails, the attempt to smear me with false accusations, and the filed police report that was later disproven. And finally, I handed over Grandpa's handwritten note. When the judge finished reading it, he looked directly at my parents. This, he said slowly, is one of the clearest expressions of intent I have ever seen in a will dispute. Their lawyer tried to salvage the case, but it was over. Completely, utterly over. Mr. and Mrs. Hale, the judge said, your petition to remove Reed as executor is denied with prejudice. Furthermore, this court finds strong evidence of fraud, coercion, and attempted identity misrepresentation on the part of your son Tyler Hale, acting under your authorization or with your knowledge. Silence. Thick. Suffocating. The judge continued. A formal investigation will be opened into the forgery attempt. Any assets, accounts, or financial instruments you attempted to access on Reed's behalf will remain permanently frozen to you. You are barred from making further legal claims against the Hale estate for the next 5 years, pending the outcome of the investigation. Dad sputtered. Your Honor, this is ridiculous. The only thing ridiculous, the judge cut him off sharply, is the coordinated attempt by your family to disenfranchise the legal heir of his own estate. Mom began crying quietly. Dad's jaw clenched. Tyler sat with his head in his hands. When the hearing adjourned, the courtroom emptied slowly. I stayed still, letting the reality settle in. My heart wasn't racing. My hands weren't shaking. I felt grounded. Solid. My parents approached me on the steps outside the courthouse. Not to apologize. Of course not. But to negotiate. Reed, Dad said urgently. We can talk about this, just don't. Don't let this investigation go too far. You know what it could do to Tyler's future. We're still family. I stared at him. My father, who stole my future, who threw me out the night before my 18th birthday, who stood by while my brother tried to steal my identity, was now asking me for mercy. Mom stepped forward, voice trembling. Honey, you don't understand how scared we were. We thought you weren't ready. We thought you'd make the wrong choices without us guiding you. If you'd just come home. I'm not coming home, I said softly. Tyler finally looked up. His voice cracked. Reed, please. Just tell them you don't want charges. Please. I messed up, okay? I let the moment breathe. Then I said the one sentence I had been holding in for months. You made your choices. Now you live with them. I walked away before they could respond. Aunt Janice caught up to me halfway down the steps, slipping an arm around my shoulder. I'm proud of you, she murmured. For the first time in years, I let someone's support actually sink in. The fallout happened quickly. The investigation into the forgery found Tyler fully responsible. He claimed he acted alone, But the digital trail didn't lie. My parents had sent him documents. They'd coordinated the attempt. Tyler was charged with attempted identity fraud and document falsification. It didn't land him in prison. He got probation, fines, mandatory community service, but the stain on his record was permanent. Dad's consulting firm collapsed within 6 weeks. Once the court ruling went public, clients dropped him. Word spread fast in small business circles. Untrustworthy, dishonest, handled money that wasn't his. Nobody wanted to work with a man under investigation for estate manipulation. Mom's reputation wasn't spared either. She wasn't charged with anything criminal, but socially, she became known as the woman who helped her son steal from her other son. She lost friends, invitations, connections. Even members of her own extended family distanced themselves. They tried reaching out to me dozens of times. Calls, emails, texts, long-winded apologies dripping with guilt and desperation. I never responded. I didn't block them, though. I didn't need to. Sometimes the best revenge is letting people sit with the silence they created themselves. As for me, I took full control of the estate. I restored Grandpa's house. Not to sell it, but to keep it exactly the way he would have wanted. I hired a reputable property manager for the rentals. My small software business grew. Within a year, I was supporting myself fully with coding and consulting. I quit both day jobs. I moved into a bigger apartment, built a life that was truly mine. One afternoon, not long after the investigation closed, I visited Grandpa's house. The renovations were done. The tire swing was gone now, but I'd saved the wooden seat and stored it safely inside. I sat in what used to be his study, sunlight pouring across the floor, and felt something close to peace. Not because I won, but because I finally understood that I hadn't been fighting for revenge. I'd been fighting for myself. When I locked the front door and stepped off the porch, I felt the final piece of the past loosen from my chest. And the last words of this story settled cleanly in my mind. They tried to take everything from me, but all they did was make me impossible to break.